Dark Samuses is first.
Hey!
Multi-Dark Samuses just listed Andromeda.
I'm Jim Raynor. Marshal
Multi-Dark
these parts.
Samuses just listed Rogue Trader. ZAN just boosted Diablo 3. Mylor ZAN just boosted Grimrock.
Greetings!
Varna just boosted Mass Effect 3. Marto_Varna just boosted Anachronox.
The flames hunger for the blistering of flesh.
boss is your ally.
Yoo-hoo.
Hello everybody, happy Saturday. Welcome Multi. Thank you for the 110 stream streak. Thanks for being here. Welcome Parrots, Pie, Marzo, Mason, Draven, and all the lurkers. Did you hear they're going to release a remake of Twinsing? Yes, we've known about it for a while. In fact, I was talking about it a lot when I was streaming Twinson's Odyssey and the sequel. Then it was cancelled for a bit. They said they were not going to make it because they weren't able to find a publisher. But apparently they changed their plans for the game. Rather than a simple remake, rather than a simple remaster, it's now going to be a remake with added content. So with those new plans in mind, they found the publisher, and apparently they are going to make it and release it. I'm excited for it. I'm hoping to play it once it gets released, because we played the demo. After we played the actual games, we also played the demo, and the demo was so nice. You know, there were a lot of quality of life changes, slight changes here and there, and that was even before the plans was changed to make it a remake. So I think it's going to be a great game. I think it's going to be modernized in a way that everyone can play it, because let's be honest, Twinsen controls aren't very easy. Tank controls, and with so many you know, problems to deal with around, attacking, targeting is very difficult. But I think the remake will be great. Hey QP, welcome. Yeah, exactly. Especially the first one. Every time you hit a wall, you take damage, you stop, you bounce back. It's just torture. Unless you really love the game, it's very difficult
When this
to
is
play.
all over, I'll make sure that no one is able to commit his abuses again.
Yeah, welcome everybody. Hope you're having a good Saturday. I'm feeling completely off today.
It is difficult to separate shadow from the darkness here.
Not sure what's up. I completely overslept. I woke up like an hour and a half ago at 4:30 p.m. I think I'm getting a little sick. I'm not sure. My stomach has a little bit of discomfort. Not sure what's going on. Hopefully it won't get worse. I don't think it will. I rarely get seriously sick. But yeah, I'm feeling completely off. I'm not sure how the stream will fare today, but we'll see. We'll see how it goes. Of course, we are going back to Torment today, to the Bloom from where we left off. We'll see what's up with the different orifices and everything else. The tendrils. Thank you, Cupid. I don't think I'm sick, but I cannot find any other explanation. Maybe it's because I overslept. Thanks, Raven. I don't know, maybe it's because I completely overslept. I would have slept more, maybe missed the time for stream if I wasn't woken up for dinner, so we'll see how it goes. We'll see, hopefully it will get better. But yeah, I think we have some boost. Let's get there.
Quiescent Pandemonium just boosted Sack. Quiescent Pandemonium just boosted Lion. Quiescent Pandemonium just boosted BG3.
Yeah, you could have done that. It's fine. It's fine. I probably wouldn't have heard.
Ketmas Gaming just boosted Chrono Trigger Carrot.
Hey Catmas, welcome. Carrots. Are they called carrots? How are you, Catmas? Hope you're having a fine Saturday. Thanks for the boosts, Multi-Pie, Marzo, QP, and Catmas.
Swords for everyone!
Hey, Andinoa, welcome. Andinoa, how are you doing? Welcome, Raiders. Good to see you all. We were just starting. Hope you had a great stream. You were playing South Park, right? You were playing South Park something. How are you doing? Let's give you a shout out.
Draven just boosted Nom Nom 8.
How the fuck doesn't my shoutout work? Okay, I'm really confused. Okay, I love that Udits can oh my fucking god. Okay, guys.
Alright, that was an interesting clip. Thank you for the raid, and I hope you are doing well.
Draven
Welcome,
just
Raiders.
boosted Anaconox.
Welcome, Raiders. I'm Mitral.
Draven just boosted Wiz and War.
We play RPGs and point and clicks mostly here. Hope you enjoy your time here. Have a good time. And if you are not familiar with Antinoa's channel, definitely give her a follow. She's very chill, very friendly, plays a variety of games, you know, changes from time to time. Has been playing South Park Fractured But Whole today. I don't think I've seen you play that before, but I hope you're enjoying that game. This is currently on a checkup. You have to improvise. Ah, I see. I see. Well, I hope you had a great stream. And how have you been doing? I haven't seen you for a while. Hope everything is fine. Hope you are keeping it nice and chill, having a good time. We were just about to continue. Oh, you were streaming from your PlayStation? Ah, that's interesting. That's interesting. Well, yeah, let us jump into the game. Thank you for the boost as well, Draven.
Bogu underscore Bogu just musted good evening.
Let's jump back into the critical list. Welcome, Bogu. Happy Saturday. Yes, no worries at all. You don't have to be sorry about that. You don't have to be sorry about that. It's just that it's not that you are not hanging around here. I haven't really seen you stream either. I have seen you stream a couple of times, but not often recently. So I hope you are doing well and everything is all right. What did you... Good evening. So good evening must be Warhammer.
Bogu underscore Bogu just musted. I finally found a loophole for getting
Your
Kingmaker
PC got
without paying
hacked?
Owlcat.
What happened to your PC? How did it get hacked? Did you hang around in a suspicious website and never accept cookies from, you know...
Bogu underscore
Found a
Bogu just
loophole.
musted giveaways.
Did you win a giveaway or something? What happened? What did you win? Or are you hoping that you will at some point win a giveaway? Maybe is that wishful thinking? Oh, did you win? Which one did you win? 1 or 2? You won Kingmaker. Oh, that's cool. So are you going to play it? Are you going to stream it, Bogu? But the Windows Defender has a problem with hacks. I don't know what that means. Windows Defender has a problem with that. Well, Windows Defender is a nice, you know, as far as free antivirus programs go. Windows Defender is quite nice, but obviously no antivirus is good against, is perfect against all kinds of malware. And hacking is a whole other deal. So I'm not exactly sure what happened to you. Maybe you downloaded Trojan or something. Maybe you leaked your information somewhere. But I don't think Windows Defender would do much unless you have the firewall. You know, hackers all have all sorts of ways. So there is no real one full kind of solution to all kinds of malicious activity on the internet. You intend to win Wrath as well. Where is this giveaway, Bogu? Would you like to share it with us so we compete against you? Still kind of amazed you didn't get a single account hacked throughout your life. I haven't either. Now, having said this, probably someone is going to make it their mission to do it. I mean, you know, getting an account lost or hacked, it's may not even be your fault. Because let's say you have an email account, you log into your email account, you take all sorts of precautions, and then people hack the email provider, get your account information anyway. So there isn't much you can do. But I have the games, Bug. I have the games. So if I win, I will give it to you. But since you were like that, I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna. In fact, I'm going to find that giveaway, and I'm going to win that giveaway. I'm going to give it to someone else, because you were not sharing with me. You were nice about it. Enjoy your food and Noah. Thank you so much for the raid. Very much appreciated. XCOM streamer, you like these running giveaways? No, it's too late. It's too late. Too late. I'm gonna give it to someone else after I win it. You lost your one and only chance. Let's go to the game. Okay. Continue. We left off in the bloom. We got to, if you want to call it Act 3, there are no hard acts or distinct acts in this game, but this is the third hub. We cannot go back, is what it means. So this is the final act, final hub. This is the bloom, the place that was mentioned earlier in the first act in Sagas Cliff. So we are here now. We somehow found our way in the most likable scenario from the cast of Sanctuary.
Your sound card works perfectly.
Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the channel. From the cast of Sanctuary, we somehow found our way here using a weird machine when we were trying to run away and save people from the Sorrow. And we don't know what happened to those. Maybe we saved them, maybe they're all dead. Honestly, there's no way to know. I was too curious. I looked around about that crisis. I couldn't find much to begin with. I didn't want to read too much to possibly get other spoilers. So I didn't find much, but I think the fates of those cast-offs that you try to save are always meant to be up in the air. I don't think you can know what actually happens to them. So I don't feel all that bad about that crisis anymore. I mean, I wasn't feeling bad anyway, but I was just curious if I could have done something more. Apparently, there isn't anything you can do that really gives you good closure about that encounter. I'd like to believe that in my headcanon we have saved them. So we have saved them and we have found our way here. And here our aim is to find the first cast-off who was revealed to be alive after all this time. And there is this influential figure called Memovira, and Memovira has thugs and stuff. They don't let you go in to see her. There is this Drakujan, a mysterious figure with possibly godlike powers who is helping for profit, of course. He wants something else in return, as they all do. And we have explored this map fully. We have done all we can. So where we left off, we are now ready to go to the second map. Some of our pools are exhausted, as you see, but I'm not going to rest just yet. We are going to start exploring, look around a little bit, and then we are going to rest and see what else we can do. Actually, you know what? Maybe I should start by resting.
In something.
Maybe I should. Hopefully there are no time limits quests here. One of them might be help Tiber find Owen. Possibly could be time limited. The finding the missing patrols could be time limited. So I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't rest. But my pools are pretty terrible, so I don't know what to do. Anyway, let us start the timer and see what awaits us past this fleshy tunnel. The corpse of an insect of gigantic proportions lies here. On close inspection, you see that it appears to be in the midst of getting absorbed into the wall. To Little Niliesh, to the trade posts. Please. You've done your job. You can leave now. The path suddenly ends here, interrupted by an enormous fanged mouth. As you approach, you see two well-dressed merchants in heated conversation with a wiry man who is wearing an assortment of odd-looking leathers and hides. Upon seeing you, the wiry fellow shoos the merchant away and turns in your direction.
Nothing has changed.
Welcome, Thor. You will be shopping soon. You'll be back in a few hours. Perfect, Thor. Enjoy your shopping. Thanks for stopping by. I hope you're having a good day. Buy something nice for yourself, something that you enjoy eating as a snack. Make yourself happy.
The height of
Hey,
your
dude.
tails expands with every breath.
How are you, dude? Good to see you. Welcome and happy Saturday. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're having a good Saturday, dude. Instead of feet, you notice that he has two hand-like appendages fashioned from metal and synth. Indeed, both of his legs have been replaced by these artificial arms that appear remarkably flexible. Looking for the trade post? You resist the temptation to buy some snack when you were doing groceries. Why did you resist the temptation? You should never resist the temptation. Always give in to temptation. You only live once, dude. You only live once. Besides, you exercise a lot, right? You lift stuff and whatever. You should reward yourself. That is the extent of my knowledge of exercising, by the way. You lift stuff and whatever. That is all I know about it.
Draconic dude just boosted Thorium.
resist!
The wiry man flashes a lopsided grin and jags a thumb at the
Draconic dude
giant
just
toothy
boosted
jaw behind him.
Solasta.
Used to be in there till the bloom got hungry and ate it. At least I think that's what happened. Never can tell with this big old sack of guts we call home.
Draconic dude just boosted
We've won 3
Eye of the
battles against
Beholder.
these monsters, and tomorrow should be no different.
Thanks for the boosts, dude. I love that beholder. What is that? That's not really a beholder, but it's a cyclops, I guess. Nice emote. Then how am I supposed to get to the Ascension? It's a DC emote, yeah. One of the merchants glares at the wiry fellow. That's just what we were asking him. Only one way to the Ascension Gate, and that's through the trade post, just like I said. The wiry man squints at the merchant, as if daring him to push a little further. Surprisingly, the merchant looks away, fight going out of him. You think you catch a glimpse of fear in the merchant's eyes, but you can't be sure. All this interest in the Ascension lately, could the Bloom have foreseen something? The wiry man turns back to you.
I am the swarm.
Hey Ash, welcome. Happy Saturday, hope you're doing well. Knowing the Bloom like I do, I'd bet that the trade post is still around here somewhere. You might find a mob that'll take you there, but if you look hard enough, the Bloom never closes off a path for long, but finding it again, that's a whole different story.
I'll remember that.
Name's Grizzler, by the way. Bloom Guide, Explorer and Scout. 3 times eaten by the Bloom and still intact. Well, mostly. He wiggles at the artificial fingers on one of his feet. Where would I go look for a mole? Grizzler purses his lips. Used to be I could answer that question easy enough. I tell you just where to find them and where they lead and what to feed them. But something's got the Bloom all riled up, and she's opening and closing mouths however she likes. He shakes his head disapprovingly as if talking about his own or disobedient child. Change is coming, I can smell it, figuratively anyway. So if I was you, I'd try the darkest corners of this gut bag I could find, dank and nasty places. That's where mauves like to rip themselves into being. The slums are a good place to start. Little Niliesh, Surgeon Slump, foul little holes like that. Can you tell me a little more about the slums? Whistler lets out a long puff of air, and you're fairly certain that his breath is the same color as the fetid smoke emitted by the Bloom itself. Certainly it smells near as bad. Well now, he says, rocking back on the heels of his hand-feet. From where we are right here, you can find your way to 3 of them. Little Niliesh, where all of them funny-looking mutants live. Surgeon Slump, where folks go get their bodies hacked or healed. And to the old slave block, he makes a sour face. Folk don't go there at all, unless they are murderers. But murders don't really count as folk. Tell me about Little Niliesh. Grizzler nods. First of all, it ain't so little. I guess it's bigger than the other slums by half. Used to be called something else before the mutants moved in, but nobody remembers the old name. See, the mutants got here through a mow. They used to come and go as they pleased, trading goods from here and there, making all manner of options. Somebody should have warned them the mows are ordinary beasts and they never do the same thing for too long. Sure enough, one day it's up and closed, and all the mutants on this side got trapped in the Bloom, been stuck here ever since. Funny thing about little Niliash, folk on the outside of the bloom like to pitch their rubbish in here, straight into the nearest tube or sphincter. But no matter where they dump their trash, it all finds its way to little Niliash. Don't know how or why. I guess that's just where the bloom likes to keep it. He smiles fondly, and again you get the sense that he's talking about a much beloved child. What do you know about the surgeon's lawn? Grizzler brightens. That's where I got fitted with these. He taps the metal and synth arms that double as his legs. A couple of nice fellas helped me out when the bloom ate my legs. They were a little odd, I'll admit, and lacking in the social graces, kept me calling by a number rather than my name. The bloom blessed those doctors, even if they enjoyed their work a little too much. Nowadays the slump is under the protection of a bunch of soldier types, deserters I hear, from some battle that never ends. Grizzler shakes his head. Imagine that, fighting in an endless battle. Should have thought it through before they signed up, that's what I say. I want to hear about the old slave block. Used to be a prison for slaves back in the days of Chilla the Great. They carved it out of bloom flesh with saws that spat solid light on blades that weren't all dry. Folks say that's where Chilla was chained up, and that's where her legend was born. Wouldn't know it anymore. It's all feathers and filth in there now. Ever since the moderns moved in. They're a pack of dirty thieves, and if you get too close to one of them, your thoughts get all staticky. Makes it hard to do just about anything. I hear it's because they talk to each other with their minds, and I guess they can't do it quite unpolite. I need to know more about the moths and how they work. Whistler squints at you for a moment as if trying to decide if he trusts you or not. Then he nods. A mauve is a door, see? A living door. It's the connection between somewhere in the bloom and another place. The other place might be right around the corner, or it might be in a whole different world. Maybe in a whole different time. It don't matter none to the bloom. Need to know? What's she doing here? And what does Memavira know about her? Only one rule with mauves. You feed them what they want, and they open. Trouble is, every mauve wants something different. Might be an emotion, or a color, or the blood of one particular fella. If you're unlucky that day, might be your own two legs. Mauves are stubborn, every one of them. Until you give them what they want, they'll stay shut. He lowers his voice. Unless you got a way to cut them open. Takes a special kind of weapon to do that, but the bloom don't like it one bit. She'll remember a woman who cuts open her mouths, and things won't go easy for that woman around you. You said the bloom is acting strangely. Do you know why? She's hungry for something or someone. I can hear it in her voices, just like when a mole wants to eat somebody. Only this time it's the whole bloom. This sort of thing used to scare me, it did. Probably still should. I wonder if the Memavira knows who the bloom wants to eat. I'll bet she does. Why is that wagon just standing there? You'd better ask the two fellas here. He knows at the well-dressed merchants. See, they were supposed to be heading for the Ascension by way of the old trade post. But then the bloom decided to eat the trade posts, so now they're stuck. I keep telling them to look on the bright side, at least they weren't inside the trade post when it got eaten. But they won't hear it. Never seen a couple fellas so determined to be miserable. Grizzler squints suspiciously at the two merchants. Anyway, until they decide what to do next, we are staying put. And since they are paying my wage, I do what they tell me. He grins. At least until something better comes along or someone else demands my time. I have some questions about you. Alright, what questions would those be? You called yourself a bloom guide? That's right, Grizzler flashes his crooked grin. Ain't nobody around here who knows the bloom as well as old Grizzler. I hire myself out to fellas like these. He nods towards the two merchants who are standing nearby, and get on where they need to go. Of course, I'm happy to give advice for free. Can't say I ever get tired of talking about the bloom, or about anything, really. Did you say you were eaten by the bloom 3 times? Yep, Grizzler beams, obviously proud of his achievement. First time the bloom ate me, she took my senses of smell and tastes. Taste, that's fine, I told myself. Now I can eat all them foul-tasting vegetables that folks always said were so good for me. Second time, the bloom took my ability to feel fear. What did I ever need that for? Just kept me from doing things that make for good stories later. Third time, the bloom took my legs. She was kind enough to cauterize their stumps though, so I wouldn't bleed to death. And I met a couple of fellas over in the slump, and they fitted me up with these. Grizzler slaps the cinder arms that are now serving as his legs. He leans forward and lowers his voice. Truth is, I'm faster and nimbler now than I ever was, but I don't like to tell too many people, or they'd all be clamoring to swap their legs for a pair of arms. Why do you refer to the bloom as she? Do I? Grizzler's face reddens. Must be because I'm always hearing her voice, like a whispery, chittery sound. Tells me when she's hungry or full, happy or cross. It helps to know that sort of thing when I'm guiding folks through her guts. You seem rather nonchalant about this place. Well, I've been here a long time, and the Bloom ate my sense of fear, so there's that too. I like to think she's looking out for me. Sure, she takes a little part of me now and then, but life does that to all of us, don't it? Well, maybe not so literally, but you know what I mean. Look at Grizzler's clothes. His garments are rough but reasonably well made, though their material is strange to you. It seems to be a type of leather, but it's thicker and heavier than any leather you've seen, and the colors are scabrous and ugly. Grizzler catches you looking, and he nods. Tanned bone flesh, tough but strong. Old Sunderman made these. He waves a hand toward one of the walkways that leads off into the vast interior. I think that's all. Very well. You ever need advice about the Bloom? Come and find me. The two merchants turn towards you. One is a heavy-set human with a large head and a wide, bony face. The other is a particularly thin and sickly-looking Warrielon. Its head crest is decorated with symbols that are unknown to you. Both are dressed in rich clothing. I hope you weren't planning to visit the Ascension, friend, says the human, whose face is set in a permanent frown. The only road wasn't there. He gestures toward the massive jaw that has closed over the far end of the platform. What happened here? As we approach, the entrance grows teeth, says the emaciated Warrielon. It speaks with a strange halting accent, as if the truth is not its native tongue. The teeth get big and turn into a great jaw. Down it comes, swift and cruel. All this happens fast, in time it takes to walk 5 steps. The human grimaces. The Bloom's good for 3 things, friend. Farting up smoke or to burn your eyes, with some foul water for us to drink, and eating whoever and whatever it likes. I hate this place. Too bad it's a good road to make some shins, or was anyway. You are headed for the trade post. Where else? The Ascension has its own perils, but is blessed with a bounty of useful things. Unlike this place, try getting anyone to pay for a hunk of quivering bone flesh. The merchant scowls and spits. We trade in crystals from Ascension Place. Good business there. Bad business here. The Warrielon attempts to scowl and spit in the same manner as his friend, but it only manages to spray the front of his garment with the bluish fluid from its nose slits. So what are you going to do now? The Gristle man asks us to go with him into depths of the Bloom, seek out other mouths that lead to the trade post. We are not stupid. We say no. The Warrielon twists his face into a deep frown in a remarkable imitation of its companion. Clearly, it has been practicing. Better to search for another way than stay here and do nothing. The merchant snorts. Better for you, perhaps, if you are young and poor and eager to die. We are none of those things. The only reason I came here was because the route was laid out for us. I'm not exploring. I'm trying to get to the Ascension. What can you tell me about it? A world made of crystal, like this. The Warrielon plucks a finger-sized gemstone from his pocket. It seems to quiver of its own accord, as if it's alive. Hey,
Joteiler's just boosted Wasteland. Joteiler's just boosted Chrono 2.
Drink! Thank the gods!
Happy Saturday, Jettlers. Hope you're doing well. All things in Ascension made of crystal, living creatures too. It's a cool and dark place. The sun is too small in the sky. We don't venture from the gate, adds the human. Nobody does, if they're smart. What do you think of your guide? You mean Gristler? The human gives you a sour look. He brought us safely through the well-traveled courtyard and across the many perilous meters of this platform. A gifted explorer indeed. 2 out of 3 6. Many speak well of the Gristle man, the Warrielon points out. They say the Bloom likes him, if such a thing can be. You seem frightened when Gristler rebuked you. The merchant eyes Gristler. I've heard things about him. They say he can walk wherever he pleases in the Bloom. That doors will open for him if he really wants to go somewhere. And if you get him angry, he'll just appear when you're lost or alone and tear open your throat for you. He snores derisively, but you notice that he keeps his voice low. Probably nonsense. He hasn't opened any doors for us. He's too cocky for my liking. Like he's got nothing to fear. Makes me uneasy. Do you have anything to trade? Not yet. We offer salts and dyes and alchemical powders to our contact in the Ascension. He eats whatever it is, absorbs what it likes, and gives us crystalline artifacts in return. If you ever manage to get there, then I might have something to trade. Off by one copy. You could try that flesh merchant on the next platform. He turns to his companion. What's his name again? Sanderman. His name is Sanderman. You are yelling bobs its head each time it speaks his name. 2 men he is, but also one. Sanderman, Sanderman, too many is, but also one. That's the theme song of Sanderman. Are you sure you have nothing to trade? He shakes his ponderous head. If we ever reach the Ascension, we'll have something of value to sell. Crystalline Numenera of all shapes and sizes. Never the same thing twice. Farewell. Okay, let's go here. Sanderman the Elder, Sanderman the Younger. A blister of flesh protrudes from the ground, an irritated, angry pulse chill. It's almost entirely opaque, but you see the faintest hints of movement within. Examine the cyst. You study the movement within the cyst more closely, as if in response to your curiosity, the shadow of a hand glows at the interior and vanishes. Someone or something is trapped inside the cyst. Touch the cyst. Cyst or kissed? You feel something pressing against your mind, a sharp presence like the thought of pain, thrusting its experiences into your imagination. As your fingers brush the flesh of the kissed, the memories come pouring in, flooding your thoughts with emotions of lives that you never lived, stories from countless lives lost in the bloom. You reach out for a random memory in the swirling maelstrom, and its particulars become immediately, shockingly clear. You gaze through the faint shimmer and ripple of the force field down the silent red-veined tunnel into the pulsating black. Is it cysts? I don't know, we use the word as kissed in Turkish, so... I have always heard it as cyst in English, but... Why not kissed? I don't know. And what is the original word? Like, what is the etymology of the word? Does it come from, I don't know, Greek or something? Latin? Who knows? Probably someone knows, I don't. It looks empty. You know it is now. You feel the eyes on you, the hungry eyes. Originally it was a K sound. You feel no fear, you feel emptiness within you, under a scab that you want to pick. First recorded in 1705-15 from New Latin kistis, from Greek kistis, back pouch bladder. Oh yeah, I was right. I was right when I said Greek. Wow, I'm impressed by myself. My making up ability is pretty good apparently. Wild guessing ability has increased by 0.1. Examine the emptiness inside you. You remember her laughing face, you remember her closing her eyes, the tentacles of her hair riding around the back of your head, pulling you in for a kiss. You remember her delighted laughter when you told her you'd found a lost settlement at the end of a quiet tunnel in the bloom, untouched by scavengers, a fortune lying on shelves and in neat crates. You remember leading her by hand. The pain rises. Your hand strokes the force field's controls. What happened? Keep digging through the memory. I think we are making a mistake. You don't want to remember. You don't, but you go deeper anyway. You'd installed the shield to protect your find from other explorers. But when you fled the ruins and the shrieking things beneath, it was the shield that saved you. You, not her. You saw them fall on her 10 steps from safety. Pale clothes, blood-painted, screams from beneath the seething pile. So much blood, and she never stopped screaming. Finally, you raised the shield, and only then did silence fall. You look at your hand, hovering over the shield controls. For all you know, she could still be screaming, down there in the ruins, and it's all your fault. The life you were going to build together is gone, erased. You have just one more thing to do. Join her. Join, die. Join, die. Well, I think I have a save anyway. Your hand slides across the controls and you deactivate the screen. Silence follows. She's not still screaming. You feel a moment's relief. The countless nightmares lied to you after all. You take a single step into the dark, another, and then days swarm up the tunnel and fall on you, biting and clawing and chewing and shrieking. After endless agony, blackness claims you. You return to your own mind with the death of your host, knowing that what you saw, what you felt, was true. The life you lived was full, rich, and ended here in the bloom. Your host's remaining moments were saturated with pain. Your muscles still twitch with the memory of agony, and your suffering bleeds into the cysts, loosening its fleshy fibers. It appears that the bloom has sealed something within the cyst, and your agony is the key that will set it loose. Touch the cyst again. You still yourself for another memory of pain and reach out to touch the cyst again. Again, the unbidden memories spring into your mind, and you lose yourself among them until you reach out and seize one. Please, you whisper, hands raised, clean white dust, untouched by the taint of the bloom, kicks your slender fingers. I worked for years on this sculpture. I molded it with beams and chisels, and with my bare hands when my tools run dry. This is the only thing in my life that has meaning. Something in the stone is calling to me. It needs to be given shape. I know that, says the man who used to be your friend. I've seen what it has done to you. He holds a large hammer in his hands. His fists are shaking. You changed. Ever since you brought this hunk of rock back from that other world, you've changed. It's not art that compels you. There's life already in that thing, and it's using you to get out. He hefts the hammer. I'm here to stop it. You won't ruin my creation. Step aside. This is your last warning. I will destroy it. If I have to go through you, I will. I'll protect this sculpture with my life. It is my creation. As you wish. His hammer is faster than you would have believed, and it blasts the bones in your hand to powder. You fall back, and pain following, and he strikes at the statue directly. The first shot elicits a high-pitched shriek from the stone, and you throw yourself in front of the sculpture to keep another one from landing. Don't make me... He never finished the sentence, but swings again. Your shoulder collapses with a wet crunch. You embrace the statue, shielding it from the hammer.
Veru Mamo just boosted fire. Veru Mamo just boosted water. Veru Mamo just boosted darkness.
Hey Veru, happy Saturday. Good to see you. Hope you are doing well. Thanks for the lurk. After a few blows, he focuses entirely instead on you, grunting and growling. Blood spatters the stone beside your cheek. At last, you topple bonelessly to the ground and watch as he reduces your masterpiece to a pile of rubble and splinters. You struggle to summon a single breath, a single sob. When the blackness comes, you welcome it. Consciousness calls you back to its arms, and you find yourself aching emotionally and physically from those experiences. Your muscles throb and pulse with the residue of fight or flight response, and the cyst again responds to your pain. Its fibers loosen further. Touch the cyst again. You steal yourself from another memory of pain and reach out to touch the cyst again. Again, the unbidden memories spring into your mind, and you lose everything among them until you reach out and seize one. Your head is throbbing, aching, feels like it's going to split wide open. You are trying to retreat from the battle for this region of the bloom, holding a tower of iron will against your scion foes. But they batter it ceaselessly, and you can feel your defenses crumbling. If you strike back, you can save your allies, but you will open yourself to the enemy's minds. You saw what they did to Aleto. Every pore in his body started leaking blood. His screams are still haunting you. Keep running, your friends can't fend for themselves. You shout for them to come with you, to flee, and you turn to go. You draw your shields into yourself, hardening them, and your squad mates begin dropping, screaming. The head of another explodes as you rush past them. But you can feel your foes' attacks slapping and sliding off your barrier, and they grow weaker the further you get from their nest. At last you stop, panting, and you realize you stand alone. You wake from the vision, your body shaking involuntarily from the experience. A brief moment later, you are reoriented in your own flesh. You find yourself once again standing before the massive cyst in the bloom. You kept your host safe, but you sensed that wasn't what was needed here. Ah! This vision and the others contained within the cyst fibers are a lock of sorts. To open it, you will need them to suffer. You will need them to become prey. I made a mistake there. I thought the person in the final memory would feel regret and shame for running away, and they would suffer that way. But apparently we need them to physically suffer and die. A world of senses explodes into your mind.
Shame!
Yeah.
Shame!
You know instantly that you are in an abandoned cavity deep in the bloom. You hear moisture beading on the threaded veins over your head, and the chittering of other creatures that share this place with you. Your sight is limited and blurry, but a profusion of colors explodes across your vision, and you associate each with a smile. Should I restart? Can I reload? I'm going to reload. I'm going to get that. I'm going to get that done correctly. Come on. Let me reload. It probably won't change the outcome, but did I add a reload? I think I did, right? Let's get the first ones. Okay, this one. Now we choose... Oh wait, a different one came up. A different one came up, huh? So I guess there are multiple ones. If we get 3 of them killed, maybe it opens, something like that. Okay. The first 2 are the same, but the third one is different. You steal yourself for another memory of pain and reach out to touch the cyst again. Again, the unbidden memories spring into your mind, and you lose yourself among them until you reach out and seize one. After what seems like hours of flight, you think you may have found a way to elude the elder girls. You swallowed your pride and buried yourself in the mounded refuse of little Niliash, the smell of rotting food and putrid meat filling your nose. Better this time to suffer the abuse they are likely to hand out. Buried as you are, you can only hear them as they approach. Where did that little rhubarb go? Demands one. She's standing right in front of you, and she's breathing hard. From the rage in her voice, you know that the beating will be a savage one. At least 4 of them are looking for you.
Rumor!
But you know, deep down, that if you don't stand up to them at some point, they will just keep happening. Leap out of the garbage, heap and attack. You try to burst from the refuse, imagining a dramatic entrance that will leave them stunned for a moment as you wreak your vengeance on their ringleader. What happens instead is that you draw yourself in to leap at them. They see the movement in the pile and they are ready for you. Even if you hadn't slipped on the moldering food, your dramatic leap looks more like an accidental fall into your tormentor's arms. You are slicked with grease and rotten food. As they have a hard time holding you, for one moment, you have a chance to break free and run. Or you can stand and fight, and show them that you are not scared of them. Fight. You lash out and your fist actually connects with the ringleader's face, rocking her head back. The blood that spills from her nose is dark and hot, but the rage in her eyes is cold and dead. She thrusts you back into the garbage, and as you struggle to regain your feet, one of her allies, a girl with snakes for fingers, sees the hate and tries to pull her friend back. Please, Mirkal, not for this one. Oh yes, yes for this one, she looks at her friend and says, and if you don't help me, you're next. The 4 of them get to work. And it turns later, they stop, they spit on you as they leave. You try to move, but a sharp and grinding pain in your leg chills agony into your mind. Your eyes have swollen shut, your teeth are broken, and your shattered fingers are incapable of even the barest movement. Darkness closes over you. The ache in your heart has become familiar, even as the sorrow and heartbreak seems new and fresh each time, different facets of the same emotion, each refracted through a new experience. The cyst's fibers twitch again, loosening one final time, revealing a frail, angular creature trapped inside. It bursts out of the cyst, leaving a glittering object behind in its haste to escape. Now that the cyst has disgorged its prisoner, the husk looks hollow, deflated, defeated. Examine the remains. Something catches your eye. It's a piece of sharp metal that protrudes from just underneath a fold of decaying bloom flesh. You cannot begin to guess its function, but it's small and easy to carry. You slip it into your pouch. Quest item. It's a quest item. Mesmeric handle. You found this object inside a ruptured bloom cyst. It's made of azure steel and resembles the hilt of a small knife, but the blade is missing. Lore machinery specialized. Wow. This device is inert because it lacks power, but its potential energies are great, tapped and conducted through strange dimensions. If it required an appropriate power source to reactivate the missing blade. Now we can use it.
Making a note.
The creature within the cyst was an abacus, a being that feeds on transdimensional energies. Assuming that it was in the cyst for any length of time, it must have been surviving by draining energy from the object you just found. A closer examination of the object should tell you more. Can we use... we got a power source. Did I sell that? No, it was this one. It's not really a power source, it's a coolant. Let's see. This device resembles the hilt of a weapon. It rests easily in your hand, but there is no blade. Inspect
I'll
the device.
remember that.
Feel around for a USB charger. Should have ordered one while you were in Sagas Cliffs. Well, there are no outlets here anyways. A stylized name is inscribed into the steel. Ioxu. IOXU. Behind a strong glass plate, you find a compartment that contains an old depleted power core. It's blackened and drained, so you toss it aside. You could place another power source inside the compartment, but it may require a particular type of energy.
Making a note.
Based on your understanding of the technology, it seems as though this device would require a transdimensional power source, something that harnesses the energy and singularities or parallel universes. Like that ship. That crashed ship. This goes to the old slave block. This goes to Surgeon Slump. Sunderman and Sunderman, Bloomflesh and Sundries. Tools lie scattered on the workbench along with fragments of leathery bloomflesh. Each of these vats is filled with colored dye extruded by tiny wriggling creatures that congregate near the bottom. Near a display of goods that all appear to be made of bloom flesh, either tanned, beaten, or carved or cured, stands an old man who looks fairly tanned, beaten, carved, and cured himself. He also has startling yellow eyes. "Hello!" he exclaims. Admiring my stock? You won't find anything else like it, not even here in the bloom. All handcrafted and one of a kind. I have some questions for you. Who wouldn't? Who confronted with such unusual merchandise? Ask away. Can I ask you about the cyst at the edge of the platform? He regards you with a squint. Whatever was in there was probably pretty dangerous, and now it's out, thanks to a certain someone who thought they knew better than the blue. What exactly do you sell here? Bloom flesh, my friend, bloom flesh. We craft everything out of it. Clothing, armor, building materials, jerky, you name it. The bloom cultists in particular love wrapping themselves in bloom flesh, but everyone buys from us, even the Mardens. Who might say our business is blooming. He raises his eyebrows at you expectantly. Ah, his apprentice laughs. Good one, Sunderman. Thanks, Sunderman, says the older merchant. I liked it myself when I first heard it. What do you know about the bloom cultists? Got some odd notions, those folk. They worship the bloom as a deity and aren't afraid of being eaten. He shrugs. Crazy, of course, but they are my best customers. So I just smile and nod when they natter on about it. What do you think about the Murdens? Sunderman grimaces. Those hunchbacked beak faces will steal anything they can get their claws on. We sell close to them, and because of that, they mostly let us be. But I trust them as far as I can throw them, and I advise you do likewise. Let me see what you have for sale. Oh, look at this. Wait, I'm again looking at the one I have, not the one I'm buying. The one I'm buying is the one to the left. Never trust Beak Face, no, never. This is nice. It's pretty nice. But not so nice without concentration. I won't buy it. This friendly-looking youth is dipping strips of cured bloom flesh into the colored dye. He looks up as you approach, revealing startling yellow eyes just like those of his employer. Hello, madam. Are you interested in our wares? They're handcrafted and one of a kind. You look an awful lot like your employer. Are you related? Sunderman the Younger. You noticed that? Well, you should talk to him. He gets a kick out of people telling people about it. I admit I like seeing the look on people's faces when he does. What sort of work are you doing? I'm Sunderman's apprentice. That means I do whatever he tells me, really. Mostly harvesting usable bloom flesh. It's always an adventure, flesh harvesting. Though my elder tells me I'll be going away on a bigger adventure soon. He grins cheerfully. Can't wait. What do you sell here? You'll probably be interested in the specialty items and armor we craft from bloom flesh, but we also sell everyday stuff like clothes and building supplies. Everybody buys from us, even those, he shivers, those murders. Talk to my elder if you want to buy anything. Seems like you know the bloom pretty well. Are there any malls nearby? I know of one for sure in the Surgeon Slump. Been there a really long time.
Those people.
I hear there's one in the old slave block too, but I don't go in there because of the murders, so I can't be sure. Isn't it dangerous to harvest bloom flesh? Not really. People only fear the bloom when they don't understand it. He puffs up his chest. I've lived here all my life and nothing's ever happened to me. Oh, but it will, youngster, chuckles the old merchant who stands beside the apprentice. It will. The younger man laughs uncomfortably. He keeps saying that, but he won't say when. If I did, says the older man, you might try to avoid it. I know I would, if only to see what happens. I'm interested in your wares. Great, you should talk to my elder. He handles the actual trading. I couldn't help but notice that you and your apprentice look very much alike. Well spotted, well spotted. He grins widely, a twinkle in his eye. And why would you speculate that is, madam? Your features are nearly identical, as if you are the same person. Ah, well done! He claps you on the back. Not many people manage to figure that one out. Let me tell you what happens, or will happen if you like. Actually, the Iron Priest in the slum saw it too. Is it somehow more obvious than it used to be? One day soon, my younger self will be walking along when the bloom will open a maw beneath him, and he'll tumble into another world years into the past. Maybe the journey to the past will be when he tries to come back. Whatever the case, it'll take him many decades and worlds to travel back here. He smiles wistfully. I envy the experiences that he will have, but thank him for the memories. Doesn't knowing what will happen change the future? He frowns puzzled. Why? I knew what was coming, but it hasn't changed my past. It sounds like a dangerous journey. Shouldn't you warn yourself? I did, but I didn't listen. He smiles affectionately at his younger self. Besides, when I think about all the stories I've filled my head with, it's hard to remember exactly what I said about when the big day is. He leans in close and whispers, what is coming soon. Okay, it seems this conversation is going on. Tell me some of the memories or experiences you had and will have. Okay, we are going to continue this conversation after the ads. I'm gonna run the ads, 3 minutes. For those of you who are not subs, I appreciate your patience with those, and I'll see you right after. Zorna, Solasta. Beholder.
Parrotwise just boosted Sacred. JFC Fuller just boosted Bear Sex Porn Game 3. JFC Fuller just boosted UT.
Welcome, JFC. Welcome. Good to see you.
Parrotwise just boosted Grim Dawn. JFC Fuller just boosted Witchy 2.
Oh, Baldur's Gate 3 passes Fallout 3. Ah! That's interesting. It changes the balances in the poll as well. If Baldur's Gate could tie with Fallout 3, then it would win. Now that it's passed. How are you doing, GFC? Hope all is well. Hope you're having a good Saturday.
Pairwise just ghosted Might and Magic 8, Day of the Destroyer.
Thank you for the boosts, JFC, Parrots, Veru, Jatlers, dude. Much appreciated. You're good? Nice. Baldur's Gate 3 isn't really very close to Fallout 3. Would need 2 more votes to tie. But if it does tie, then it would be winning over Fallout 3. Now that it's higher in the list. Mass Effect 3 is still winning, of course. It looked like Undertale was passing Pathfinder. How is it left behind again? Guess it's lost some of the support. Right. Let's go back to the game. Welcome back, everybody. He looks over at his younger self, who is assiduously not listening. He laughs a little and speaks softly. That's your fault. You've been lurking but forgot to vote on a few streams. That's fine. That's fine. My first journey was to a desert. I appreciate the lurk, JFC. My first journey was to a desert world, when the natives looked like humanoid spiders. It's the best way I know to describe them. They spoke with their minds and a combination of colors that danced between their fingers. It was difficult to get them to understand me, but we managed to find a way. I'm lucky they didn't eat me. When I'd gained their trust, I worked with them as a guide and hunter. I'd flash their prey and they'd snare it with great chemical lattices. But one was always looking at me like he wanted to get a taste of me. But one day, he made a move. I ran and found the balloon's mouth still open, but time bent and I came back in the past. I finished a bit early a couple of times. You blame me for those. When did I finish early?
For eternity!
I finished early on the Slay the Spire stream, so an hour earlier or so, right? Yeah, I guess so. You're right. I know, I'm always to blame. It's okay. The streamer is always to blame. I take all the blame. He looks at his young self. The one you want to watch is Gilvildriddle. Is Gilvildriddle. Tell me more of your adventures. Well, when I got back to our world, I didn't know it was the past, right? But no one I knew was alive yet. I went home and met my parents at the age my young self is now. I realized I needed to light out and get my feet under me, because I've never been enough of an idiot to ignore good advice from my older self. It's pronounced yes. He and his younger self laugh at this. I set my heart on reaching the steadfast. When I came on her, she was... Wait, why'd you stop talking? He laughs ruefully. Because I remember how frustrated I was when the old man wouldn't tell me about the beautiful woman he met. But let me tell you this. She was tall and dark, with eyes that dropped away into eternity. Her voice was the sweetest music, and when she spoke, I had to concentrate to get her meaning, because otherwise I'd drift away on the song. Her form was a delight, and we shared a time that... He breaks off again, blushing. It was the best time of my life. Just messing. He always means exactly when you mean. Tell me more. Not boring your ears off yet, eh? Yeah, fine. we spent glorious years together, she and I. But as the time went on, I aged and she stayed radiant. She was an ogre, see, long-lived and wise. Eventually I told her I had to return to the bloom to teach myself how to live, and that it'd be years before I could make it back to her, and I'd be old when I got back. She didn't care. She said she'd find a way to make me young again and to grant me the span her kind takes for granted. When the boy here heads off on our adventure, why, then I'll go west again and find her. Tell me more of your adventures. He laughs. That's all the stories I can tell you. Right about here is where I tell you that I need to save some surprises for my young self. He laughs again. Sometimes this time stream seems to make things really especially easy. Okay. Is there anything new? No. So we are going to go to the slums. I'm going to start by going to the surgeon slump, I think. Walks without fear. But first we are going to finish this map, of course. At first you are not sure if your eyes are playing tricks on you. A semi-transparent man shuffles and struts before you. His body is fading into and out of incorporeality. His once fine clothes have rotted away. His long beard looks to be the host to any number of small vermin, and his eye sockets are disturbingly empty. Yet as you draw near, somehow he hones in directly on your face, and you have the unnerving feeling that he can see more than what's on the surface. The staring sockets are deep and cavernous, as if they contain depths and space beyond the confines of his skull. He says nothing to you. Who are you? His sockets stare into you for a moment while he considers. At last he shakes his head and says, I do not know. I have language, and I have the memory of muscles, but I do not remember how I came by these roots. What I remember is waking in the depths of the bloom. I remember walking. I remember years of darkness before I emerged into the upper reaches at last. The bloom took something, took me, but gave me peace in its place. What happened to you? The bloom took my old life from me. I woke in its beating heart and gestated there while it digested my memories. I remember being terrified, but I do not remember what terrified means. He shakes his head to clear it. I had a name, I had a body, I had emotion and a life outside of this form, but I do not remember any of those things now. I do not remember fear. I am reborn in a new life. I am free. What are you doing here? I walk through this larger part of me and let it guide my steps. The weapons of humans mean nothing to this shape, and the paths of the bloom open for me. I am a part of the bloom, it is a part of me. I have been to places that others have never seen, and I have seen worlds that lie waiting beyond the moss. You came from the depths of the bloom. What did you see down there? If I speak of them, the memories disappear from me forever, yet thoughts themselves are ephemera, like our lives, gone, and only those we choose to share have any hope of continuation. But even that memory is vanity. In a generation, who will remember these words? His socketless eyes look away and then back again. He smiles gently. Let me tell you what I saw. My memories are useless. Perhaps telling her will increase their life. The bloom reaches through dimensions and across realities. What did I see? I saw a vast beating heart. I traveled through skeins of the bloom's arteries and its viscera. I stood in open mouths and looked out across alien landscapes where lost sailors mourn for home, or crystal fields glitter under distant stars. I walked through the slave block where the great Chila staged her revolution. What would you know? What would you know? Tell me of the heart. A great chamber, the place where the bloom spawns and devours its voices, where its whispers gather in conclave, where its intelligence is strongest and sharpest. I woke there, and I knew it for my master. Dangerous, not to me, not anymore, but so hungry. Tell me of the bloom's viscera. Why Sarah? The gullet. That is its name among the bloom guides. A place of veins and flesh where the memories of the bloom's chosen, where they are digested. Echoes wander the place, echoes of the eaten. He holds a hand to his head, as if pained. I recall stories of the abyss, the gates of Abaddon. The gullet could be their source. Tell me about the sailors. Lascars, they call themselves. holding fast to their history because they fear they have been forgotten. All luxury and guilt banisters are their prison bars. What about the slave block? Sheila was born there, not physically, but her legend. The first Memovira. He forces out this last word with an effort and a spray of intangible spittle, a wince on his face. She spoke to the bloom and it answered her. The monument to her strength is a murder nest now. Memo. Why is that word I struggle to recall? Yet it feels strong, right? Ah, is this guy the first Memovira maybe? Maybe. I mean, the current Memovira kills the first Memovira, but we don't know the details, right? Takes over. Maybe feeds it to the moths. Maybe feeds the first Memovira to the bloom, and this happens. Who knows? Could be. I want to hear about the crystal fields. A great plateau whose towers bedazzle the eye. Lightning flickers among the towers, and strange silicate beings tunnel beneath the glassy surface. There have I watched children of stars and information speak to one another through dancing colors. Have you been to any of those places? No. I stand at the tip of the tendril and watch the landscape pass by as the great Devourer prepares to latch itself to another world. Why would I ever step outside my host? I am without danger here. Each day another piece of myself slips away. Farewell. Let's go to the Shrine of Chila. Oh! Ioksu's Shanty. Wasn't that what was written here? Ioksu. You there, we need your help. The walls of this dwelling are covered in papers with various threats and slurs written on them. Same. Little Niliash. This man is tall and gawkily thin. His wiry hair looks like an explosion of metal springs atop his head. He regards you with brief, feverish eyes that seem too large for their sockets and smiles. Even as he motions you closer, the man is scribbling words on a scrap of paper. He has fastened some sort of harness around his body. It holds a tiny writing tablet and inkwell, so he can continue to write as he moves about. Dozens of scroll-covered notes are stuck to his leathery robes. There is the one who will aid the Devourer. I've heard rumors of one fitting your description, one who knows the secrets of the world, who speaks with the divine. Help us, sister, he intones in a wet and breathy voice. We are extremities of the great Devourer, and we beseech your aid to right a great wrong. Extremities of the great Devourer? We are those who venerate the bloom as divine and seek to become a part of it, if it will have us. He poses. We are the only ones who can see that a great wrong has been done here. What sort of wrong? A terrible torment, he whispers, visited upon the bloom, our god. It's the work of Ioksu, the measurer and meddler, who dwells in that nodule of flesh. He raises his pen toward the house that sits on the other side of the platform, red and stinking and unflamed. Ioksu desires to understand the bloom, to quantify its impulses. This causes pain to our god. His eyes bulge even wider, and it occurs to you that you haven't once seen him blink. The evidence is clear for all to see in the raw and swollen flesh of Ioksu's house. We have warned Ioksu to stop his pokings and proddings and his measurings, but he will not listen. What methods are left to us? He lets the question hang in the air. An unspoken threat. Maybe you can help him change his mind. I can try to work out some kind of compromise at least. At the word compromise, his mouth twitches. Try if you like, but blasphemers are loath to compromise. They are steeped in sin.
Updated my journal.
His face brightens and he pulls a handful of scribbled papers from a pocket and shoves them into your hands. Scriptures of the great Devourer to inspire from thoughts and guide your words. Another tortured smile cuts across his face. From the pan of inkpot, who is me? What are all these papers on your robes? Scriptures of the great Devourer, they are ever-changing, in imitation of the bloom, you see? He tears one of the scribbled papers from his robe, crumples it up, and tosses it over the side of the platform. Those words are gone, forgotten, but new ones can be added as we like. He takes a scroll paper from the little writing desk that is strapped to his body, spits a wad of yellow phlegm onto its back, and sticks it onto his robe. Now these words are part of the canon. What are those papers? Can you tell me about your beliefs? I will not speak of beliefs, he frowns, but I will tell you what is true. First, that the bloom is a god, the only true god, and that all that takes place within his body is solid and real. That which exists outside the bloom is an illusion, a cruel trick, a falsehood. Second, he intones, that our goal is to become one with the bloom, to transform ourselves into living embodiments of its will, and one day to be called to its heart. You want to be called to the bloom's heart? What does that mean? His eyes glisten. When it wants us, the bloom will open a maw at our feet and reveal a tunnel where one hadn't been before. The passage will close behind us, and we will never be seen again by human eyes, but we'll follow its turnings to the heart and be one with the Devourer at last, and pray to no one ever again. What do you think of the Memovira? When her will was one with the blooms, we revered her, but no more. He frowns. She is no Memovira, not anymore, not to us. Another will be found in time. Her time is done. Soon the bloom will take her as well. You think the ninth world is an illusion? I know it is. The people of that world try to tell you that life is not pain. They weave illusions and call them laws to protect the weak and the poor and the ugly, the malformed, but look closer and you'll see that they lie. He spits a gob of yellow phlegm on the side of the platform. Only here in the bloom is the horror of life revealed without pretense. Becoming one with the bloom is our only hope of salvation. How do you plan to become one with the bloom? We clothe ourselves in its flesh, feast on its bile and viscera. If we are lucky enough to hear its voice, we empty our minds and let it govern our actions and our thoughts. His long, misshapen fingers clench and unclench. The Devourers will only call us to its heart when its will is one with ours. One day, I will hear the bloom's voice clearly, not these vague whispers. I must not doubt. Is it safe to drink the water from that pool? Better than safe. Those fluids are the holy secretions of the great Devourer. To drink them is to put your mind in communion with the bloom. He leans closer to you, and your eyes are drawn to the profusions of festering sores in his mouth. You can listen to its voice and know what it wants, for a time at least. Very well. I think this is the same kind of water that we have already drank and bottled. Look into the pool. Beneath the surface of the pool is a large reservoir of fluid. You can't see anything of interest in it. Drink some of the fluid. Yeah, it's the same thing. Shrine of Chila. Okay, we will go in here first, then Shrine of Chila, then Surgeons. Extremity of the Great One. Devourer of Seeds. Inside this device is a sizable lump of bloom flesh. It lies upon the comfortable-looking cushion and appears to be asleep. The top of this machine is covered in glass lenses of various shapes. It appears to be some kind of monitoring device. Text and symbols flash across the screen, all of it meaningless to you. This construct is equipped with innumerable monitoring devices. Lines swoop and whirl across this leathery sheet, depicting what appears to be a map. Text and symbols flash across the screen, all of it meaningless to you. On the shelves, you see a few discarded notes and old book. A rack of test tubes sits alone and forgotten, overgrown with bloom flesh. This bucket is filled with quivering chunks of bloom flesh and organelles. Barbs and blades cover the surface of this hulking metal construct. Its scalloped skin looks like a suit of intricate armor. Enjoy your food, Draven. Thanks for the lurk. The joint's able to bend in direction and impossible for a human. Though the construct is immobile, something in its design sparks a frisson of involuntary dread within you. Frisson? Frisian? I don't know what that word is. As if it was a predator regarding you. The design of this construct is remarkably reminiscent of that waits for prey, the construct you saw in Memolira's courtyard. Although it looks similar to waits for prey, you can hear nothing of its codes, as though it were an empty shell. Examine the construct. The construct doesn't seem to mind you prodding and poking. Indeed, it doesn't react at all. By the time you are finished, you are reasonably certain that while it maintains basic locomotive and processing functions, its mind has been utterly erased. It's like shivers. It truly is an automaton now, lacking any sort of free will. Some of its weapon systems have also been deactivated, though its killing blades are as deadly as ever. Why? It continues to stare impassively ahead, ignoring your attempts to converse. If it weren't for the faint hum from within its chest, you would question whether it is even functioning. Why don't you speak to me? The construct remains utterly silent. It doesn't acknowledge you at all. Hello? What are you? Tell me about yourself. What did you have for dinner today? What is your horoscope? What sign are you? What is your favorite color? Papers lie scattered haphazardly across this desk. Small knowledge cubes gleam, finger-sized implements cast processions of glowing glyphs, and other media lies scattered throughout the mess. Examine the notes and recording devices. As you reach out to examine the objects on the desk, the Varielan barks. Careful, much time has been invested in this work, and I recall where I placed each bit of data. Replace where you found each item. Continue to examine the contents of the desk. As you shuffle through the Varielan's notes on paper scribbled on dried bloom flesh, dictated into talking data cubes, and recorded in more exotic storage devices. Is it somehow organon, Thazen? Welcome. Welcome, Thazen. Good to see you. Hope you are doing well. Yes, exactly. You realize that the sheer volume of information he has collected is the trove of arcane and technical observations of the bloom, loosely organized into a number of categories: behavior, self-others; communication, self-others; influences, influenced by; moves, how to open, how to close, how to divert; history, unrecorded, recorded; observations, conclusions. Every data point leads to a reference in other documents. Some of those links are simply notes guessing where the data is located, based on Varielan's recollection. If you knew where to start analyzing his enormous collection of knowledge, you might be able to get somewhere, but the volume of information is simply staggering. A team of Ion Priests couldn't process this much data in a year. For a lone scholar, it would likely take 10 years or more. The Varielan has stopped glancing over as you shuffle through his notes. Instead, he's staring at you, waiting and watching. It becomes difficult to concentrate under that steady gaze, so you put the notes down and step away from the table. This Varielan looks much like others of its kind: violet-red skin, yellow eyes, a tall crest atop its head. This one appears to have chosen a male form for now. He wears thin lenses over his eyes, and some strange device encircles his head, with weighted attachments and danglings at the ends of long straps. His calloused pointed fingertips are stained, and his garments are unkempt and in disarray. Cooking and tired, will be properly lit. Alright, Hazen. Alright, enjoy your cooking. He looks impatiently at you as you interrupt his work, his eyes snapping between you and the door. His crest inflates with irritation. The interruptions continue. Why would you have off Iox? Why do you keep looking at the door? He sighs. Apologies from me. The noise and constant interruption from those outside are unconducive to proper behavior. They have been escalating their discussions toward
I'll
violence.
remember that.
The experiments conducted within this chamber are perhaps unlikely to gain the favor of the bloom. Indeed, the Great Beast has evinced some displeasure. His pathetic worshippers who gather here to mock have begun seeking ways to stop me. an effort to appease their deity. He gives you a hopeful look. I would reward anyone who can drive them off. It only shows I'm doing something worthy. True knowledge risks danger. He shrugs. But knowledge has always had its detractors. They will do what they must. As long as my work lives on, I care not. He turns his head from side to side, seeing you with both his eyes. What would you have of me? I found this device in the bloom cyst. It seems to bear your mark. His eyes bulge and his flat voice gains a tiny bit of modulation. The scalpel? Where did you find this? This was among the first devices I created to test the bloom, a transdimensional blade that could cut its flesh cleanly and preserve its properties for study. Yet the thief removed it from my care, an abacus that entered my dwelling and absconded.
I'll remember that.
A power source for the blade is lacking, transdimensionality is required. No more such sources are to hand here, and perhaps the crashed cantina in Little Niliesh might contain such a source. Should you find one, bring it to this place and I might be able to improve on my earlier design. What sort of work do you do here? Look, smell, taste, measure, understand. Though his voice is flat, you can see the pleasure in his face. Apprehension is the key to knowledge. The bloom is a creature unlike any other, yet who has taken the time to study its nature. The first is Ioxu. The work done here will illuminate the bloom for those who follow. For decades have I been here. Physical structure, biological needs, behavior, mental construction, known history of the beast, history of its inhabitants, all the things have I gathered. Where does it originate? I believe a twin star holds the answer. A place of howling winds and immense gravity. Fear tells me that this creature is not yet mature, that the years will see its size increase. To what purpose? Distraction? Consumption? Ascension? I fear I will never know. Reality bends around the bloom, its ways twist and turn, but even where stability is assumed, the bloom's presence resists understanding. It resists mapping. That is the importance of my work, to make secrets known so all may benefit. What is that device in the middle of the room? The bloom detests those who seek to understand it on a rational level. For some time now it has sought my distraction to erase all accomplished here. The device generates a multi-spectrum field that repels the bloom's advances. Iox's lip curls. But this means only that it waits for me without. Had other devices not been available to create food and drink, I should have perished here. Tell me about that construct in the corner. Many years ago, it came to my door. It vowed service to me if its memories and personality could be erased. I did not ask why, just as I would hope to have my own reasons respected. He rubs his eyes. It now serves to protect me against those who would do me harm, most specifically the Mordins and the cultists. The automaton in the corner, is there an easy way to deactivate it or something like that? He regards you flatly with both eyes, turning his head this way and that. At last he speaks. With the bloom's followers outside my door, the risk of transmission of this information is potentially dangerous parties is unacceptable. You will not have this answer. What do you think would make the bloom cultists leave you alone? Defeating them with reasoned arguments would be difficult, though Ielin appears to consider. I present no danger to them, not like you. A threat of force might persuade them, but I believe that they'd tell the truth about enjoying the bloom's favor. To oppose them is to draw its ire. It's fine. Do you have anything you'd be willing to sell me? He looks around at his cluttered desk. I do not anticipate a need for these devices any longer. Perhaps I can save you. Let's see, what do you have? Oh, 4 resistance for armor artifacts. Not bad at all. Granted ability scan thoughts. Ah, look at this. If we weren't a nano, we could have gotten this and gotten scan thoughts. Pretty late in the game, of course. Artifact, 15 evasion, 15 willpower, 15 deception talent. Oh, this is very good. This is very, very good. Huh. I don't have money. I can sell this and get money. Oh, look at this. +1 concentration training. Could we get specialized ++? Ooh. I'll try that. We can sell this, I think. I think I will sell this as well. Wait. Did I use this ever? Kaleidoscopic Mercaster. Did I forget to use this?
Yes?
Let me look at that. I may have forgotten to use this actually. As you cradle this device in your hands, you smell the tang of salt water. The ground beneath your feet seems to shudder and sway. The mirror within it calls in soothing rhythmic pulses. Inspect the Mercaster. You peer through the device into a void far larger than the thing in your hands could contain. From the far end, a shapeless mass reaches across the distance faster than a blink and obscures your view of it with an amorphous limb. Enter the mirror. I don't even remember where I picked this up. Indigo waves rise in the wake of the huge marteling whale bearing down on Sagas cliffs. Its flank blocks out the sun. Its shadow sweeps over your meager though and a whole swath of sea. From high up on the beast's back, a lookout leans down. "Plague!" he cries, in a voice that seems too faint, even considering the distance. His warning is unnecessary. The yellow jack flag flapping from the mast can be seen all the way from the city. As the lookout stares directly at your doll, he cocks his head quizzically and rubs his eyes, plainly confused to see no one in the boat. The light bender on your belt does its work well, while its charges last. After a moment, the man wanders off. Snug around your neck, a steel collar trembles and a voice whispers in your head. "Hurry! Our seaward batteries can turn the whale to mist if they must, but better to save our fire for a darker day." After a moment, the collar buzzes again, and the voice adds, "Eliminating contagion is doctor's work, while no doctor would use a saw when a scalpel will do. Go, now, cut what you must, and make sure that the sickness does not reach our city." Finally, the voice says, "And don't worry, your body can't fall prey to their disease." The collar goes still. The whale's leathery side looms above you like a living cliff. Somewhere up there are the men and women carrying death toward your home. Get any gear in the doll. The tools of your trade are housed in a locker beneath the thwart. Hooked climbing claws, your wind-sliced blade, your concussive crystal pulsing with explosive power. You quickly secure them, claws on your hands, sword at your side, crystal on your belt. Remaining in the locker is a small waterproof ledger, which is better left there. There is also a harpoon of azure steel, sunk deep in the whale's flesh, and tied to the dough by a sturdy cable. It would be hard to pull free, and in any case, it will keep your boat tied to the beast. Read the ledger. Judging it too long to read in its entirety, you open to a page at random. In a meticulous hand, there is a date, and below it, 3 for the greater good. You flip to another page, and it is similarly no more than a date and a short entry. 1 for the greater good, 1 of necessity. As you skim, only the dates and numbers change. Any contemplation is cut short by a shudder from your collar and a sharp voice in your mind. Do not tarry. Search the door for anything else of use. There is nothing, and the collar around your neck is buzzing insistently, though wordlessly. Use the climbing claws to scale the whale's side. You sink the climbing claws into the whale's tough hide, and leaving a bloody trail behind you, quickly climb your way up. As you ascend, the steady lapping of waves and fades, and the wind grows, and there come no sounds of the living or dying. Village built upon the martling's back. Finally, you crest the whale's flank and put yourself over the top. Silence, like a miasma, hangs over the empty driftwood shacks. Bits of bone, sheets of synth, crude abandoned tools. These are the only signs that the people once thrived in this unusual home. The lookout has left no tracks, and in the moments you spend scanning the narrow, trash-strewn street, no one else emerges. Beyond this bleak emptiness, 2 things rise nearby, a kind of pavilion, or howdah built atop the whale's head, and in the distance, a huge stone stern castle at the whale's rear. A beam of light streams from the stern castle to the howdah, encasing the latter in an iridescent bubble. Some sort of shield by the look of it. There is nothing else of note. Search for any survivors. After a sharp turn, you slip into a square that is half smothered by the stench of what seems a heap of garbage. Without a shudder, you see it's in fact a mound of rotting bodies. Cornered between the corpse pile and a rustling sheet metal shanty, a woman guards a few canned goods against a crowd of lean-faced men and women. Your gestures might seem mere speechless beseeching if it were not for the woman's torn flesh and one man's bloody nails. She hoarsely warns them off, vowing to die fighting, and die she surely will, though these half-starved foes would pose no threat to a trained warrior like you. Though you are nearly close enough to touch them, the light bender hides you from sight. Kick the food to the crowd and see that the woman is safe. You kick the cans with the clogged food and the crowd falls upon them with wordless greed. For her part, the woman breaks and runs. To keep her safe, you are forced to give chase. Before you catch her, she slips around the corner and fades into a far larger mob gathered at the very gates of the stern castle. Most of these mute men and women are hammering against the gates with crude tools and just their fists. As you stare, new arrivals file in behind you, blindly cutting off retreat. The Lightbender's power peters out, and as you shimmer into view, a few members of the mob glance your way. But you are in no immediate danger, but fighting this many would be no mean feat. Climb the stern castle wall and gain entry through a window. As the mob spots you ascending, they fall upon you with senseless desperation. Sharp nailed hands clutch at your limbs, cudgels batter your body. But your climbing clothes have a good grip, and your arms and legs are strong, stronger than most anyone's, and stronger than those of these sick folk by a wide measure. Eventually you work your way out of their reach, safe if not unscathed. Above you shimmers the beam of energy fueling the Howdah's distant force field. Below you faces contort in voiceless rage. You give both sides the quickest glance before swinging your way through an open window. You land deftly in a great hall. The stern castle's defenders are a few dozen men and women armed with little more than spears and marlin spikes. One of them has a few healing ciphers, another wears a richly dyed robe adorned with glittering axe scales. No doubt she is their leader. The hall holds little else of interest save a large Numenera that streams energy out through a window, feeding the force field at the whale's head. The defender's leader addresses you, her voice oddly accented. "Welcome to Folkhaven, emissary," she says gently. "I speak for the folk. We must dock in your city. We are in desperate need of healing, as you saw when you faced the unspeakables. We beg your aid in these dark times." "I want to help your people, but you must turn away from Sagas cliffs or the cannons will destroy the whale." The speaker is for a moment speechless. The defender's eyes are all turned upon her, and the look of horror and nausea blanches her face. Then with visible effort, she composes herself. "You have spoken, and I have heard." She lowers herself to her knees. "But I again implore you and your far-famed city to aid us in our hour of need. The lives of the folk and the fate of the haven turn upon your word." The hall falls silent, awaiting your reply. "If I could let you dock and save your people, I would, but it's not my word. The decision has already been made." The speaker pushes herself to her feet and brushes off her knees. "I do not fault those who speak for your city. We have done the same here to safeguard the uninfected within these walls. But we cannot change course from here." She points to the window through which the Numenera senses energy. "The whale singer guides the whale from upon his head, and he must be shielded against the plague. Were he to lose his voice, there would be no song to steer us." A grim, false smile cuts her face. "But there's a way. You see, a gift has come to us, a means by which the healer can concoct an inoculation against the quiet death. It comes at a price, one your city will make us pay." She points to a boy huddled nearby and calls him over. "The gifts," she says, "the only one to fall sick and silent, yet fanned of madness." She strokes his hair. From the fluid in his spine, the healer will decant a guard against the death. She gestures for him to sit. "Not a cure, and enough for at most 20 inoculations." You count more than that in the hole. From 20, the folk can grow again, as we did after the sinking. She smiles at the boy. The gift will not refuse or cry out. He will endure this death in silence. She takes your hand. We will lower the shield, and you will bring an inoculation to the whale singer. The whale will turn, and we will survive. Hey Blackbird, welcome. Happy Saturday. Very well, the survival of your people is more important than the boy's life. She spoke the truth. When the boy is broken upon the surgeon's bench, one ciphers bore into his back, he makes not a noise. From his life, 23 will be saved, each with an amber promise swirling in a strong glass vial. The healer hands one to you, along with a cipher that will inject it into the whale singer. The speaker gives you a flag, half yellow, half blue. Wave it when you reach the shield, we will open a way, and the singer will know you for a friend. With that, the folks speak a word of blessing and lead you to a tunnel, dug through the whale flesh that will give you a clear start. Your path will not be easy, the village is overrun, but it's the only way. And so you go. The collar around your neck hums and a voice warns, make haste, the whale has entered the bay. You heed its command. As you weave through the narrow paths and alleys, faint sounds stir in the silence, the shuffle of footsteps, the huffing of heavy breaths. With a watchful eye and a quiet tread, you advance, keeping out of sight as best you can. Soon they are before you, a gang of unspeakables at least a dozen strong, making their starving, grieving way through the village, and unknowingly barring your advance. Modest as their weapons may be, it would be folly to try to find them. You are not here to cleanse the haven, sneak past them. The same hovels that make a maze of the folk haven provide endless cover for the adept. Slipping through doors, slinking through the alleys, and leaping from roof to roof, you wade the unspeakables and make your way, at last, to the howdah. You reach the top of the whale's head and stand before the shimmering force field that shields the howdah. A wave of the blue and yellow flag brings it down. Within the pavilion stands a stocky man, barrel-chested and ready. The whale singer. He seems pleasantly surprised to see you. Behind him, white-mouthed tubes rise up from the whale's hide, and past them is the flat expanse of the whale's brow. Not so far beyond are the cliffs, the cannons, and the city. The whale singer's voice booms when he speaks, his words accented like the speaker's. I do not know you, stranger, but you have braved the unspeakables and come bearing the speaker's blessing. I await your words. Give him the inoculation. You quickly explain that the healer has given you and hand the inoculation to the whale singer. He presses the needle through his skin, blending the serum with his blood. There is no charge or wonderment worked by the injection, no hesitancy lies behind his treatment, nearly a child's life. All the same, the whale singer nods and thanks you. You have safeguarded my song, and thus the haven. Tell him he must turn the whale before it's destroyed. With a gesture of the cannons bristling on the not-so-distant cliffs, you warn the singer of what will come if the whale is not turned. Trusting in the speaker's flag and the clear truths of your words, he gives a quick nod and turns to the tubes rising from the whale flesh. It's an uncanny song he sings, inhuman and at the same time heart-achingly intimate. At once, the whale begins to turn, heaving its huge bulk away from the city and back to the open seas. And then the song ends, and the whale singer takes a long swig from the flask chained to his belt. It is done. Seconds later, the collar around your neck flickers and a voice whispers to you alone. Do not let it turn back. Return to your doll. Why would we kill them? They're already going back, right? They are not going to turn back. Return to your doll. You race down the whale's head and leap into your doll. With a swift slash, you cut the harpoon loose. Moments later, the whale is already dwindling into the distance. Whatever fates awaits the folk and the unspeakables, it will be resolved at sea, far from the city you were sent to protect. As you slip from its shadow, the indigo waves turn azure. Your collar trembles and the voice returns. You should have cut deeper. Then silence. The wind bears you back towards home. You do not bother to watch the vanishing whale with a dying village on its back. Far along ahead of you grows the great city of Sagas Cliffs, its buildings, then its people, coming slowly into view. They are safe for now. Why would we kill the navigator? They were already turning back. Alright. So, we already have concentration specialized. What happens if I use another one? Wow, double specialized. Yeah, if it was red. It was red. We made it double specialized. Okay. Cool. Now we need to get rid of these cultists. If the bloom is really a god, why does it need human help at all? He frowns confused. The need is plain. Can you look upon the swollen flesh of that house and tell me that a poison doesn't fester inside? She dares? No, she simply does not understand. Did the bloom ask for your help? His mouth quivers. It spoke to me of its need. I heard his voice in my mind. So your god is too weak and impotent to deal with Iox itself? Is that what you're saying? Okay, this is going to be...
I'll remember that.
No, I would never. The Devourer will surely break through his defense on its own. He licks his lips, glancing at his followers out of the corners of his eyes. Perhaps you're right. Give it time, sweet time, for Iox's defenses to crumble. Then the bloom will dissolve him bit by bit, a more satisfying and than brute violence, yes. He nods his decision made. We will watch and wait, and I shall record his end in scripture when it comes. The Bloom cultists have agreed to leave you
Making a
alone.
note.
The Abs rise within. His left eye googles at you momentarily. Extraordinary claims demand proof. He steps to the door and peers outside. He waits for a moment, closes the door, and turns back to you. They had regarded this home an Ioxu, but their clamor ended. Tight smiles color their faces, but no longer do they hurl imprecations. Imprecations? My gratitude, I believe, is in order. Accept this, let no debt stand. That stand. Presses something small into your hands. Nanospirits reanimate the muscles of a humanoid corpse to fight by your side. Oh. Tell me again how to deactivate the automatons like your bodyguard. Your service in protection against the Bloom's worshippers calls for an exchange of knowledge. Better still, bide. He takes over to his workbench and his hands disappear in a blur of moments. Take this. He presses a long, thin strip of metal into your hand, inlaid with tiny circuits and emitting a light that makes your eyes hurt. As it sits on your palm, the ink burns into your skin and metal dissolves. Worry not, a function of the device. Slide your hand into any exposed joint. Let yourself be impaled within. The ink will call these words to mind. He growls strange syllables. Your blood carries the overload mechanism now. It transfers energy via the Torvus mechanism. I think I'll just... Well, we'll keep it for now.
Yes?
Yeah, exactly. Let's give you a speed edge. It is it really? Where is it? Encephalon of subjugating revivification. I'll go back to waits for prey. I saw another construct that looks like you. It's in the house of Ioxu, not far from here. The last of my sibling comrades, yes, I'm aware of his presence in the Tinkerer's house. The multicolored lights flash from the construct's head in quick and agitated succession. We came to this place together, two brothers in arms seeking respite from the unrelenting memories that tormented us both, but he chose a different path than mine. A different path? Tinkerer put his hands in my sibling comrade's brain, pulled the memories out, and with them the mind and thoughts and the means to think. Now my brother in arms is a gutted shell, a scarecrow, standing in the last Tinkerer's house to frighten off the Raven Man. Thus has he found peace. The last world is barely a hiss filled with contempt. Is that so different from what you see? It is. The resonant voice is strong and certain. I seek to forget my past and start again. In that possibility, no matter how remote, there is hope. To leave behind this warrior's life that makers chose from you. My brother in arms, there is no hope at all. I'm not gonna. Why would I want to disable this thing? It's doing some good, providing a good service for the folk of the bloom, the innocent folk of the bloom. Examine the compartment again. So did I lose my chance to get a new power source for this dagger? Possibly by pulling this thing out, I may have lost my chance of completing this dagger. Oh well. I wouldn't want to use the dagger anyway. Little Niliash. Sign reads this way to Little Niliash in a difficult to understand scroll. These three humanoids wear intricately carved armor that makes them look like undersea dwellers of legend. You cannot recall having seen the material from which they are shaped either. Though the suits are bulky, their wearers move with a strange and fluid grace. You might have mistaken them for monsters, but their leader is unhelmed and appears human. She has close cropped hair, an angular face, and her jaw is clenched, as if she were subconsciously chewing on a problem. At your approach, she gives you an irritated glance. You address the Jemadar Araki. Speak what you need or be gone.
Making a note.
Then she considers her words. Ordinarily, hospitality is ours. Forgive this one. The moat to our anchorage is closed. She indicates the hideous tentacled mouth that lies dead in the center of the platform. Another way we must find. Have you word for open mouths that lead to our station? She lowers her voice. Beseech you, even trapped here with the supplies we purchased for our compatriots. This world is getting to me and the frustration of speaking in a foreign tongue. If you want me to help, you need to answer some questions. Her jaw unclenches by the smallest fraction. Naturally, this one will seek to provide informative truth. How did you come to be trapped here? Left the anchorage where our ancestors have searched for centuries, so to resupply as we have so many times before. Upon return, the way was closed. Again, she indicates that move at her feet. Worried now my comrades may suffer without us. Or worse, what if our ship returns while we are absent? No, that's too terrible a thought. Tell me about your anchorage. Ah, all the refuge we have ever known. We await the ship that will end our mission and take us home. Captain Janur commands us. If you find the mole and speak to her, perhaps she can tell you more. In a way, I suppose the anchorage is our home. After all, we have never known another. Why should I go look for mouse? This one hoped you would know. We are strangers here. Buying supplies is all we know, not hunting mouse. She looks down at the dead mow on the platform. Here was the mow that led to our anchorage. Here it had been for many years, yet on our return, dead. I'll see what I can do, farewell. Okay. Observance spec. These storage jugs contain a slimy viscous fluid. A tendril balloon flesh skirms around in one of them. Words dance across the face of this scroll in a script so tiny you can't quite make it out, only the title is legible, The Chronicles of Chila the Great, Volume 6. Cramped writing loops around this scroll in strange patterns and shapes. The only text you can read clearly is the title, The Chronicles of Chila the Great, Volume 2. This shelf holds a number of odd offerings, a skull, a sealed jar, some candles, a metal cup, and the shriveled remains of a small hairless creature. Rumpled blankets and rags lie on the floor, exuding a sour, sweaty odor. This is probably where some of the cultists sleep. This polished skull is chipped and pierced in many places. Oddly, it has no teeth, suggesting that it has swallowed its prey whole. It's not clear if the items on this table are intended for food preparation or ritual display, or both. Let's check this. A slab of pitted stone sits in the center of the shrine, heaped with a motley display of offerings. Judging by the accumulated dust and filth, it has been here for decades or longer. Examine the offerings. The objects on the slab are a bizarre mixture of trophies left by visitors to the shrine. Many of the offerings appear to be food of the most ghastly nature: candied eyeballs, amputated fingers, and claws in little cakes and pies, and puddings made from the other unidentifiable organs, probably all harvested from vanquished foes. You also see broken weapons, severed limbs, and a scattering of silver items, little pots, cutlery, buttons, and other discarded scraps of the metal. People have obviously been leaving their offerings here for some time, and everything is a jumbled mess. Your sharp eyes catch sight of tiny bloom tendrils that snake along the surface of the slabs, attaching themselves to the offerings. They writhe and undulate as if feeding upon them, yet the offerings bear no physical signs that they've been touched. Well, I'm going to take a short break. I'll be back in a few minutes. I'm also going to run the ad, so thank you for your patience with those. I'll see you soon.
Come on,
Come here! Come here! You can't run away forever. I'm gonna get ya. I'm gonna get ya. Come here.
Put the weapon down. Put the weapon down.
Hey.
Same old story. Very clever.
What? What? Look, I was looking at chat. I was looking at the chat. How are you alive?
He's had enough.
You're very probably
There you go. That's what you get.
There was a time when things would have gone very different.
No. Did I just cook the guy? I hope not. You might want to get into those cells. It's his fault. Why is he standing there? Are you serious? Do I have to kill you? We could have talked about this, you know?
Eat this! If you could just go and talk to the Bedine, maybe they would allow us to restock our water supply.
You know why you cannot deal with problems like this, Katriana? That is because you don't move away from your stop like 2 meters. If you would just, you know, go around, look around, walk around, you would probably solve some problems yourself. Okay.
It's a big one. I have no idea what that is.
That revenant is trouble. This is so funny for some reason, I don't know. Sorry, chat. Okay, let's go. I can never hit these. Well, I killed it. Alright, let it be known in all history books that we won because I was amazing and I played amazingly. I was a tactical genius, and Christoph is very strong because I built the character in an amazing way, because I'm amazing, and not because cheesing or due to the bugs at all. No, sir. We are definitely in a much better situation now, but what do we... You know what? These weapons they use, they are not that deadly. They are not that deadly. We are not getting one shot immediately. Oh. Honey would be her. I don't care, he's dead. What gallery was that? You know what I just did? I just closed the game window, thinking it's the computer in the game. But it was actually the actual game window that I closed. Wow. Wow, Mitral. Okay, if you want backseats, you need to have at least 5 years of backseating experience in an established company.
How you doing?
Preferably an international company. And bring me 2 referrals from said company. Attach them to your resume. And don't call us, we'll call you, okay?
Next 242 just boosted
No.
Sacred.
That knife is not going to cut it. Get it? Cut it?
I told you I had a plan.
I'm very funny. Oh, okay. So Alt. What is this? What's this? What's happening? Definitely the best implemented system is swimming. Yeah, exactly. So how do you swim?
Next 242
That was my
just
best
boosted
bear
Legend
impression.
of Grimrock 2.
Ooh, my heat setting is getting awfully high. Let's go somewhere a little more romantic. Let's show me your skills.
Next 242 just boosted Black Sun.
Are they cooked? No. Come on, cook my bread.
No.
Are they cooked? They're not cooked. Come on, cook the bread. Toast the bread. This is getting awkward. Is the bread toast? No. It's flashing fast.
Hi.
Don't pick at it, Max. It's too hard to get back in the socket.
Jimmy, I don't know how I got here, but I'm sorry for all the things I said. Don't worry, baby. Now that you're back in my life, nothing can stop me now. I'm unbeatable.
Thanks for the glove, Jimmy.
I'm feeling full of the Christmas spirit already.
Where to, Sam?
Alright, I'm back. Hello, Nix. Hello, Banana. Welcome. Good to see you both. Hope you're having a good Saturday. Kingmaker Steam key is region locked. Weird. Unless it was bought in Russia or
Welcome
something.
back.
Like, if it was both in the States or
Nectar of the gods.
anywhere in Europe, it shouldn't be region locked for you. But sorry to hear that, Bobo. So, what are you planning to do? Do you have any plans? Thanks for the hydrate, Parrot. I'll drink some more. Could you ask how it was acquired, the key? Maybe that will clarify some stuff. Looking for some sort of jailbreak. Is that even possible in Steam? I don't think it is. If it was bought in a cheaper region, or it's from Humble Bundle. If it's from Humble Bundle, it shouldn't be region locked for Europe. Welcome back, Thor. How did the shopping go? That's really weird. Humble Bundle
The
usually...
flames hunger for the blistering of flesh.
Another Ignis? Second Ignis today. Humble Bundle keys are usually work in European regions. I'm assuming you're in European region. Grimrock 2? Nix, do you actually want to boost Grimrock 2? Because it's not in the list, you would have to nominate it. The first one is in the list. Would you like to boost that instead, or would you also like to nominate Grimrock 2 and boost that? Humans 1? That's fine. Thank you, Nix. Black Sun should be Dark Sun. Okay. Thank you for the boost, Nix. Much appreciated. For instance, you bought some chocolate muffins on sale, which are basically cupcakes without frosting. We call them muffins so they don't seem so sinful. I think I know what you're talking about. Enjoy them, though. Enjoy them. I enjoy muffins, but I can only eat like one at most. And with frosting, I cannot eat any. That's too much sugar for me. But chocolate muffins without, you know, cupcakes without frosting, it sounds like something I would eat once, maybe. Enjoy it. Enjoy it. All right, let's go back. Observant spec Bloom cult is Ragman. Let's talk to the observant spec. How have I been enjoying the Bloom? It's really weird. It's been interesting to meet all sorts of these weird characters. And I'm not sure what to expect from a lot of stuff. You know, Bloom is a living thing. We will have to travel through it. We have already done one thing that would piss it off. We stood by Ioxu and sent the cultist away, so that is -1 point with the Bloom. So I don't know, it's really curious, this area. All of the dialogues seem also awkward. I'm having trouble imagining what will come up next. I usually can somehow guess the outcome of my decisions or something. At least have an idea of what they might serve. But not here. Not here. It's really a weird area. Very mysterious. And I think we have already missed one chance to nominating Bloom. Or if it ever actually talks, communicates in some way. You're hoping it does. We'll see, I guess. We'll see. Maybe. Well, it does. It does. It doesn't really communicate. Hey Scar, cool Hobbit house. Yeah, Hobbit house made of actual flesh. And viscera and blood and tendrils. Yeah. Welcome, Scar. The bloom does make sounds when you are traveling through the what was it called? The device from Mila West to the bloom in the dark scene. The sounds are, I think, the bloom sound. So it has sound there. It's not real kind of communication and you don't understand what it's saying. But it is the bloom sounds, if I'm guessing correctly, if I'm understanding correctly. It may not be, but I think it is. And there's certainly a lot that is said about the bloom that we can quote from other characters. So it's possible. But what is the bloom? Is the bloom evil? Is the bloom good? What is it? It is a growing being. Possibly neutral. It does harbor grudges, that's for sure. It doesn't really care about its inhabitants either. But it grants favors, it actively tries to avenge or take revenge on those who hurt it. So it has consciousness. I don't know, it is a character, I suppose. It would be in this 666. Just need to think about a good quote to describe it and maybe catch a nice sound, rip a nice sound about it. I don't know. Keep a lookout, it would be interesting. The thing is, I don't know what kind of image we would we would find for the bloom, right? It's a whole big area where many people live in. Maybe if we can go into its heart, like it was mentioned, the heart, maybe at some point we'll go into its heart. The heart could be some image, I don't know. In a shadowy corner of the shrine lurks an old woman, so tiny and unremarkable that she blends into the gloom. Get a nice looking sphincter. This one. She's been watching you since you arrived, following you with bright, intense eyes. You notice that one of her arms is missing at the elbow. She's here. Greetings. The whispers told me you were coming, cast off. They often do, when someone they regard as interesting finds their way into the bloom. Her voice is soft and shifting, as if everything she says is echoed by the chittering voices of the bloom. Suddenly she's at your side, one small hand touching your arm. Her eyes probe yours. Did you come here with purpose? Do you know what place this is? You realize that this shrine does feel familiar, as if you, or perhaps the changing god, have been here before. Try to remember. Wow, our 2-point anamnesis is having trouble getting 100% with 4 edge. Let's go 90%. You scan the room, searching for anything that might seem familiar. A metallic gleam catches your eyes from the nearby slab of stone. It lies partly buried beneath a motley pile of offerings, but the unusual shape of the metal sparks a memory. The old woman follows your gaze. He left that as an offering, your sire did, when he was here. You can almost feel the weight of the device in your hand. With a sudden jarring clarity, you see the chamber as it was 40 years past, when the changing god stood before a group of robbed bloom cultists, offering the device in trade for information. And in the corner, an elderly woman, bird-like, with shining eyes, this woman you just met. Or somehow much like her, was at the shrine then too. He pored over every scroll, she whispers, half to herself, wanting to learn how Chila forged a friendship with the bloom, a bond that imposed no price upon her, or so he thought. And now here you are, in the shrine of Chila the Great, Chila Silverskin, Chila the Bride of the Hammer, and I'm her observant spec. So the more I think about this, the more I think that the current Memovira could be the first cast-off. It would be very interesting if she was able to keep her identity from others, but then again, she doesn't really show herself. It would be very interesting if Matkina didn't know she was the first cast-off, but it's not out of the realm of possibility that she somehow kept her identity, and no one knows first cast-off is alive apart from a few people, and maybe she became the Memovira to try and forge a friendship with the Bloom like the Changing God did, to try and use it, because the Bloom is a natural enemy of the Sorrow, and she tries to save the cast-offs from the Sorrow and also work against the Changing God, right? So I think it might be a possibility. We'll see, I guess. When the Changing God was here, what did he want from the Bloom? Create a portal to another world, a place called the Ascension. Ah. He believed that the crystals of that world would save him from death, so he descended to the Bloom's heart and forged a bond of sorts. From that bond, a new Mo was born. It took your sire to the world he sought. She purses her lips. But for every bond, Bloom always exacts a price. If it could not feast upon your sire, then it will find a way to devour one of his offspring. More than one, perhaps. Her eyes glitter. I wonder if the Bloom is actually trying to eat us, because we know the Bloom is hungry for someone. We don't know who. But she started changing and hunting after one person, one specific person. We were talking to the guide. He said he didn't know who it might be. So if the Changing God forged a bond and failed or refused to pay for it, and if it will exact the price from an offspring, who better than us, like the last one? Maybe it has been changing in anticipation of our arrival, because everyone seems to know that we would come here anyway. So the Blue might have something personal against us. We'll see, I guess. We'll see. What can you tell me about Chila? Stories, she murmurs, passed from one speck to the next. So many stories told by so many tongues, too many to hold in my head, but the Bloom remembers, and it whispers in my ears to remind me. Tell me where Chila came from. The speck closes her eyes and cocks her head like a bird's, as if listening to the voice of the Bloom. As she begins to speak, the faint chitters and whispers that always underlie her words grow louder, twisting them around in your head and spawning images in your mind's eye. Speak to me, whispers. Tell me again about Chila. Look up, high on the cliffs, a sturdy little house. The cliffs of Sagas flash before your eyes, crowded with old ramshackled homes. They cling to the rocks like spindly crabs high above the sea. One of them catches your eye, a pretty little house, freshly painted blue and green, in a solid nook of stone. A man and a woman dwell inside, a father and a mother. 2 children they have, a girl and a boy. Now you can see the people too. The girl is tall for her age, robust and strong. Her brother is small and cautious and quick. Keep listening. One day the father pulls a treasure from the sea. You can see the man in a fishing boat holding a silvery cylinder out of his net, looking at it in wonder. He brings it home to his family. What shall I do with this artifact, he wonders, for I am a simple man, not a wizard or a sage. The man glances out the window of his house and sees his two children playing in the street. Artifacts bring trouble, he says to himself, and I have a family to protect. I'll bring this treasure to the boss of the town, and she will thank me for it. So the next day the man gathers the treasure in a sack and sets out for the manor at the top of the cliffs. His daughter Chila wants to go with him, but he shakes his head and goes alone. Many weeks pass, the man never returns from the manor on the hill. Chila asks everyone she knows, but no one has seen her father. One day, just as she and her brother leave their house in the morning, they hear a crash behind them. In your mind's eye, you can see the pretty little house pulling away from the cliff, its wooden supports snapping like twigs, bursting apart as it falls towards the sea. It strikes you as strange that this house, seemingly kept so much better than its neighbors, should collapse so suddenly. The children race back along the road only to find that their house is gone and their mother lies dead among the rocks. As her brother curls up in the street and weeps, Chila stands behind them, gazing towards the manor at the top of the cliffs. I know you did this, she whispers, and I know what you did to my father. The treasure you took from him is my birthright, and I will have it back. That's what drove her, vengeance. Not vengeance, a desire to be extraordinary. The Spec's voice is quiet again. The whispers receded, and you sense that these words are truly her own. Sheila believed that her parents were easy victims because no one knew who they were. If they had been prominent and well-known, the boss of Sagas wouldn't have dared to harm them. But they were small and simple folk, so no one cared when they died. For what else matters but to be known? The changing god also knew this. More silver characters. Tell me how Chila found her way to the bloom. Once again, the Spec cocks her head and closes her eyes. When she speaks, the chitters and whispers of the bloom spark images in your mind, and you can almost see the events she describes. Speak to her as well, the cast-off. Show her the truth of the past. Look up, up. Two orphans climb the cliffs toward the manor high above. In your mind's eye, you see a brother and a sister in their late teens as they scale the sheer cliffs of Sagas. Above them, carved from the natural rock, looms a great walled house. It belongs to a woman, the boss of Sagas and mistress of the bloom, she who killed their parents and took their birthright for herself. The girl is Chila, tall, broad-shouldered, and flamboyantly dressed, like a glittering gem against the dull stone of the cliffs. The boy is her brother, Shade, slender and quick, cowled in black. Through the unguarded window they climb, slipping into the garden beyond. There at its heart is the artifact, their birthright. In your mind's eye, Chila and Shade crouch on a ledge. You can see the artifact as they must have a metallic cylinder fitted into a strange device. She leans forward, so eager to see what is rightfully hers, but the ground turns slick and she falls, toppling into the garden, close enough to the artifact that she can almost reach, but she's snared in a net of rainbow light. You can see Chila crumpled under the strange net, trapped, calling for her brother. Shade watches from the shadows. He makes no move to help. Betrayal, hisses the Spec, led into a trap by her twin. But if she couldn't have the artifact, at least she could touch. The Spec's voice strains, and as it does so, you can feel Chila straining, reaching a hand through the net. As her finger brushes the artifact, it flares with brilliant lights, and it's gone. But not gone, not really, is part of Chila now, changing her slowly from within. She can sense the change, but she doesn't know what it means, not yet. Not as they lead her anyway. You catch a glimpse of Chila being led in chains from the great house. She's cast into the bloom as a slave, and there, the Spec smiles softly and warm, she meets me. But it wasn't really you, right? No, not me, not me. She shakes her head slowly, as if she isn't certain of her own words. It was another woman called the Spec, my namesake, the insignificant Spec. That's who she was back then. Tell me what Chila did to warrant such respect. In the dark, in the bleeding guts of the bloom, a score of young women crouch in a cell carved from the living flesh of the bloom. You can barely see the girls in your mind's eye, thin and tired, huddled against the fleshy walls, bound in chains. Who they were before doesn't matter, they are slaves now, doomed to labor in the dark. One day someone new is brought to their cell and chained beside a small girl who calls herself the Spec. The old woman smiles. The new slave says her name is Chila. Even in chains, she meets the guard's eyes, and they look away. Already the bloom whispers in her ears. Chila places her hands upon his flesh and strikes apart. You owe us, Chila whispers to the bloom, for the slaves you've eaten, for the Spec's arm that you devoured. You owe us something in return. The flesh trembles beneath her hand and opens. Beyond is a chamber full of weapons. You catch a glimpse of Chila passing blades and stranger armaments to the other girls in her cell. Chila picks a glowing hammer for herself, or maybe the bloom does. It fits her hands like it was made for her, and it never leaves her side again. Then we gather together and make our plan to escape. When all of us are ready, Chila starts hammering on the door or to our cell. The guards come running and we fall upon them, cutting them down, tearing them apart. Then Chila leads us from our prison, and we pour into the market, gathering more and more slaves to her banner. We kill every monster we can find. In the market, we decide to make our stand. Chila knows that her enemy, the boss of Sagas, the woman who killed her parents and turned her brother against her, can't ignore us. We form up into ragged lines, then we hear them. The roar of the soldiers, the tread of heavy boots getting closer, closer. Somehow you can hear them too, along with the terrified murmurs of the slaves as they grip their weapons and prepare to fight for their lives. Noise, confusion. The Spec's eyes are still closed, but she staggers back, raising a hand to defend herself against an invisible attack, as if she thinks she's in the midst of a battle. You can faintly hear the screams and cries, the clank of steel on steel. I stand by Chila's side when the battle is joined. I try to guard her back, but she's struck, first by an arrow, then by a blade. Whenever they cut her flesh, silver scales grow over the wound, and she keeps on fighting. Chila knows why. When she touched the artifact, her birthright, it became part of her, changed her, so that she cannot be killed. She smiles, raises her hammer, crushes the skull of every soldier who stands against her. A shadow presses overhead. Is her traitorous brother, Shade, soaring on wings of flesh and steel, come to kill her at last. He strikes her once, twice, and again. The Spec's voice goes quiet. Each time, silver scales grow to cover the wounds. Instead of getting weaker, Chila grows stronger. She grabs him by the foot and smashes him into the ground. But instead of killing him, she speaks to him. It's a whisper, and I can't hear what she says, but Shade begins to weep. When she lets him go, he stays on the ground. The battle is won, and the enemy soldiers are running. Chila goes to face the woman who killed her parents. I leave you with your life, she tells her, but not your name. Get out of here and never come back. You can almost see the broken woman, a feared warlord only hours before, fleeing alone and in shame from the battle. The Spec pauses and opens her eyes. That's where the story ends. Our enemy fled, and the bloom was ours. Sagas Cliffs was ours. Chila became the first Memovira. We ended the trade in slaves, and Chila ruled Sagas and all the lands around for half a century, until the bloom called her to its heart. What happened to Chila's enemy, the boss of Sagas? She was forgotten. Some of the slaves said they followed her, thinking to kill her despite Chila's promise of safe passage, but before they had a chance she vanished. She escaped to another world, or was eaten by the bloom. A mischievous smile plays at the old woman's lips. I prefer to think the latter. You keep saying we as if you were there. She blinks. I see the memories as if I was there, as if I was her, the first Spec, but I couldn't have been there, it was too long ago. The bloom called Chila to its heart, what does that mean? Its whispers called her, and she disappeared into the depths. Maybe it took her to another world, or maybe she still lives down there. One day she'll return for her Spec, I'm sure of that. The whispers wouldn't lie. She will return for one Spec, perhaps not me, but someday. Chila ended the trade in slaves, but now it's returned. In a different form, yes, the old slave-holding families bided their time for generations, marrying themselves into the new leading families of freed slaves. They found ways to justify slavery as a punishment for the wicked. So it is with the wealthy and powerful. They are more like bloom flesh than they'd care to admit. Stubborn, enduring, difficult to kill. I want to know more about you. Her small hand unfolds the stump of her missing arm, a self-conscious gesture. I'm only a Spec, a mote of dust easily missed, nothing important save for the words I speak, the stories I tell to those who would hear them. But I observe much that passes in the bloom, and I still hear more in its whispers. The whispers you hear are the voice of the bloom? So they are, her eyes glitter. A lot of people hear them, but none as clearly as me. How did you lose your arm? I didn't, she did, the first Spec, the insignificant one. Alright, but how did she lose her arm? Eaten by the bloom, it was taken in her sleep, cauterized at the elbow, just like she stops herself, appearing confused. You were sure she was about to say mine, just like the stories say. No, mine wasn't eaten, it was nothing. What was I thinking about? Tell me again how you lost your arm. Okay, she doesn't seem to be aware that she doesn't have her arm. Weird. Is this a place of worship? Not really. People come to be close to the bloom. People come to be close to the bloom because its mind is strong here. They leave offerings. She waves her stump at the nearby slab. Valuables they've stolen, trophies of their kills. Proof that they're hunters, not prey. Are you a leader or a priestess? She laughs aloud. Me? Making speeches, punishing the sinful? No, I'm only a Spec. They let me stay here, and I tell them stories, that's all. Perhaps they think of me that way, part of their illusion, I suppose. What sort of people leave offerings? Bloom cultists most of all, but also guides, scavengers, merchants who fear to lose their precious cargo, travelers from another worlds, and the Memovera before she lost the favor of the Bloom. She'd heaped the offering stone with the heads and hands of those she killed. So haughty she was back then, so sure the Bloom loved her and things would never change. The old woman tisks, nothing is forever in the Bloom. What do the Bloom cultists believe? That the Bloom is a god, not a very kind or benevolent one, of course. Not a very kind or benevolent one, of course. She smiles. Some people seek an illusion of safety by redefining the thing that they fear. Who leaves offerings? Does the Bloom respond better to thieves and murderers? She shrugs. Sometimes it pays more attention to them. Whether you want the attention of the Bloom is another question. Predators is perhaps a better term for what it wants. Those who prey like it preys. May I sleep here? If you don't mind the stink of the moldering blankets, they won't mind you. She holds out a tiny hand, but hospitality has a price. 45 shins for each guest. So this is cheaper. This is cheaper. That the other one is 65, but it is cleaner and possibly if we helped the innkeeper, maybe we'll get a like a discount. Look more closely at the device that was left by the changing god. Only one end of the device protrudes from underneath some other offerings, its sharp edges glinting azure in the flickering lights of the shrine. You are certain it belonged to the changing god, and you suspect that it's a Merecaster. Oh, interesting. Let's see if we can steal it. Big fingers. Okay, Tiber is a good one to do this with. I could use Eritis as well. 90%. I have so many speed points, I could even use myself, but it's stuck at 75. If I use Tiber, I will be out of my final 4 points. Let's use Eritis. Ah, 90% failure. Oh no. You wait until the spec's attention briefly shifts away, then you begin to reach for the Merecaster. Were you thinking of taking it back, cast off? The spec appears at your elbow, a mischievous smile on your face. That device was offered as a gift, so another gift must be provided in return. Yeah, it does. Even as she speaks, you notice tendrils of bloom flesh rising quickly from the floor, and others even smaller, curling from the surface of the flap, fastening themselves around the Merecaster. The old woman closes her eyes, listening to the voice of the bloom. A weapon, one that can cut open a maw, that's what it wants. Transdimensional blade, the fewer of those that are lying around, the better. From the bloom's point of view. Never tell me the odds? Well, we were told the odds and we failed. Leave the blade on the offering table and the bloom will release your sire's device. A fair trade, very fair. You know, I would keep this outcome, but I don't think we can find the power source now. I think we broke it apart. So I don't think there's a way to fix this. I'm going to have to reload and retry that because I want to see what that Merecaster is about. Let's do that. I don't understand why the game isn't just giving me all the 90% chances. 90% is as good as 100%, right? It needs to work.
You like cheese?
I love cheese. Oh, critical success as well. See, my cheese is rewarded. You wait until the spec's attention briefly shifts away, then seize the device from the slab, careful not to knock any of the other offerings around. The spec turns back towards you, eyes glittering, and you think you hear a faint hissing, growling noise beneath the whispers of the bloom. Even though she says nothing, you suspect that she and the bloom know what you did. The device is cylindrical in shape, wrought from azure steel with curved, sharpened projections on all sides, making it difficult to hold. It feels familiar to you, like a family heirloom that you only heard about in stories but always pictured in your mind. Somehow you know that it's a Merecaster. We continue to make the bloom angry. And it's fine. I want it that way. I want to see what happens if you make the bloom angry. This device is cylindrical in shape.
It's fine.
Wrought from azure steel, its curved sharpened projections make it difficult to hold. Use it. You withdraw the mirror caster and hold it before you. A sour thirst immediately overtakes you, nameless and persistent. Your hands shake, your throat is dry, drier than the sun bleeds. Oh, is this the memory of the changing god when he traveled through the desert to an oasis and tried to help the folks in there going into the cave? And I think losing something there, right? The skin on his hands, I think. Negative outcome makes no sense, absolutely unacceptable, but the real positive outcome is not. it wasn't a negative outcome. I was thinking before that if I was able to fix the blade, maybe there might be some way to give it as an offering here to the bloom. I honestly had that in mind, but the thing is, I really don't want to cut the wall open. I want to find other ways to do that, but I don't think we can fix it anymore because we don't have a power source. The Katina we have already broken apart, I think. I checked there after getting the hilt of the blade, and no, the blade, it's lacking the hilt, I think. I'm confused now. I cannot get the power source from the Katina, and I don't think there's another power source anywhere, so I don't think we can actually fix the blade. So we wouldn't be able to take the mirror caster. That's why I reloaded. Otherwise, it was a very good negative outcome to actually keep, because it fits with the other idea I had in my mind, but I don't think we can do it. So the pull of the mirror within this device slides like a polished shining knife through the wretched cravings clutching at your throat. Inspect the mirror caster. Whispers rise from beneath the thirst, thoughts trapped not by the device itself but by the maze of addiction faithfully carved within the hollows of the mirror caster. Wondering, one taste will help me think. Why suffer? Why shouldn't I have what I want? I want this. I deserve this. You lift one hand from the device and the thoughts fade into irritable muttering. Enter the mirror. The first thing you notice is the stifling heat. The dry air feels like it's sucking the life right out of you. You stand in the middle of a crowded street. An enormous blue dome towers in the distance. Over crowded clay and synth-steel buildings, the dome shimmers as the sunlight dances across its surface. Dark men and women jostle past you in brightly colored robes, kicking up dust. Let me turn this down off. Kicking up dust clouds as they go. The dust glitters gold and silver, but it's just dust and it's making you cough. A beggar sits at your feet, her robes far grungier than those of the crowd. The beggar is a thin, gaunt young woman, her skin reddish-brown from what looks like a constant sunburn. Her hair is bleached almost white, and her eyes green with bluish tints. The light reflects on a smooth, polished metal band around her throat. Coin for knowledge, she chants rhythmically in a pleasing voice, rocking gently. Coin for pity, coin for song. She sees you staring. I know you, she says, her normal voice almost as melodious as her chanting. She points at the side of your head. I've seen that tattoo and that uniform. You are one of the lords of the endless battle, aren't you? A cast-off. What business could you have with the Oasis? Try to remember whose life you're in now. Your accoutrements jog your memories. His name is Hiri's Falk, an officer of the 1st Militia. A patch was torn from his uniform, suggesting he is actually a former officer. He was exiled for refusing to murder the innocent cast-offs at Pi orders. It was cruel and not the kind of thing he wanted to be remembered for. He was shocked that Pi would even suggest it. He never did get a satisfactory answer from her as to why. Several ornaments hang from your belt, a metal hand, an electronic eye, a dead power core. They are trophies, Reese's specialties battling constructs and automatons. These ornaments are a source of pride for him. I was exiled for refusing a direct order from my commanding officer. Her eyes widen. What a fascinating story. You know, you might just be the person I'm looking for. I desperately need help, and your particular background is ideally suited. She beckons you closer and leans into your ear. I need your help to sneak into the oasis. Why do you need to sneak into the oasis? First time to Mirajolios, I see. Yes, I have to sneak in. Oh, for a handful of shins I can play tourist for a day. And believe me, I do, whenever I can. But I need to live there, to be part of their waters. Her shoulders droop. But the gibbers make it difficult. They fear what blending the cultures might do. So they place heavy restrictions on who can emigrate. They patrol the borders and monitor the airskin bracelets sold in Jerboa. You must have the connections or money for them to let you in. I have neither. However, she leans in eagerly, if you can avoid their patrols and breathe without a bracelet, as I can, then it is possible. I have a gibber friend who says it's more trouble than it's worth for them to seek out every illegal air breather who slips through their net. It's only the net that is the problem. Why do you want to get into the oasis so badly? She sits back, folding her hands in her lap. You want the story? No, of course you don't. Here's the short, bittersweet version then. You see this? She touches the metal band around her throat. I acquired it some time ago, when I used to live in Sagas Cliffs. I can't say what compelled me to wear it, but... Welcome back, Ash. Hope you had some nice food. She laughs at her own foolishness. I did, and it gave me the most beautiful singing voice, and as an odd bonus, the ability to breathe water. I began to go by the name Tide Singer. Of course it's a command. But what blessing is without its curse? She looks wistfully in the direction of the blue dome. Mine is an overwhelming urge to immerse myself in water. I need it. I ache for it. She squeezes her fists until her knuckles become white. She lets go and sighs. I came here hoping to move into the oasis, but their immigration laws are quite strict. I sing for money here in Jerboa, spending a day in Mirajolios whenever I have enough scraped together. But it's not enough. I need more. Do you have a plan then? She pats the ground next to her and waits until you are sitting down. The tour groups are on our way in. The gibber guards will let anyone with a guide. Of course, the problem is that the guides stick to you like... She searches for the right metaphor, then lets a handful of sand sift through her fingers. Well, like dust. She raises a finger. Except at the menagerie. It's like an underwater museum, but it's so crowded that the guides simply hang out at the entrance. So when we enter Mirajolios with a group, then slip away and hide ourselves in the menagerie until nightfall. A shadow crosses her face. This is the tricky part. The menagerie is guarded by a demon, an automaton from a prior world. She playfully flicks the construct's eye hanging from your jacket. But I suspect you know a thing or two about dealing with those, don't you? With your skills, we should be able to sneak past it no problem. Alright, I'll help you. Her face lights up as bright as her song from before. Thank you, thank you. For a man of your skills, this will be easy, I promise. Get what you need. I'll meet you at the gates in an hour. Then she gets up and practically floats away. Finding the gates of the oasis is simple. All roads radiate from the dome like a hub. The air is cool and fresh near the bubble. This close, the waters appear to rise perfectly vertically. You strain your neck trying to see where they disappear. An energy net shimmers just inside the waters, open only at a single point where several Gibra armed and with barbed glowing spears scrutinize every air breather who tries to enter. Those with bracelets and tour guides are allowed to pass. The rest are turned away. Neem suddenly slaps an airskin bracelet on your wrist. You feel a slight tingle, but nothing more. She points to a group of Jerboans next to a smiling Gibra. Ready? Let's go. Stepping into the oasis is surprising. There is no shield or force holding the waters. You walk into them like you might walk into the sea. Once inside, the tour guide takes you all over the massive city, through the sunken markets, an underwater park, and the government square. Nima's right, she doesn't let you out of her sight once. Finally, you arrive at the menagerie. It's just as crowded as Neem said it would be, filled with creatures and curios, as though it can't decide whether it's a museum or a zoo. It's almost overwhelming, and you don't know what to look at first. Remember, Neem says, her hand gently holding your arm, why we are here. Watch the crowd of tourists. Scores of tourists meander through the menagerie's corridors. The vast majority of them are human, but there are several Gibra and other water-breathing races as well. A soft current seems to carry them from one exhibit to the next. You can feel the pull of the current yourself. though it's trivial to resist it. One tourist hovers to one side, dressed in colorful robes and seemingly more interested in the tourists themselves. His gaze moves back and forth across the crowds, but never on any of the exhibits themselves. Of course, he's simply doing what you are. But what is his reason for observing? Seeing the robed tourists, you scrutinize the other tourists even more carefully, wondering if any others are observing more than just the exhibits. The robed figure appears to be the only one, but you notice something else. None of the tourists, not even the robed figure, are looking up. Even the Gibra treat the menagerie as though it were filled with air, its occupants restrained by gravity. Looking up yourself, you notice a shadowed crevice eye above, hidden behind stone structural supports. It looks just big enough for two people to hide in if you could get there without being noticed. Examine the amulet on a pedestal in the center of the foyer. It's an amulet made of several concentric circles. A thick cord is attached to the outer circle, although it does not appear to pass through the other rings. The circles are just hovering in the center of each other. The plaque on the pedestal says it's called the Talisman of Skorgil. Myth says it belonged to the legendary Baji, believed a prophet of Nikul by the Gibra and a deity by some Jerboans. Its true origins are unknown, but it has belonged to the Giash, the ruling council of the Oasis, for several centuries. You recognize the talisman as a strange artifact from that first memory deep within your mind. The changing god once needed it for something, perhaps to complete the residence chamber itself, though all of that seems irrelevant now. Examine the dangerous-looking water creatures. The plaque calls them lorubs. They are nearly twice as long as a man is tall, with two front flippers and a narrow, tooth-filled mouth. They hum an odd, dissonant tune to each other as they swim by. Neem seems entranced by it. There must be some invisible field between you and them, because they stay back from the onlookers. Excuse me. There's a pocket of air about 2 meters above your head. A few tourists floating there are tossing in treats they have purchased, which the lorubs snap up greedily. Their habitat resembles rocky shoals with several holes and hollows for the lorubs to hide in. The field that separates the lorubs from the tourists must not extend to the air pocket above, because the tourists are reaching right through to toss in their treats. It would be a simple thing to jump in when nobody's looking, but of course, then the lorubs would like to tear you to shreds. Check out the imprisoned fire creatures. These creatures are kept in a cell of air. The ground is black like obsidian, with glowing red nodules here and there. The air in their cells shimmers like a summer day, though you can feel no warmth from where you are. A plaque says these creatures are commonly called fire wights or flame souls, though they are made of neither fire nor spirit. The Iron priests call them knuckles. The creatures feed on water and the life force of living creatures, says the plaque. In their natural habitat, they can control and shape magma into impossible architectures. They see temperatures, not light, so the tourists are nearly invisible to them. Despite what the plaque says, you are certain they are watching you. Take a closer look at the construct near the door. The construct's armor is pitted and scarred, bursting with metal thorns on all sides instead of arms. It has long, killing blades sharpened to a gleaming eye. It appears to be inactive, completely oblivious to you or anything in the menagerie. A feeling of intense loathing rises unbidden as you look upon it. These are not your feelings, you realize, but a visceral response of the person whose body you're in. Take a stroll around the entire building to find a good hiding place. The menagerie is much larger than it looked from the entrance. There are smaller curios and cells located everywhere, including all the way at the back. There's even a cell that the plaque says was once used as a prison for air breathers who broke Mirajolios' most sacred laws. The cell is filled with air. It's empty and dark. It would make the perfect place to hide if you could gain access. There's a hatch that leads into it, tucked away in a dark back hallway, but the hatch is made of thick, heavy steel. You'd have to break the latch to get in. Quick fingers is easier for us. Let's go. Quick fingers, try to unlock the hatch. Oh no! Even if we spend everything, it's 55%. Can I try something else? No. Oh, I got it! I got it. There can't be many bots on Twitch with more commands than the stream. I'm sure there are. I'm sure there are. The lock is complex, like nothing a human has ever built. But after working at it for several minutes, you finally hear a satisfying click from within the door. The latch turns and you shove it open. You and Neem slip into the surprisingly warm air of the cell and close the hatch behind you. Then it's just a matter of waiting for nightfall. Hours pass, tourists and tour guides leave one by one. The guys who don't seem to keep track of who they brought. acting only as chaperones for tourists who wish to return. The remainder are accompanied out at sunset. The menagerie is dark and empty. Sunlight that had been filtering in from translucent rocks in the ceiling is now gone. Only a few fish and rocks still lighten the gloom. You emerge from your hiding place, moving as quietly as possible. But as soon as you reach the main corridor, a metallic voice carries from the direction of the front entrance. Did you think I would not see? Would not know? You will die here tonight. You see the demon around the corner, a construct bristling with spikes and blades. It doesn't seem to have seen you yet, but it knows you are here and it's blocking the exit. You have a beam lance bracer on your forearm, but you suddenly wonder if that will be enough. Try to blind the demon with the beam lance. Ranged weapons, medium weapons. Okay, this is going to be terrible. Going to be terrible. You aim the lance at its head on fire. The beam strikes a glancing blow across the side of the thing's face, doing damage, but not blinding it. This is the first time we had a combat check in Americaster. It turns back and shows an inhuman grin. I was made for this, perfectly designed to kill you. There's no chance you will survive. Before you can react, the demon fires a blast of energy that causes the water surrounding you to burn like fire. You scream in agony. When your vision returns, Neem is still next to you, breathing heavily within her air skin bracelet. It doesn't look like she could take another hit like that. Even you could only survive a short while longer. I will try again. We may have to reload and retry, but... Oh, we got it this time. You aim the beam lance at its head, focusing on the vulnerable optic nerves. You exhale and squeeze your fist, triggering the beam. It strikes the demon directly in the face. The demon's head snaps backwards. When it returns, its face is charred. The eyes dim. Do you think I need to see you to kill you? Come here. Melee weapons, medium weapons. Try to disable the demon with your sword. We are such a bad fighter. Our skills. You swim closer, slicing at vital components on the demon's side. Just as you think you've done it, one of its bladed arms deflects your blow. It's damaged but not disabled. I served the Tabath in their golden age. I hunted down races that your people don't even remember. Did you think I could be taken down so easily by you? The demon zips through the water, its blades gleaming dangerously. You and Neem try to get out of the way, but it's too fast. It twists and spins, splashing you across the back and slicing Neem's throat through her metal collar. 2 clouds of blood burst into the water. Neem is dead, and you are very close to joining her. I'm going to reload, and we may have to save scum this. I don't think this has any bearing on the story or anything. So I don't really mind too much save scumming, not that I usually mind anyway. But I'd like to get a good ending in this. Well, it will be difficult for certain. Let's attack the demon with the beamline. Let's see what happens. Aiming carefully, you fire again at its lower torso. The beam explodes with a blast of light and heat, firing into and then through the demon's body. It's flung backwards through the water, slamming it into the wall behind it. Its eyes dim and it goes silent. Oh, wow, we could have just done this then. With the demon destroyed, there's nothing between you and the exit. You swim out into the cool, liquid night. Stars and a full moon shimmer above you for outside the dome of the oasis. Shadowy mountains rise in the far distance at the edge of the valley. Below you, the rest of Mirajolios is a black expanse. Sadly, Neem will never see it. As you swim down to the surface, 2 shadowy figures fly through the water above you. The moon's reflection shines on them for a brief moment, and you catch a glimpse of 2 cast-off tattoos and an artificial eye. Mazov? The 2 disappear into the menagerie. Any thoughts of following them are quickly snuffed out as something tugs painfully at your guts. Within seconds, Mirajolios fades away for...
I'm ready to learn something new.
Yeah, let's try this again. Let's try to keep Neem alive.
Know that I will aid you if I can, but it may already be too late.
Hey Nebu. How was your stream? Good to see you. Okay, let's go through the same... Well, there are really difficult checks. What if we try the Shadowed Crevice this time? Let's try something different. Stream went fine enough. Finished Skyrim. Oh, congratulations. Well done. Finally done with the whole series. How do you feel? Do you feel bittersweet? Do you feel... Alright, I'm finally done with the scrap? Or do you feel like... I wish there was more? What is it? Maybe something else. Wait for an opportunity, then hide in the Shadowed Crevice above. You point out the crevice to Neem, and she nods, understanding your intent. Wait here, she says. She swings away to a back corridor. You can no longer see her, but in a few moments, a slow melody of seraphic notes flows through the water back to you. You feel enlightened. Wow. I didn't expect that. But in a few moments, a slow melody of seraphic tones flows through the water back to you. The tourist ears perk up, and soon all of them are either looking for the sound or have swum off after it. Immediately, you shove off the floor and tuck yourself away in the crevice. Neem finishes her song and thanks her onlookers. She wanders the menagerie for another 2 or 3 hours before she finds an opportunity to swim up unnoticed herself. Alright, let's try. 50%. Okay, we got it. Attack the demon with the beam lance. You take aim and blast it in the shoulder. It reels back, sparks and debris flying from its all direction, then hovering in the water around it. It's wounded, but not enough to slow it down. The demon zips through the water towards you, blades extended, but without its optic centers, it's easy for you to get out of its way. Attack the demon again. Thank you for being here, Bogu. Have a good rest of your day. You blast it in the waist, it doubles over, more shards of gleaming metal dancing away in the dark water. When it comes back up, there's a gaping hole in its armor. If you're lucky, one more shot there will finish it off. The demon zips through the water towards you, blades. Okay, attack the demon again. Okay, we killed it. With the demon destroyed, and we didn't take any damage this time. Stars and a full moon shimmer above you from outside the dome of the oasis. Shadowy mountains rise in the far distance at the edge of the valley. Below you, the rest of Mirajolios is a black expanse. Neem snaps off her bracelet and breathes deep of the waters. Thank you, she says, her voice even clearer now without the airskin. She puts a hand on your cheek and whispers, I owe you more than you know. It's not much, but I know something that might help you. Your commander Pyrekin is not what she appears. There's someone else pulling the strings above her. She shrugs, embarrassed. It's all I have to give you. I'm sorry. Maybe you can use it somehow. Oh, okay, so this story had some bearing on the main story. Possibly. She darts forward and kisses you on the cheek, then she swims off into the inky black. You make your own way down to the surface. As you do, you notice 2 shadow figures fly. Okay, we read that part.
I'm ready to learn something new.
Merecaster is very weird. You don't really know how or if they connect to the main story at all.
Yes.
They usually add to the lore. A lot of them. A lot of these optional ones, at least. Less extra effort is most important now.
Or remember it.
Alright, let's save. Let's stop the timer. I'm going to run the ads. 3 minutes or so of ads, and I shall see you right after those. Okay, there's still a ton in this place. There are the 3 slums that we haven't visited at all. The slave blocks, the surgeon place, and mutant place. Would someone be able to tell me if I have any time critical quests?
Nebuka just boosted Deus Ex 2.
If I wanted the rest, would that be safe?
Nebuka just boosted Daggerfall. Nebuka just boosted Dark Sun.
Thank you for the boost, Nebu. Yes, not okay. Well, we'll try not to rest then. The pools are getting dangerously low though. Yeah. We talked to them. I sided with Iogsu. That was timed. You're not seeing anything else in the room does. Okay. Thank you, Thor. So we can rest. We can safely rest. Oh, really? Except one thing that's actually requires you to rest once before it becomes unlocked. Well, I mean, I will rest at some point and we'll see what unlocks. Welcome back, everyone. So, with that Marecaster done, the old woman knows waving you closer, her eyes glitter in semi-darkness. Okay. He isn't angry. But probably the bloom is. We got nothing to talk about. So you say, but maybe we do. Alright, so old slave like surgeon slump, little Nilyash. I want to first go to the surgeons.
Yes. Maybe no. Maybe both.
Probably neither. Probably neither. Alright, this is a smaller area. A pair of bored-looking soldiers in filthy uniforms bar your way. Blue and silver markings are still visible under the grime, but only just. Their weapons, on the other hand, are clean, well-maintained, and appear to have seen serious use. You found another quest that you haven't encountered yet? That's possibly time-sensed. Ah. Well, maybe I should rest before encountering it. The guards glance at each other for the barest fraction of a second, and then, hiding a smirk, the first one says, Parrot, could you let me know if I find that quest, would you let me know? Welcome to Surgeon Slump, under the protection of Artaglio's irregulars. Here to see one of our fine medical professionals? It'll only cost you two. He breaks off suddenly. No fee, I beg your pardon. A bleeding cast-off. Artaglio won't be happy about this. K3, you just lost 95 success rolls, almost back-to-back. You're trying to murder your unpreferred heirs. Standard stuff. Yeah. I remember that happening a lot to Nebu as well. Guaranteed assassination checks 99% chance, and it fails, of course. Why aren't you charging me anythings? His eyes are fixed on your tattoo. I'm sorry, you'll have to speak to our captain, Artaglio. He and his companion turn away, pointedly avoiding your gaze. There's a mall here. We've got a hilt without a blade, we've got broken hearts, we've got find them out that leads to the lost anchorage, we've got find the missing patrols, we've got, well, I should read the names: Marooned on an Alien Shore, Rumblings of Discontent, Servant of the Tides. I've already got it. Could you tell me which one it is? The Lost Shepherd, Twice the Travel. Rumblings of Discontent. Fine. Oh yeah, okay, this was one of the quests that I thought might be time critical. So I was right. Specific to this one and this one, but more so this one was the one who stopped me from resting so far. Okay, well, we will have to do that then. I guess we will have to visit all of the slums before we can choose the rest. This is a simple military tent made to be raised and broken down quickly. This is a simple military tent. The size and the condition of this tent leave no room for doubt that it belonged to the person in charge around here. The cask is made from staves of dark wood. Since steel bands hold the barrel staves tight, and you can see dents in the synth steel where some sort of ornamentation has fallen off. Inside, dark spiced alcohol sloshes. The man who is standing nearby sees you examining his barrel. The features of this once handsome man are sunken and splotchy, the face of anxiety and drink, evidenced by the flagon in his hand. The veins of his nose have broken, giving it a rosy appearance. Any cheer that might have lived in his face is destroyed by the frequent nervous glances over his shoulder. Following his gaze, you see a mole some distance away. He looks you over, his eyes lingering on your cast of tattoo. He takes a slow, deliberate drink. Came looking for soldiers, have you? You found us. Want a kingdom overthrown, a tomb robbed, a caravan guarded? If you got the shins, then you still come to the wrong place. Artaglios irregulars are not ready to serve. Go hang. A thrice damned cast-off. She won't be dragging my men back to that hell. I should warn you, though, that if you make a move on my arm, you'll find I've lost none of my skills with the blade. Oh, I saw you eyeing up my barrel, and I'll fight to defend its honor. Ah, but you are here now. You must have a reason. What you want? What is this place? Sergeant Slump, the homiest place in all the Bloom. You've got the good doctors Demery and Oberwich here, and if you are sick, they'll see you right, as long as your illness is interesting enough. Need something alchemical? See Sheen. Our job is making sure no one gets too friendly with their shins about us. Anyone who wants to make a home here? He pauses as he looks at your tattoo. Almost anyone who wants to make a home here is welcome if they can pay the price. Some people might call this a protection racket. He takes another swig and glances sidelong again at the noted mass of bloom flesh. Not in my hearing, though. Not unless they want to make use of one of the leeches themselves. Have you seen any of the Memovirus patrols around here?
Making a note.
They stopped by to collect their duties a while ago. He belches. Can't remember when exactly. I think they were headed for the old slave block next. That's where the Murdens live. He lifts his mug in a mock salute. Best of luck to them. If you're in a military company, where's your standard? If you're a military company. He grimaces, his face showing his age as he does. A tattered old rag to be sure, but the troop seems strangely attached to it, probably. Must come from marching under his flutters and seeing so many of their friends dying under it. Does strange things to a person's mind. He drinks again, his gaze shifts nervously to the mall again. Tattered as I am, I'd give anything to see our standard again. Some thieving Murdens stole in here the other night, raiding us for food, weapons and shins. They didn't get away with much, but they managed to swipe our standard. I think it was a personal insult. Murdens, you ought to go over and buy it back. Buy it with blood, I mean. Their blood, the Murdens, I mean. What are we waiting for? There's damsel in need? He stops at Artaglios' glare. This gentleman in need requires our help. Why would they be insulting you? Jealousy. Because you've beaten them back before. Because you have more stuff than they do. Figuring out how up humans think is a fool's errand. It's better to go with your instincts when dealing with them. That's what they know. Whatever the reason, well, they've got it now. And sometime I should get it back, but... Those Murdens knew exactly what they were taking from me. They mock me. Why don't you go get it yourself? It's not worth the bother. We raid them, they raid us. I'll get it eventually. The irregulars might grumble, but we'll find us soon enough. He swallows another drink, but not before you see a brief shadow of fear scattering itself across his face. I came here to save lives. Can I justify risking the man for a flag? Why don't you send some of your troops to get it back for you? For some reason, they seem to think that it's my duty. They want me to do it personally. I'll get to it, eventually. He takes a hefty swig from his flagon, and his eyes dart to the mall again. I reckon I'll never see that old rag again. This place has taken everything now. Why did you stare at my tattoo? He licks his lips. You're a cast-off. I'm waiting for you to tell me the penalty for desertion. He holds up his hand as if to motion has stopped, and you see that his troops are all watching you. But unless you come with more strength than this, you'll have a hard time enforcing that penalty. Tiber snaps his fingers. That's why the Chalcedon was so furious. You skipped out on him and the rest of the Changing Gods army. I knew I remembered the scandal. He glares. Castos can stand up after they've done their throat slits. The rest of us stay dead. When we took our last objective, we found a nest of Juralisks. Not one, mind you, but many. I reported it personally to the Chalcedon and the commander of the Changing Gods army, and he told me to wipe them out no matter the cost. Having lost 10 of my friends that day, the cost was already too high. Got a third 95% failure. Just 6-year-old. How hard is a murder 6-year-old? Maybe he has superpowers, who knows. You should take that as a sign that that 6-year-old deserves to live. He will probably make a better king than you, Thor. Just let him live. Kill the other ones. He'll be legendary. Damn Castos think they're gods, all of them. Couldn't give a damn about us. So I took it on myself to get the pay we were out, and then we left. We came here to carve out a living, but it looks like we are still not clear of Castos. Yes, we deserted our posts. The endless battle is a ruiner of lives, and I'm damn proud I didn't waste any more there. You're a soldier? Tell me about that. Oh, didn't I introduce myself? How rude. He speaks again, and then makes a mock bow. Artaglio. Condottier at your service. What is Condottier? I don't know what that is. Veteran of countless battles. Mercenary, not currently for hire. A Condottier. A professional warlord, a venture captain, a mercenary leader. These days, a protector for the good leeches of the slump. Why aren't you for hire? He peers into your face. I'd have thought you were here for the bounty. Didn't the Chalcedon send you? He looks back on you. We deserted from the endless battle. We fought for the first militia on occasion, but for the Changing Gods army most times, until we were given a near impossible task. I don't care about any of that, I just want some questions answered. Like what? What's that you are drinking? This is Asterian rum. One of the finest and deadliest concoctions I've found in my travels across this land. It's like being smothered in a blanket of software and drowned in love. It can strip the gloss off of just in a material you care to name to. But most people can drink one mug, let alone two. Even these brave soldiers find it hard going, but you? I challenge you to match me and I'll match you. Put that wanted cast of Constitution to the test. We will be terrible at this, but yeah, of course we'll try. But later, maybe later. I have other questions. We'll save first. Why do you keep looking over? Why do you keep looking over at that knot of bloom flesh? Mercenary soldier, okay. The mall? No reason. I just don't like the way the damn thing looks. I don't like the way it sounds. He takes another drink. You don't hear that whispering, chittering noise that sounds like primal hunger. He looks suspiciously at his flagon. It wants to eat me. I know it wants to eat me, worried that it might be sneaking up on me, or that I might accidentally be slipping backward toward it. You don't fight in as many battles as I have without recognizing a potential death wish in your own heart. How would you recognize a death wish? It's in the darkness. He peers gloomily around the slump. In your marrow, you can feel your muscles, your soul, rebelling against your own desires. And when you turn around, you find your desires have changed. Then he looks at you again and seems to realize who he's talking to. Tabat, take me. Why am I opening my heart to a cast-off? Get out of here. He turns his back to you. Alright, for fun, let's try the endurance check. This is our weak point, of course. This will be terrible. Very, very terrible. This is probably the easiest check. We will probably have to make tougher checks. It burns on the way down. He wasn't kidding about his harsh qualities, but he failed to mention the acrid sting it puts in your nose. Tears spring your eyes, but you manage to swallow it all. Attack the beams broadly. Have another? Maybe now, maybe cast-offs are good for something. Have you broken the rules and used any of those combos you stuck? No, not yet, but I will. I will definitely use something for this. I'm just doing this for fun. There are no rules. I definitely plan to use consumables. There's probably a third check which we will suck at, yeah. It doesn't go down any easier than the first. In fact, it's a little tougher, but you manage to choke it down, and though your stomach rebels, you are able to keep it under control. Most people can't drink one mug, let alone two. Even these brave soldiers. He gestures to the crowd around him, irony inflecting his voice. Even these mighty warriors find it hard going. But you? I challenge you to match me, and I'll match you. Put that wanted cast of Constitution to the test. Well, we have no... we cannot use... oh, I could right-click to get out of it. Wait, can I use... Oh, I can use items here. Ah! But I cannot use... might pool fillers. Should I use this? I think this is too good to use here. I could use this. Stim might be a good one to use here. %30%. Okay, let's reload. Start with the stim. You lose count of the number of drinks you have, but Artaglia matches you, just as he said he would. In the end, his long experience with the rum wins out, and you find yourself slumping to the floor. His troops give you a friendly cheer, and Artaglia turns back to them with another story. So, the first Ursal comes barreling through the flames on the back of her Anine, walls of fire curling in behind her like great wings. 6-year-old down, your 72-year-old ruler is somehow still alive. One more murder to go to clean up yourself. Ah, you're terrible, Thor. Sir, the first has been dead for decades. Shut up, Brunard. I'm telling you a story. Okay, let's reload. Let's try to use this with the stim. So, how exactly does the stim work? It has 4 uses. It confers stim. Probably lasts a while. So we used it. Oh. Okay, so the cipher is not able to be used 4 times, but you can use it once, and then it gives you 4 uses. Well, this is a good place to use it anyway.
Did you want something?
Let's use this then. Also, my might is... Let's use a might filler. Why didn't it work? Oh, choose an ally. Okay. Oh, let's try again. How much were you drinking again? Dangerous. Let's go 95%. The first one is easy enough. Second one... Let's go 100%. Okay, this is probably the final one. We'll go 100%. You're not sure how much you had to drink, but Artaglia is good as his word, matching you shot for shot. At last, though, he aims a drink for his face, misses and falls to the ground, howling with laughter. His troops cheer you and share laughter at his expense. He gathers himself at last, pulling himself from the ground, and says, "Cast off. You are better than any other of your kind I've ever met. From this day forth, we are Mug brothers, or Mug sisters if you want. You get one favor from me. Ask quick before I forget." Ah. No, 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 no. I'll think of something later. In the meantime, I have more questions. After all that drum? Oh, cast off, you're a cruel one. If I'm really your Mike's sister, I want to call in that favor you promised. Let's discuss it later. So we may want to send him after the mole, but I think I want to bring him his standard. Maybe that will add to his chances of success, you know, being so psychologically important for him. Maybe if he has to confront the mole, maybe fight it. If he has the standards, he and his men will be stronger and emboldened. So we will call in that favor. I also don't know why we would want him to confront the mole just yet. I'm sure we'll have a reason for that. Let's talk to Renard. You have business with Artaglios Irregulus, you talk to Artaglia. Okay. Let's talk to John. Inside this basket are several tumorous blobs. They appear to be slowly ingesting each other. The skin of this broad-shouldered man looks blotchy, even patchwork. It slumps from his frame as if he had lost a great deal of weight. He bobs his bald head in greeting as you approach, and his neck moves like it's broken. Yet he seems to be in no pain, and his movements are quick and assured. His voice is sonorous but fluting, with a strange buzz that grates on your nerves. Greetings, Sojourner. You stand with Jaunt. You can't help but notice that his gaze continues to steal over toward the band of soldiers gathered around the cask. The muscles of his face twitch and bob as he does so. Why do you keep looking at that group of men? He laughs, the sound like a saw on steel. I know that, Mo. I know his desire. And look, its meal sits nearby, quaffing poison all day, as if the toxins numb the knowledge of the Mo's desire. Even that, and his voice drops to a whisper, even that drunken fool knows that it calls to him. His voice returns to its normal, grating register. It's a good day when it happens. If Artaglio is gone, then soldiers are gone, then Slump is free. But then the Slump will be defenseless. Why is that a good thing? These soldiers, do they ask you for coin when you enter? Do they not see how the Slump operates? He gestures with his strangely jointed arm. Over there, the good surgeons, they pay half their earnings to these bullies. Sheen brews new experiences for the soldiers as they grow bored. They say they are here for our protection, but they are truly here for our labor. They make slaves of us all, so they can buy their poisons. But what about the Mundans? They will attack. Mundans? He shakes his head and mutters, if the Memovira still rules, we need not fear Antaglio's men. We fear soldiers. Both the soldiers and Memovira fear the bloom. What does the bloom fear? Tell me about yourself. I have the pleasure of being John's. I believe it's a pleasure. I do not have a memory any longer, so I know not how the future remembers me. The burden of knowledge is gone. What can you tell me about those soldiers over there? He whispers, angry man, always drinking, always armed, best to approach with caution. Smile, hands open. He opens his mouth, then it snaps shut. But to speak nothing is my policy. Persuasion deception. If you tell me more about the soldiers, I may be able to help. He looks carefully at the soldiers, probably to be certain they aren't listening. Perhaps your interest peaks when I tell you that Murdens from the old slave block read display some days ago. They steal the soldiers' standard, their flag of battle. But I see you nod already. You know about the standard, and you know that if someone brings it to him, someone asks a favor of Artaglio, someone makes a slave of the man for one request, Artaglio cannot refuse, not for the return of his standard. Ah, so the standard is an alternative way to gain a favor. We will still do that, though. Ah, I lost the slim feather. Oh, that's fine, that's fine. I used the force charge for that. It's okay. What happened to your skin? He gestures in the direction of the soldiers. Do you see that maw beyond them? The tongues there, they once seek me out, and I, bedazzled by them, give myself to their tastes. He shrugs, sending a ripple through his loose-fitting skin. I awake sometime later. Agony is my lot. He nods solemnly. The maw has stripped my skin and stolen my muscles. It has eaten my memories. I do not recall who I am before or where I come from, or even my own appearance. All I know is pain. If the good surgeons, Demaray and Oberwitch are not watching, I am dead. If they give me new muscles, they They give me new muscles they make themselves. They grow me new skin made from the dead man and sew it on. They cannot match all frame perfectly, but they tell me I am a fascinating case, not human. He pulls out some of the loose skin, oblivious to how painful it seems. No longer visitant, yes, never resident. But they cannot save my memory. The bloom is sated on me, my thoughts and dreams and other things caught up in its fabric. He shrugs. I am content. Miracle man, these doctors, they deserve a better place under attack than under Artaglio's bullies. What can you tell me about Demery and Overwitch? They work miracles, those two. If you're of interest to them, he looks at you keenly. If you're of interest to them, they bring fearsome knowledge to understand you. Farewell, John. Demery, Overwitch, we will go visit them. Soon. The blood covering this gurney does not inspire much confidence in its owner's professionalism. Detailed diagrams of various body parts cover a membrane stretched within a metal frame. Let's see how we can interact with them all. In a darker corner of the slump, surrounded by waving tendrils, is a knotted mass of bloom flesh. The flesh looks thick and old, and you can detect a jagged seam running across its surface, with faint light glinting from within. As you approach, all the sounds of the slump seem to fade. The chatter of the locals and the rough laughter of the soldiers recede into the distance, replaced by the hissing, chittering voices of the bloom. Anamnesis. We are remembering a memory that we remembered in another memory. You realize suddenly that this is a maw, and the waving tendrils are its tongues. Somehow you are certain that you confronted this maw before. A moment later you correct yourself. You haven't confronted this maw before, but the changing god has. And in a different body, the memory glimmers, half forms, at the edge of your consciousness. Try to recover the changing god's memory of this maw. Let's go from. You concentrate upon the memory and it begins to emerge. The changing god stands in front of the surgeon slump maw, and you realize now that it's uncommonly old. He wears the body of a tall and powerful man, a glaive. From a leather case at his side, he draws a crystalline object, clasping it tightly in his hand. Its name leaps into your mind, the magmatic amulet. This is the artifact that you seek. And it was once in the hands of your sire, just as Drakujan said. You take careful note of the artifact so that you can describe and recognize it if need be. So Changing God came here with the magmatic amulet to go through this maw, to give it to the bloom and make deals. So magmatic amulet is probably through this maw. So if we get it opened using Artaglio, we may be able to go in there and get the amulet. That may be our main quest right here. Suddenly the whispering voices of the bloom are changed, as if the amulet is a prism through which they can be understood. It's still impossible to translate the chitterings into words, but impressions begin to fill the changing god's mind. Hunger and expectation, and most of all, welcome. Your sire reaches forward a hand and the maw opens at his touch. Compelled by a bond he has forged in the depths of the bloom. He steps through the portal and is gone. The memory fades. Observe the behavior of the bloom tongues. The fleshy tendrils wave lazily about, tracing random patterns in the air. They don't appear interested in you. Listen carefully to the bloom voices. Drinking the water of the bloom has made your thoughts blurry, but in your unfocused state, the bloom's hissing and chittering seem almost comprehensible. They evoke impressions of hunger and craving, all centered upon the man who stands near the center of the slump, the mercenary captain Artaglio. Offer yourself, this probably won't do anything. Welcome back, Mason. Welcome back from work. Good to see you again. Offer yourself to the bloom tongues. He won't want it. You edge forward, making no effort to slap away the tendrils. One of them drifts towards you, brushing against your arm, passing through your flesh with a prickly hot cold sensation. Disinterested, the tendrils drifts away. Okay. Hope you had a good day at work. This metal cart is heavily armored. Its surface has been damaged by countless blades and projectiles. This lumpish woman has been ill-used by the years. Her clothes are tattered and grey, as if the life has been drained from them. Her face is scabrous, and when she opens her mouth to speak, her fetid breath is nearly overwhelming. She eyes you skeptically and says, "What do you want?" Will you look at Miss High and Mighty? Wants nothing good, I wager, at least not for us. I'd like to ask some questions. I'll wager you would. Here's my question first. What's a fancy looker like you doing down here? Slumming? See how the unfortunates live? You don't belong and you ain't welcome. She turns away from you and begins to hawk her wares again. You're not gonna sell to me? This young man's beauty shines even through his grimy face and his tattered clothes. His eyes are wide and staring, electric blue. What is Glass Castov doing there? Not judging. Not judging. Probably difficult to find a beautiful man around these parts, so. And the moments his fingers trace through the air look like birds in flight. He snaps out of his reverie and grins at you, his teeth even and white against his brown skin. On closer examination, you can see that his rags were once fine fabrics, carefully and expertly stitched. Where am I gonna get the more money? Hello, she looks quite affluent. He greets you with an easy familiarity, like an old companion. His voice is smooth and educated, mellifluous and soft. Hello friend, my name is Buraz. Can you spare 200 shins? Why do you need the money? Why, friend? Do you remember the first time you fell in love? The sweet laughter of an infant? The taste of a tear when you hear of a friend's death? I do. I remember them even as though they haven't happened to me. He stops, puzzlement crossing his face. At least I don't think they have. But no matter. Here inside this shop, Sheen sells the essence of those experiences. If you have the shins, you can live them all yourself. My family never understood. They wouldn't even try it. At least you can live them until you run out of money, which I have. Did I ask you for shins already? I could swear I did. I only need 200. I don't have much money to spare. Then why are you wasting my time? I need to remember the feel of the wind on my skin. Ah, this is terrible. I wouldn't give him the money anyway. This table is covered with strange instruments and controls. The three sturdy metal levers jut from a mechanism affixed to the floor. Etched along their bases are a series of symbols marking each position to which the levers can be set. This mysterious device spews out the brightly colored cubic bubbles, the result of a chemical process you can't begin to fathom. So I guess buying these peelings, you could use them to open some mouths that want certain feelings and memories. When she turns, you realize that the thing you had mistaken for a bundle of sticks and twine is a woman, an impossibly thin woman. Her face all angles and lines, her arms summer twigs, her clothes drape across like sailcloth, and though her face is young, her eyes are old, old, old. I'm glad you had a good time. She does not meet your gaze as she greets you, but her eyes rove across your body, watching and weighing. Traveler, the shop of Sheen lies open before you. Essences distilled, straws for quaffing, experiences delivered a mouthful at a time. Her voice is flat, though an undercurrent in her voice sings at a register you cannot hear. Let me see what you have for sale. Let's check the stock price. I'm going to sell a few things. I'm really low on money. We'll sell these. Probably I'll sell these as well. Maybe these weren't worth selling. Nah, I don't need them. Let's sell this. Keep that. Sell this. Keep that. Keep that. Keep that. Let's keep that as well. No, let's sell this. This is useless. Place the fog of war in the current area. I don't know if this will come in handy again later. We didn't use it when it was useful. Let's sell that as well. Sell this as well. Okay. What did you mean when you said essences distilled and experiences delivered? That which we eat, that which we drink, this is not the only nourishment in our lives. Without joy, without peace, without happiness or courage, existence itself becomes empty. These states I recreate, and into dull lives restore ode of glory. She looks proud for a moment. Clients come to me from across the protectorate. They desire to open themselves to new sensations, though perhaps unpleasant. Why? I ask not. Maybe they are sensates. Unpleasant horizons into the depths of human experience. Some seek solace in pain, or domination or unusual abilities. For the traveler to present the gifts of a unique experience, a transfusion of energy to Sheen, arrangements might be made. This traveler, though as scarred as she is, may have an interesting perspective. Well, I should have checked her stock. Confers element of quickness, 1 speed edge. Not bad. Choose a lower skill permanent +1. Oh, this is very good too. Increases stat pool with the highest max value by 2, decreases other pools by 1. The other stuff is the ones I saw. So this is pretty good, but I'm going to keep the money for now. Because we may buy something from the surgeons, we may need money. Tell me about yourself. The expression drains from her face. From the clock of Kala I hail, superiority made flesh, the city of Sada Emidu, the house above the in the jail. So my birthright to explore, to delve, to understand. Yet the Zealitor in his wisdom, with his implants, told my family that my researches endangered me, reduced me from an ogre to a mere human. Her voice has risen to a shout, and she collects herself. The Indijal, clear and fresh as a morning jewel. She continues more calmly. Rather than suffer legal exile, to this place I came. The bloom sought a piece of my mind, so I took a piece of its, and from that connection comes the ability to draw essences. Clients seek me now, seek my knowledge, care not whether my modifications endanger me. Bliss. The angry cast of her eyes suggests that these memories are antique, but she turns and spits into a bottle near her strange apparatus. Would trade it all for one more glimpse of the river city, the bloom, my suffering. Can you create a mixture that will open the mouth here in the slump? Know you what it seeks? All creatures live in desire, so too must the mouth desire something. It wants to devour Artagli. She closes her eyes as if picturing Artagli in her mind. The man wears the black mask of fear, but he carries the marks of a hero. He carries a soldier's essence, but he has forgotten his face. She drowns, holds up 2 bony fingers. 2 ways to do such. 1, she holds up her finger. Fetch me his skin or bring me his hair, and I can find the truth of the man. A warning. The condottiere will see no change if you give him the essence. You must provide another subject. I mean to say that another must ingest his essence. What? I don't understand. She missed your gaze for a moment. The bloom is not gentle. Few would accept your offer knowing this. Only the truly desperate plot discourse. Of course I won't give the essence to the condottiere. I'll give it to them all. 2, she lifts her second finger. I can remind him of his truth. I tell you this, the bloom will likely devour him. Simply look in my wares and you shall find the bravery that he requires. Ah! So there are 3 ways for Artaglio to be devoured. 1, we beat him in the drinking contest like we did. 2, we bring him his standard. And 3, we bring him bravery concoction from this lady. And all of them will probably lead to him heading towards the mall. 1 sold with another encounter, 1 sold with a skill check, 1 sold through I wonder. But can we get the essence of Artaglio and make her create a potion, feed it to the Maw, and save Artaglio? Do I even care about saving him? I have many unique experiences. I can provide the feeling of overwhelming another's mind with a wave of psychic energy. His eyes widen in anticipation. Sheen has heard of such as you. Dominators and manipulators. Sheen offers essences in trade for these energies. Your offering lowers my prices. Does the traveler accept? I do. Then step in with me. She reaches out for you as she activates her apparatus. Her hand makes contact with you. A rainbow aura settles across both of you, and you feel a connection to her mind. Fleeting images of a grand palace arching over a river, a mad flight over polluted swamplands, and great aerial predators that swoop on the unwary travelers in a grassland that seems to have no end. You feel the familiar swirl of tidal energies begin deep within you. As the machine continues to whir, you feel her insistent thoughts pushing at your mind. The tides curl around her, the shell of her mind compresses. Her body becomes a puppet to your will. Dancing to your invisible strings, her grasp on your arm tightens as she writes and screams, but she lets it go on and on. Finally, with a shriek, she releases her grip on your arm and fumbles for a beaker. Hey Millennial, happy Saturday, hope you are doing well. How is Ultima 9 going, Millennial? It's good to see you. Semi-solid bloody tears spill from her eyes, great gouts of rich and putrid scarabous tissue. She retrieves them with her bottle, scraping the lip of the bottle up to her cheek to ensure that she captures the essence completely. The apparatus winds down and the rainbow glow fades. Sheen meets your eyes for a long moment. You bring me a familiarity, kinship in spirit. She inclines her head slightly. My wares, their cost to use, my cost to buy. Gratitude. 4 of 8 columns cleared. Nice. I don't know what that means. I never played the game. Okay, it's very cheap now. I think we can get it now. Let's buy that. And the bravery thing. I'm not gonna buy that. I don't think we need to buy that. Which one do we want though? I should have thought about it first. Let's go with Lord Natural. Because we are dealing with the bloom, right? Let's go with Lord Natural. If you won't sacrifice yourself to the Maw, then I need a scrap of hair or some of your blood. I don't know if I want to follow this path. It will be fooling the Maw again, and I don't really like Artaglio. Instead, I should convince him to sacrifice. Well, we'll think about it later. Once we do some more exploring. Strips of bloom flesh fill the bottom of the basket. Some of them look like they've been gnawed by human teeth. This creature was self-dissected and then forgotten. Its innards have turned putrid and black. This desk is littered with what appear to be journals recording material, recording medical experiments. This gruesome illustration depicts the human body suffering a multitude of different types of physical trauma. Next to each are annotations such as exquisite reaction, and the result is disappointingly premature loss of consciousness. Diagrams depicting the human head and brain stand in a corner of the room. Let's talk to them. You have the AD&D box set of Planescape. Does it have something to do with this game? Yes and no. This game is a spiritual successor to Planescape Torment. Yes, it's a different setting. It takes place in Numenera. It's made by a lot of the original developers of Planescape Torment, and it has a very similar feeling, with a lot to read, a lot of deep philosophies, lots of long dialogues and lore. So the focus of the two games are kind of the same, but it doesn't follow up on the Planescape Torment story. It's not connected to it in any way. Why, good lady, greetings, and welcome to our little operation. His long face suffuses with a smile at his joke. His sagging skin and the dark bags under his eyes speak of a deep physical weariness, but his manner is bright and cheery. He wipes his nose on a filthy sleeve and extends his hand. My name is Dr. Demeray. Bugs for the RPG, not the PC game. I don't know about the bugs for the RPG. I know the World of Planescape, but I didn't know there was a Planescape Torment box. Oh, you said, okay, you said you have a D&D box set of Planescape. I'm sorry. I misread it. Yeah, the game has no connection with Planescape World at all, if that was your question. Why, good lady? Greetings. Oh, I read that. His partner steps forward as well. And I'm Dr. Oberwitch. He extends his hand. It's probably best to grasp the top one. Like his partner, his face is long and seamed. Unlike his partner, each of his arms are bifurcated at the elbow, with a mechanical forearm and hand grafted to them. A multitude of prosthetic eyes are drilled into the top of his head. What were our manners? How can we help you? Ertis is trying to purge demons from his body. Can you help? I am? Ertis says and turns to the doctors. Can you? I don't think we've ever expelled one of those. That does seem to be like sort of thing one would remember. No, I think not. Growths, yes. Intestines, yes. Humans and miscellaneous supernatural infestations? Not our area of expertise, I'm afraid. Well, we could... Yeah, exactly the same... I thought the same. That's why I assumed you were talking about... Torment. Well, we could remove all infected organs and drain the fluids until the infection abates. Hold a moment. Is he interested in surviving the procedure? I would prefer not to be dead until I'm dead, he says politely. Well, scratch that option then. I feel like we are missing something obvious.
I'll remember that.
Or someone, my esteemed colleague. I remember hearing about an expert in the field of nano-demons who fled to the Bloom. I cannot remember her name for the life of me, but I believe she's hiding in the old slave block. Happy hunting! What can you tell me about yourselves? His chest puffs. We are surgeons, no, doctors and explorers, who seek to expand the universe of medical knowledge. We have found the answers to many questions, dissecting and vivisecting any number of strange beasts. We come ever closer to unlocking the deeper secrets of human existence. I hasten to add that we are not licensed in a number of jurisdictions, and in fact I understand that several localities have warrants for our arrest. He gestures to himself. We do nothing to others that we are not willing to perform on ourselves. In fact, we only seek out specialized persons. We are particular about our patients. So far we have escaped arrests. Not like that poor Gibra bastard, Matak. What's become of him, I wonder? What sort of work do you do here? We take on any number of specialized patients. Take patient number 27, for example, or Jaunt, as he calls himself. He was a visitant from another world, an elven creature. Our local mob devoured him and then spat him out a year later without his skin, muscle, or memory. Yet if you look at him, you can see that he has both skin and muscle. Granted, it's human skin and muscle, but that's all we had to work with. He pauses. We couldn't do anything about his memory. The skin and muscle doesn't suit patient number 27's body structure, of course, but that only makes it more amazing. Why couldn't you restore his memory? The Bloom devours more than flesh and bone. It's hyper-aware, hyper-sentient, and its needs are still beyond our knowledge. We do know that it sometimes feeds on certain mental states, and that certain psychic wavelengths attract its attention. I theorize that it nourishes itself on those wavelengths. This is mostly likely what happened to Jaunt. His essence, if you will, has been absorbed and probably excreted by now. There is no recovery from that. Very well. Okay, we couldn't do much here. We have to go to the other place. Well, I'm gonna try this option, see what changes if we take it. If you won't sacrifice yourself to the mob, then I need a scrap of hair or some of your blood. My precious skin has been scarred enough in the service of the cast-offs, thank you very much. Then he stops talking and thinks. Wait a moment. You've been talking to Sheen, haven't you? He glances toward the alchemist's lab, about opening the maw. Is she so desperate that she'll sacrifice herself for the maw? No, someone else certainly. The moment you nod, he happily draws his knife and saws off a hank of his hair. Here you go, he says. Anything else I can do to get you eaten? Ah, I see. So we are going to prepare essence of our Taglio and we are going to give that essence to someone to drink. Like it could be the slave we bought. But I'd rather get Artaglio eaten, honestly. Let's keep this option in mind. Let's see if this costs anything to make. I have a hank of Artaglio's hair. All well, all good. Give the hair to Sheen. She takes the hair from your hands and begins humming tunelessly and tonelessly as she manipulates the levers and bolts of her strange device. She inserts Artaglio's hair into it and it begins to glow. It pulses in regular time like a heartbeat, and she lays her hands along its sides. As she touches it, the glow surrounds her as well, and it cycles through a kaleidoscope of colors into a spectrum you cannot name, but that evokes a painful clarity of emotion. The riot of colors subsides and the machine ceases to glow, but the colors still play about her hands. She raises them to her eyes, the colors pass within. In a few moments, she begins coughing, great heaving spasms that shake her fragile frame. She glances at you as she retches and holds up a single finger, telling you to wait. She snatches a small bottle from her countertop, and a stream of thin yellow gruel rockets from her mouth. She catches it expertly, missing not a drop, and rises from her hunched posture. She passes it to you. Stand before the mob and quaff the essence of the soldier. If it desires him, you will serve in his place. So we have this as an option as well. We can, in 3 different ways, sacrifice Artaglio. We can give this to someone or something. Who knows how many options there are. Or we can drink it ourselves. So there are so many different ways of going through this mob. And it makes sense because it's part of the main quest. The game wants you to be able to do it. The thing is, what are the different outcomes of different choices of doing this? For example, if we sacrifice someone else, will the bloom think highly of us because we are prey? Will it start paying us more attention? No, because we are predator, not prey. The bloom, I think, cares more about predators. We could drink it ourselves, though. I want to talk about them all. If the mole wants you, maybe you should confront it, maybe you can scare it, or maybe you can convince it that you are not worth the trouble. Well, there is even another way, with persuasion or deception. What will happen if the... He shivers. I'd rather not. He looks over his shoulder again, as if afraid it has crept closer. Alright, fine. What did you want to talk about? What will happen if the mob eats you? It'll take what it wants of me, then it'll open a portal to somewhere, he shrugs. Same thing that always happens when a mob eats. Why does the mob want to eat you? I have no idea. It's hungry for bravery, I think. But I tell you frankly, the idea of bravery around this thing unmans me. I haven't got anything for it to eat. I really need to open the mob. He snorts. So pretend you're me and jump off its mouth yourself. What do you expect me to do, Cast-Off? Kill myself to solve your problems? Yeah, there are so many different ways. I like it. But we are not going to commit to one way of solving it. In fact, it will probably be one of the last things we do after trying, after exploring everywhere. Since it's the main quest, we will do the other stuff first. I'll make a hard save. I haven't really been making hard saves. Let's make a hard save. The next place we are going to go is here. In this place we may find a solution to Eratis' problem, we may find the lost patrols, and okay, this there is a fog of war here. It may be dangerous, this place. This field vehicle looks like it was abandoned here during some kind of military assault. Let's take a quick look at the entrance. I'm going to take a break before we continue further though. I need a bio break, and I need to run the ads anyway, so I'm going to be away for a few minutes. 5 minutes, 6 minutes, something like that. We will continue when I'm back, so thank you for your patience with those ads. I hope you stick around, and we will continue right after, so be right back. Okay. Nothing here. Then that means we are taking this road. Let's call the horse. Come on, Pebbles. Hey, yeah. Who put the house there? Find the entrance to the cellar on the ground floor of the rat house. Oh! What? What? Okay, we are a good snake, but he basically bumped into us. How? Oh, laka lay. Laka kaka. Kakalay. QP comes in behind the soldiers with nothing but jocks and sunglasses. That was amazing. Hey, PQC. Demo? No, I don't think you can spam them yet. We are not... we haven't progressed the game stage enough. Yes, exactly, that's what I was thinking about Game Out. QP is an absolute chat for sure. Look at him. Look at him. He saved the day. Is there an invisible enemy here? Yeah! Screw this. What? Ooh, I'm going to reload from that. That was terrible, and it was so terrible the game crashed. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. No. Hi. I noticed it said punch too late. Sorry, little dude. I didn't mean to.
I love you, baby.
Oh, I love you too. I don't know, muscle memory is important, right? You don't... I mean, yes, you need a brain, that is true. I cannot argue with that, Bargain, I'm sorry. I'm sorry I tried to argue with your logic, but I cannot. You are 100% right.
With no regrets.
But it is true. It is true.
Me, whatever shall I do? That balloon looks silly on your head.
Oh, does it? Thank goodness you were here to tell me that. Whatever would I have done without your keen powers of observation?
You're mean. Shut up.
Get bent, you little runt.
I love this guy. Can we play him instead of Sarah? Don't think climbing the terrain like that is the game's feature. Okay, I'm stuck again. No, okay. I'm saved. Is there fall damage in this game? I guess it's safe to say there is fall damage in this game. Okay.
Hello, and welcome to the Pimplicar Music Challenge. Your goal is to drive over the bagpipes and
Drive over the
bagpipes.
okay.
Bring the noise!
Ready, go!
What? Yeah, good to continue. See, we are fine. I told you we were fine. Woman, child's man.
Don't hurt my family. Look, just take...
You ain't supposed to be here. This... I remember when a person didn't have to worry about thieves rummaging through their home.
Uh-oh. What?
Rubber tree.
I never knew this. I never knew this. This is the first time I see it. You know, I doubted my information that... I'll save you. I tried. Oh, is it the jump? Can I fall on the first aid kits and get healed? Yes!
Raffle just boosted Pathfinder. Raffle just boosted Scald. Raffle just boosted Menzo.
Thanks for sticking around, everyone. Thanks for the boost, Sash. Oh, Pi, welcome. I bet Pi has some boosts, so... Welcome, Pi. Good to see you. How is the shift? Is it over yet? Game is rigged. It's not rigged. You exactly have 1 in 99, 1 in 69 chance.
Thor Obliterator just boosted Did I Boost Returns.
No, you didn't.
Thor Obliterator just boosted Banner Saga. Thor Obliterator just boosted Wasteland.
Thank you for the boost, Thor. Ended 3 hours ago, eating some dinner now. Nice, enjoy your dinner. I'm glad it ended. Tomorrow, another 12-hour shift, right? Well, you can boost whenever you want. If you want to. Alright, so sleep block. This makeshift bed consists of rags, dirty feathers, and assorted junk. Will they stop me if I try to go? Let's see. Yes, they will. Two hunched avian humanoids stare at you, their bright and hate-filled eyes shining above dirty yellow beaks. You recognize them at once, Murdens. They emit a kind of psychic fuzz, a mental blanket that makes it difficult for you to concentrate. One puffs up its greasy black feathers to make itself look larger, while the other scrapes close to the ground. Their arms wave and gesture, but the intent is clear. Go no further. I mean you no harm. I've come to retrieve the standard for attack against irregulars. I don't have much point. Oh, okay. Actually, Tiber can handle it with one just point spent. One of them points its blade toward the adjoining room. They back slowly and nervously away, keeping their eyes on you the whole time. Ah, so this wasn't a big area. It's in fact pretty small. But we need the translator, right? We need this person. Probably she's the one to cure Ertz's condition. So we're gonna have to deal with the Murden Chief. There's more to go here. The Murden draws back from you, hissing, and it looks nervously to its comrade on the other side of the room. It emits a burst of metal static that feels like trepidation. You don't want to talk to me, do you? Again, the creature glances at the other Murden, hisses at you, and waves its arms to shoo you away. That's what he says. The Murden puffs itself up, its greasy black down expanding as its beady eye says you up. You note that this creature is slightly larger than its comrade. It croaks a harsh and glottal challenge, and a burst of mistrustful static fuzzes your thoughts. Where's your leader? The Murden ducks its head, bobbing from side to side to keep you in view. It points its wicked blade toward the adjoining room. Farewell. Nice, we are getting some free shins. Oh, Skora the Faceless. Oh, these are all rooms, okay. Beneath the grate, a vertical shaft descends into darkness. Faint whispers echo from somewhere far below. Manacles hang from the ancient stone plinth, but they are rusted and useless. No one has been changed here in a long time. Maybe the translator isn't the one we need. Oh, an oddity, okay. More money for us. Wait. Oh. Crumbling masonry serves as a testament to a past effort to reinforce the walls, but Bloom seems to have other ideas. This old metal door looks fairly solid. It has a single mechanical lock. You notice that the mechanism appears complicated, suggesting that it's more than just a simple lock. Examine the lock more closely. Embedded within the locking mechanism is a thin bladder of air. As you look more carefully, you realize that the bladder is somehow connected to a series of tubes. This is a trap, a cunning and ingenious trap that is beyond the skill of the Murdens. It must be part of the original design of the door. Let's try disarming the trap. Who will do it? Rin could do it. Tiber has points. Series of tubes. Have we discovered the internet? Maybe it's just pneumatic tubes, you know? Let's spend all the points from Eridus. Maybe we need to insert a playing card with holes in it. Stop something from moving through the tubes, you know? Could be. Moving slowly and methodically, you trace the trigger mechanism to a pinhole nozzle in front of the door, which leads back to a small reservoir. It contains a dangerous substance that would be Raid on hapless victim. After disabling the triggers, you remove the reservoir from the door. You are now the proud owner of a small sack of molecular acid. Pick the lock. Now I can use Rin. 95%. You manipulate the lock successfully and the door unlocks with a satisfying clunk. Oh, Memovira thugs. What are they doing here? Injured thug? Memovira thug? Ah, they must be the patrols, maybe. Strips of flesh have been torn from this corpse, and the eye sockets are empty. Judging by the armor, this was one of the Memovira's thugs. Skinned creature sank from wooden poles, dripping blood on the ground. This room must serve as Murden's larder.
I'll remember that.
2 men share his cell. Both of them wear the armor of Memovira's soldiers. A third soldier lies on the ground nearby, lifeless. One of the survivors is badly hurt, bleeding and clutching his side. The other, a younger man, appears uninjured. His hands are bound with rusty manacles, and he looks blearily up at you with eyes that suggest that he's wanting for the butcher's blade. When he realizes that you are not a Murden, his face lights with frantic hope. Oh, thank the gods you come. If you can free us, you can name your reward with Bruska or with the Memovira herself. How did you get here? We've been on this route for a long time, a very long time. We never had any trouble with the Murdens before. They've always paid their tribute, so we had no reason to think that they'd just try to slaughter us. We fought back and we survived the fight, but... He gestures to his companion. I don't know how much longer he'll survive. We need your help to escape. Zabak's got a family back in Sagas. I've got to get him out of here. Oh, could it be the father of the kids? Could it be the father of the kids? Ah, maybe. How have you been treated? They give us some bowls of slop now and then, and I don't dare eat it. If I used this chamber pot, you'd never know the difference. Otherwise, they ignore Zabak and me. I mean, if you don't count the time when they came in here and ate pieces of pale. They're keeping us fresh is what I think, instead of letting us rot. Our turn will come, I'm sure of it. I heard screams down the hall. Why are they keeping us fresh for? Free them both. I kinda want to free them, but if I free them right now, we may have a harder time with the boss, if he learns. Maybe we'll free them later, after we deal with the boss. The chief. Is that a bad idea? I think it's a good idea. Farewell, you are leaving here us to die. Injured thug. This man's breathing is labored and his eyes barely focus on you. Blood has soaked his brigandine armor. You are better off talking to him. He nods at his comrade. His voice is soft, almost a whisper. I ain't got much breath left in me. Your name is Zabak. I think I met your children in Sagasclifs. Zeb and Nim? He reaches out a shaking hand to clutch your shoulder. Are they well? They were fine when I last saw them. His grip on your shoulder tightens and his eyes grow wet. Thank the gods, he whispers. If I survive this, I'm going home. Never letting them out of my sight again. Don't care what Bruska says. He shakes his head. Time has a way of slipping out of your hands in the bloom. That's what they say. I never meant to stay so long. Let me take a look at your wounds. Aye, he murmurs, peeling back his blood-caked armor. He looks at you with a mix of hope and dread, probably assuming that you're a healer. Fortunately, you have some knowledge of medicine, or you remember some of your Cyrus knowledge, perhaps. The soldier's wounds don't smell of corruption, and you are certain they are survivable, but only with treatment, which he won't get until he escapes his cell. What's happened to you? Double-crossed by the Murdens. We came to collect the boss lady's tribute as we always do. They fell on us like the mudbirds they are. He puts a hand to his side, broke one of their beaks with my fist, got me a couple stab wounds for my trouble. I think I can get you out of here. If you're gonna help us escape, better talk to him. He nods at his comrade. I won't be much use, but I'll follow along as best I can. Farewell. So, I can help them whenever. Let's keep exploring for now. This goes further down? Ah, they can escape from here. And no Murdens will see. Maybe. As you tug on the heavy door, a panic-filled male voice calls out to you. Hello? Is someone out there? I know you are not Murdens. I can feel their blasted mental noise. And by all the gods, I hope you are friendlier than they are. Please, you have to help me. For the love of everything you hold dear, please open the door. Dear gods, let it be a rescue. I don't want to die. Who are you? My friends call me Shinwise. Please, I don't want to die. Open the door. was trying to kill you? I don't know. The tentacle things that hang around the edges of the room. There's blood and bones all over the floor. The Murdens threw me in here, locked the door behind me. I think I'm supposed to be some kind of sacrifice. Pick the lock. 75%, that's not very good. Let's try with Tibir. With a click, you unlock the door. It grumbles open, revealing an emaciated man in tattered rags, a look of profound shock and fear on his face. Behind him, blood and bones litter the floor. The man is short and dark, and his face is scarred and disfigured. One of his injuries is freshly branded on his cheek, a stylized blade with blood dripping from it. He wears the ragged clothes of a Bloom slave, tattered and filthy. He tries desperately to push past you. Let me out of here, I beg you. This is no fit place for a human. He's going to kill me. I'll do anything to get out of here, even if I have to kill again. Before I let you out, I need you to answer some questions for me. He glances back over his shoulder, his nervousness apparent in every twitch, and you can see him evaluating the possibility of just bolting through you. His mental calculus complete, he inches closer, but shows no sign of trying to bolt. Alright, but please make them quick. I don't want to be eaten. Tell me what's in the room. Why does it frighten you? He looks at you with incredulity. The floor is covered with blood and bones are snapped in half, and the smell of that is everywhere. He breaks off and looks behind him, apparently in distraught. I don't know what's in here, but I've seen things, tentacle things, moving around the edges of the room. Is she insane? How does this room not frighten her? What are you doing here? He's having a picnic. What do you think he's doing? You know the auctioneer outside of Memavira's fortress? The one with too many teeth? He sold me to a merchant, supposedly to open a mall. Then the merchant sold me to the Murdens. That's not even legal. Nobody's allowed to sell slaves to the Murdens. He swallows and glances over his shoulder again. The Murdens threw me in the cell. I saw them cast another slave into this room before me. I heard her screaming, so much blood. He looks imploringly past you. Please, let me out. Who are you? I'm Shinwise. I got caught by the levies when I nicked some sleep wine for my old mother. She's dying, and I couldn't afford a surgeon, so I'd never done it before. I thought I'd take a chance on Bloom slavery to pay my debts and get back home. I never dreamed I'd wind up here. Will she buy it? It shouldn't matter. Nobody deserves this fate, no matter what I did. What's the symbol on your cheek? That? Tibir peers more closely. That's the symbol they use to brand murderers in the city. You'll notice that I don't have one. The little man's eyes dart left and right. He licks his lips. It's true. I killed a couple of thugs in the underbelly, but it was them or me, honest. Balsam turned me over to the levies because the ones I killed worked for him. Otherwise he wouldn't have cared. I don't have any more questions. Does this mean you'll let me go? Please, please? I don't know. Let's let him go. We have a save anyway. Without a word of thanks, he bolts past you and down the hall, vanishing around the corner. Thank the gods, I may be a killer, but I don't deserve to like that. So my real question is he going to be able to get past the Murdens? And will we suffer for letting him go? Something about this room feels off to you, a sensation of being watched and evaluated. The Bloom's walls bulge and press, glistening with a faint sheen, like they are beginning to salivate. This space has somehow begun to wake, great muscles contract in a rippling peristaltic wave, trying to pull you further into the room. Your instincts scream of danger. To your companions, get out of here and let me face this alone. I don't want to endanger you. You be careful whatever you're planning, you be careful. Rin punctuates her words with pokes of her finger. I fear no danger, Ertis announces, and then he eyes the glistening balls. But I've already been digested. It's an experience that you shouldn't have more than once. He backs away slowly. I like a good piece of meat as much as anyone, but don't you think this is taken a bit too far? Tibir pauses, then raises his palms to forestall an argument. Not that I don't think you can handle it, but, well... You are left alone in the glistening space, and then the horror begins. Oh no! The little mouths converge on you, some of their tendrils holding you immobile while Others tear great chunks from your flesh and toss them into the glowing singularities at their core. You scream all around you. The bloom responds with excited and gleeful whispers. The sounds of brutal feasting are the last thing you hear as darkness comes.
Faltering.
This is another
I'm
way to
hurt.
die. Is there anything more to this dying, though? Also, how are we going to open the third gate? Is it somehow related to this? No. That's the different sort of flirt. The one in which you are the food. Yeah, exactly. Did I miss a portal in here? Let me take a look around, because it was mentioned that there's a third place that the sorrow has a hold on. I was never able to find it. I never discovered where it is, so... There's a good chance it didn't appear yet. Small chance I couldn't find it. I think it just didn't appear yet.
Come back to pay life a visit? I knew you would.
Oh, the maw is open to treasure trove. Ah, okay. Let's check what this is right now. I'm excited. Treasure, chat, treasure. New treasure. Look at the treasure.
New treasure!
Brightly colored bits and bobs form a small pile here, all of it completely worthless. Money is great. Money is great though, isn't it? Ooh, look at all this money.
Impressive haul. If you value such things.
I do value, don't you? Skeletal remains of a human lie amidst the treasure, clad in shiny armor. Unfortunately, the armor is purely ornamental. This immense pile is comprised of shiny baubles, decorative objects, and broken bits of Numenera. Most of the treasure has no practical value whatsoever. So many things! Ciphers, oddities, artifacts. Quest item. This metal frame is about as tall as a human, perhaps twice as wide. Rivets hide cleverly constructed joints. The entire structure can collapse to the size of your... What is this? I don't know. I guess we'll find out. Tucked away in this fleshy abscess is a sculpture of a pickaxe embedded in a jumble of stone blocks. Nearest the sculpture base is a bronze plaque. Examine the plaque. Etched on the plaque is a short message. Better to swing the pick than strike the vein. Shins are shackles and treasures chains. Tiber chuckles long and low. Spoken like someone who dislikes their money and shackles, I don't think the artist and I would have gotten along. Examine the pickaxe. The shining metal handle towers overhead, completely out of reach. You couldn't touch it without climbing the sculpture itself, and even then it looks far too heavy to move. The pickaxe trembles and you blink. You felt the motion in your mind. You may actually be able to affect the sculpture with your thoughts. Try to free the pickaxe. You focus on the handle of the pickaxe and think, moo, moo. It twitches, but nothing else happens. Shutting out every sound around you, every tremor in the floor, the soft thumping of your heart, you pit your tension against the shape of the tool above you. With a hoarse, scraping sound, the pickaxe tracks from the stone blocks, and a waterfall of shins cascades from some inner recess in the sculpture into a pile between the blocks. You won a battle of wits with a sculpture! Eretis gasps. Congratulations! The hero should have solved that challenge. We feel cheated. Take the shins. As you reach for the shins inside the sculpture, a strange feeling of revulsion sweeps over you. Take them anyway. Pull your hand back. Leave the sculpture alone. You're leaving? Ertis says, horrified. Well, what about all the treasure? No, don't touch it. Leave the sculpture. I want to see what happens. Take the shins. You quickly scoop up the shins. With each handful, the quiescence seems to sink deeper into you, fogging your thoughts. Demoralized Feddle until the next time the party sleeps. We got money. Willpower evasion 15% penalty on all tasks. Oh, is it worth it? Wait, doesn't Rin have something
All and I are ready.
It removed the status effect as well, though.
All right.
Okay, so what did we get? A quest item, oddity, usable artifact. It's a Marecaster, another oddity. Cloak artifacts. What is your cloak? You don't have a cloak? No, you do. Deception, intimidation, persuasion. 2 armor 3 resistance, 20 movement speed. I will maybe keep it. Let's drink this. We can fill it again later. Another oddity. Another oddity. Okay. We have so many shins now. Manacles hang from the top of these plinths. Blood and viscera cover the floor around them. I'm making some questionable decisions. First, let's see if the Murdens attack us now. They don't. A cleverly made bed lies at the back of the cell, cobbled together from scraps of wood and rope. This creature stirs and mutters at your approach. Through the form is recognizably humanoid. It's her head is horribly disfigured.
New channel SFX request by Thor Obliterator.
Yes, good one, Thor. Though the form is
I am going to do something stupid and risky.
Though the form is recognizably humanoid, her head is horribly disfigured. Hey drummer, welcome. Happy Saturday. How are you doing today? Something has wiped her face clean of features, leaving an expanse of mottled and bulbous flesh, save only a horrifically enlarged mouth and 2 small holes where her ears should be. She hears you approach and clutches a small jar close to her chest. What would you have with Skora? Though my looks have been stolen, scribbled away by a million thoughtless particles, I can hear you breathing. I can taste what others can only smell, your fear, your exertion. She smacks her oversized lips. Tell me, if you had lost your sight, what price would you pay for its return? A new taste, a strange one. Will this one help me? Only one way to know. Hey Boland, you take the shins, you take the elbows, tiny ear bones. Welcome Boland, how are you doing? I would give anything, sight is important to me, as it must be to you.
I'll remember that.
We are in agreement then, she nods at the jar in her hands. This contains a piece of the Iron Wind, the nanostorm that blows across the world and reshapes all in its path. It's my most prized possession, the culmination of my labors. And it was not worth that which was taken in its taking. I would trade it in a moment if I could only see again. She smacks her horrid mouth at you. I can taste the strangeness of you. You are different from the others here. I beg your aid. Examine the jar she holds. Made from an opaque, battered metal, it looks like a repurposed cylinder intended to hold some sort of high-energy matter. Control panels emit small readouts into the air above its surface. The jar thrums with energy, almost alive, and Skora's lips slobber into a toothy smile. My pride and my punishment all in one, she says. Then she hides it behind her back. And if you want it, you'll help me regain my sight. If not, you'll never know its wonders. Perhaps she is interested. That is good. What happened to you? You've been around a few times? Time to drop a follow. Hey, thank you.
Your sound card works perfectly.
Much appreciated. I'm glad you are having a good enough time to give me a follow. And welcome once more. I was a nano once, a researcher on the cutting edge of the science and nano spirits in particular. I sought to harness the power of the Iron Wind, but the shields, my shields, they gave way around me, and the Iron Wind swirled in and found me. She smiled sadly, her immense mouth drooling. She passed the jar. I captured some of the Iron Wind here, but it still remade me. I was cast out, an abomination, and now I skulk and beg for my living. At least the Murdens fear me. So, the Iron Wind stole your face? Is it in that jar? If so, can I see? Perhaps I should hold on to that jar, especially if it steals faces. No, but they will eat him alive. Yes, and they will eat us alive too. Yes, but you'd have to get Skora's permission. Apparently he doesn't hear past the word yes because he moves with such amazing speed to take the jar from Skora's hands. Beg pardon, milady, but we can't have face-stealing jars sitting around and mocking their victims. We'll set this jar right. He gives the jar a solid shake. Is the seal tightly? It seems a little loose. It sounds like sand is moving around inside. Is that the sound? Is that the sound faces make when they are removed? It's a kind of whooshing noise. Stop him. We can't. Somehow, with idiot luck, he opens the lid. He opens the lid. It fades in a haze of energy, and a wave of grayish-red particles spill out in a vortex of unimaginable power. They wash over you and through you, rewriting your genetics at the most atomic level, changing you forever. Nice, we are all dead. Game over. TPK.
That's it, man. Game over, man. It's game over.
This is one of the very rare actual game overs. There's a thing that endures, twisted and knotted from cast of flesh. The Iron Wind has made a puzzle from you. One that asks, who was the greater fool? Eretys for unleashing the wind, or you for letting him? A fair game over.
I'll remember that.
No, Eretys, I think that would be a bad idea. She nestles the jar close to her, her hands hovering above the controls. A very bad idea. Stay back, you creature of dancing smells. Good smells, I hope, not like the rest of this place, or you, milady. He blushes and quickly tries to cover his mistake. Not that you smell so bad, all things considered. He hesitates. Wait, you don't have a nose. She shakes her face at him, baring her teeth, and he backs away. My companion Eretys has an interesting problem. I'm wondering if you can help him. Let us find out, she mutters, reaching out. Takes Skora's hand. He does so with great reluctance, turning to you, not noticing that his glove is flowing up her arm in fits and starts. I don't know why you think I have a problem, he says. I'm a hero after all, and I don't have a... He goes rigid, eyes rolling back in his head. Error, blindness, agony. Keep watching. She tightens her grip over Eretys' convulsing hand. A single tendril of his golden aura sinks into a hole at the crook of her elbow. She says, tilting her head back and smacking her lips. Traceries of gold unfurl up her neck, but it doesn't seem to be bothering her. I read of these nano-spirits, these demons, before the wind took me. They were called the Odians, and they'd likely call themselves that still. They will empower and drive your friend to greater and greater heroics until he dies, or they use him up. His blood will boil in his veins, he'll burn from inside out. How did you sample his aura like that? Sensors and processors in my chest, she says. The Iron Wind saw fit to merge my flesh with my equipment when it stole my face. She chuckles and a runnel of drool slips from her too wide mouth. I studied nanospirits, and the Iron Wind turned me into a living tool to measure the things. Never let it be said that the wind doesn't have a sense of humor. How can I purge them? You can't, she says, shrugging a misshapen shoulder. They've taken root in him, and there they'll stay, until the end, of course. She smiles. Now it's my turn. How did you learn of your friend's problem? This nanospirit nonsense doesn't make sense. Ertis was simply born the ultimate hero to the point where it physically manifests as a golden glow. And schizophrenia, basically like the ultra-rich light-bending guy. But for honor and valor, ultra-rich light-bending guy. That is a nice reference, yeah. I think you're wrong, but I really like your theory. I could hear the nanospirit talking in his mind. His original personality is trapped in my mind. I could hear him talking. Perfect, she says, though the information doesn't seem to have surprised her all that much. Well, return to your mind and follow my instructions to the letter.
I'll remember that.
Skora's faintest gold aura now. Once there, I call them by their names. The stronger ones are called the paragons. The weaker ones, she pauses, smacking her lips. The glows around her face fades. Cathartics. Call them forth and they will speak to you. Perhaps you will be able to convince them to leave your friend alone. She abruptly releases Eritz's hand and he stumbles back, massaging his wrist. I think I slept, Eritis says in tones of soft wonder. I never sleep. His glow returns inch by inch. She's coming for us. Are you sure? Yes. Now, says Skora, shifting beneath her axe. What else? What do you want me to do for you? Do you not listen? I am blind and I would see. I don't care how it's done. Restore my sight and I will give you my jar of wind. How do we restore... Our physical problems can be solved by the surgeons, so maybe we go back to the surgeons. There is so much we need to do. So much in my mind. We need to go back to the surgeons, we need to go back to our mind palace. Let's let this go. Let's let them go. And see if we get into any trouble with the murders if we do that. There's a key by the door, friend, he says. Just use that and excellent. He finishes as you unlock him and his friend. Can I trouble you for something else? With the shape Zabak is in, there's no way we can get out of here alive, at least not with some murdering guns watching the entryway. Can you do something about them? If you go hide in the next cell, I'll tell the murdering guns that you've escaped. That should give you time. A solid plan. We'll wait for you there. When you give us the word that the way is clear, we'll make a run for it. I think this bloom section has been the most exciting and the most interesting of the whole game. I'm really having a good time with the bloom and its different challenges. The Murden puffs itself up again, clacking its beak and emitting a burst of hateful static that fuzzes your mind. Your prisoners are gone. The creature looks at you blankly for a moment, then darts a quick glance at his comrade. You sense a static psychic exchange between them, and they turn and dash down the hall. This is probably a timing thing. The soldier's expression is pained. He looks determined. We are getting out of here, eh? Farewell. I talked to the wrong one. Are they distracted? Can we make a break for it? It's clear. You should be able to make your way safe.
Making a note.
You have our gratitude, friend. Farewell. The world is so esoteric, they genuinely had to spend a lot of time on the lore and world building, but then that allows them to have an entire chapter take place in a massive living creature that teleports people between dimensions, yeah. By that point, it's like, yeah, that's my point, because exactly. Okay, we got rid of... can we talk to them here? What happens if we talk to them here?
Did you want something?
Okay, they are clueless. Alright, we are going to come back to the Murden Chief. I want to do the other stuff first before I deal with that one. Let's first go to the surgeons. Actually, let's sell some oddities and stuff. Oddity. Usable artifact. Oh, Mircaster. I forgot to look at that. Oddity. Yeah, sell it. I need to take a look at the Mircaster as well. Oh man, so much to do. Ah, friend, welcome back. Demaray wipes his nose and grabs your hand, pumping it furiously. Oh, you return. I hope something is wrong with you. Ah, by which I mean I hope that we get to treat you. By which I mean, of course, that you are fascinating. Just fascinating. Do you know any way to restore the sight of someone without eyes? Without eyes? Were they destroyed? Or is this inherited? Was it a creature who has no visual cortex? He waves his hand. It makes no matter. I can restore sight to any living creature. He leans forward and taps your chest. Any. Restore the blessing of sight, and with just a few minor side effects. Oberwitch is nodding and smiling and prepares to offer a boast himself. But as he holds up his strange arm, his index fingers in the air, he pauses and says quietly, Do you mean restoring sight and retaining independent nervous autonomy? That is, without scooping out portions of the brain? The subject should retain her faculties,
Making
yeah?
a note.
Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. He paces a very small circle. I know only one procedure that meets the specific qualifications that she retain all her faculties. I'm afraid it's long work, long hard, expensive work. He glances at Oberwitch. One of Oberwitch's eyes should do it, but this cast off, we cannot pass up this opportunity. The halfman returns his partner's quick look. It would require compensation worth more than coin. Perhaps if you found us an interesting test subject for investigation, we could consider a fair trade. And when I say perhaps and could, I actually mean that it would suffice. I see where Dr. Demaray is headed with this. She would make an excellent test subject. Expensive and time-consuming. What about all the eyes your colleague has on his head? Did he undergo all these surgeries one by one? My friend, these eyes provide a valuable function for me, and they are not simple baubles to be handed out as favors. They are affixed to me and provide certain insights. He bobs his head quickly and nervously, as if to belie his words, one of them falls from his head. Blast, he adds, hastily scooping it up and reattaching it. Very well, very well. You caught us in a slight embellishment, as one might expect from someone of your mental caliber. He looks to his compatriot. Did I not tell you that our friend's intellect was something to be admired? I did. He bows to you. We don't necessarily need a subject, I suppose, but I did not embroider the truth entire. This is an expensive item. To replace it will cost us 2 editions. What qualifications do you need for an interesting test subject? All our patients are unique in some way. We need someone outside the norm, someone who has some special aspect that no one can offer. Someone nigh immortal, perhaps. Oh yes, we are always trying to expand our knowledge, advance the field of study to, well, you get the point. We need someone who can help us develop art and understanding, which is to say someone new, not someone we've already enhanced. I mean, it could be us. I don't know what that would do to us. I would rather pay, because right now I'm swimming in money. I'll pay the 2 editions. But I'm also curious what will happen if we offer ourselves. I don't trust them though. I'll pay the 2 editions. I'll break the kind of the principle I had been going with throughout this game, trying everything, seeing different results. I won't go see that results. We'll ignore it. He shakes his head sadly. Such a possible contribution to knowledge and learning lost. That doesn't stop him from taking your money. I hope my esteemed colleague will cheer himself by thinking of how we can advance our research through the expenditure of these funds. He elbows Oberwitch. I believe our guest is waiting for something.
Making a note.
What? Oh yes, my apologies. He reaches up to the profusions of eyes on his head and selects one, seemingly at random. With a grimace, he works it free from his hand. His scarred flesh flows around and fills the hole where it resided. Simply place this eye on the recipient's face and it will do the rest of the work. Easy. What if I put it on my own face? It will like the night's work. And it would scoop out a portion of your brain in an attempt. No, sadly, I cannot recommend that you try it. Very well. Can we try it? No, we cannot. Her head tilts at your footfalls, and her lips smack as she scents the air. Why do you return? What have you brought to poor Skora? She returns? Few have done so, maybe. No, best not get my hopes up. I have an eye for you. Press Oberwich's eye into her face. Sweet sight returns. I welcome it, friends. The eye begins to burn into her flesh, extruding small legs that heat and twist as they burrow deeper into the meat and bone of her head. She claps her hands over the eye, instinctively scrabbling at the invasive device, and you recognize the titanic act of will it takes for her to let the eye do its work. Her trust in you must be great, or her need for vision desperate. So much pain, yet nothing compared to how I lost them. Did she speak true? After what seems like an eternity of her screams and moans, Skora pulls her hand from her disfigured face. She tilts her head up at you, and her mouth stretches into an involuntary smile of pure joy. You wave your hand in front of her face, and the eye tracks it naturally, cleanly. She throws her arms around you, sobbing with relief and happiness. I see! The lights, the shadows, the bloom. Never has this meat hell looked so wonderful. At last she collects herself, wiping away the stream of tears that poured from the single eye. She looks in amazement at the moisture on her hands and mutters, "It has repealed the entire structure. Amazing. More investigation required." Then she glances up at you and thrusts the jar into your hands. Here, more trouble than it was worth. She turns away, gasping in delight at every newly revealed sight. It's a quest item! Made from opaque battered metal, this jar looks like a repurposed cylinder. Just above its surface, a control panel is projected into the air, displaying enigmatic diagrams and text that indicate the status of its contents. The jar thrums with energy, seemingly almost alive. According to Skora, the nano who gave you this jar, it contains a small part of the Iron Wind, dangerous nano spirits that warp and transform any matter they touch. Huh.
Making a note.
I wonder if it could be used as a power device for this. No, it cannot. Well, let's take a look at this Mayorcaster. Built with ingenious clockwork mechanisms, this cobalt orrery depicts a solar system far different from your own. The tiny planets orbit and rotate soundlessly and endlessly, the pattern of their path no doubt revealing alien destinies and prodigies to be puzzled over by learned beings in some distant, unknown place. Here, it is merely a novelty, though one that invites contemplation. As soon as you place this device in the palm of your hand, the stately dance of the clockwork planets mounted upon it becomes a frantic spinning reel. In the heart of the thing, a contemplative hum grows, as though the machine itself were studying the paths of the planets above it. Listening, you hear shadows of words within that sound, speaking of the mare within this device. Inspect the Mayorcaster. You study the whirl of the planets in your palm. Your eyes might be deceiving you, but it does seem as though some of the orbs are slightly transparent, and that tinier planets are orbiting within them. Enter the mare. Blue. Oh, we are pretty low on our pools. Blue. Once you had 24 words for all its hues and shades, metaphors to glaives' capes and courtesans' eyes. Now the sky is just blue. The ground is stone, the man before you fat. Now all is vague and drab-like. The memorialist sees you stopped, and he halts as well. "Let's have a rest then," he says, passing you a bottle of fortified water as he catches his breath. You knew a word for that too. This drink they brew in the Valley of Dead Heroes, gone. You aren't far from his cenotaph. The fat man wipes his brow. Deep in your pocket, your hand feels for the round tin that holds the worms. Your fingers clutch it tight, and as they do, they brush a piece of paper. "Are you his shadow?" the memorialist asks abruptly. "Callum Gathanmore, I mean, the one you came to see." Without waiting for a response, he barrels onward. We thought he'd cast his shadows among his own kind. We reasoned that with the Tabat gone, his line was lost forever. He stops and flushes more deeply, then hastily with a sign adds, "But shadows fall where they will, as they will. Kalangath Anmor, Tabat, shadows. They flit around the edges of your mind, escaping your grasp, but the worms, they are well within reach." Shall we continue, Pilgrim? The memorialist asks to break the silence. One more short hike will do. Your body is ready, your mind is not. Examine the paper in your pocket. You slip the crisp, neatly folded sheet from your pocket and carefully open it. I will want the worms, but I will be strong. I will wonder what I have lost, but they will only rob me further. I will endure, and I will build the tower of my intellect anew. Kalagatha nor Anwar will furnish the material. The mind link, not the worms, will be my tool. The mind link. A dead-eyed trader from Harrev sold it for the last of your once great heap of prizes and bounties. Now it's slung from your belt, a hideous mask with a synth tube hanging off it like some Satoshi tentacle. Examine the tin in your pocket. The tin is old and unremarkable, scuffed and dented, but sturdy enough. It opens easily. Inside is a clump of bristly worms, blind and thin, barely moving. Your fingers itch and tremble. Your nostrils flare. You no longer know their name, but you know exactly how to use them. Careful not to spill the precious contents, you close the tin and slide it back into your pocket. Kalagatha Anmor, Shadows, Tabat. The memorialist regards you skeptically, as if he expects to be the butt of a joke. As he looks in your eyes, however, he softens. We live in a world of darkness, Pilgrim, and each of us is just a shadow of one of the great heroes buried here in this valley. But there's a light that shines behind the world. To know it, we shadows must measure ourselves against the heroes who cast us, and thus learn the light that lives beyond. He takes a swig from the canteen. I thought you set out on this pilgrimage to visit the tomb of Kalagatha Anwar because you were his shadow, that you wanted to stand before him and find enlightenment. Am I wrong? Are you his shadow or not? I don't know. The memorialist nods. That's how it is. I've met pilgrims who swore they were lords and ladies of old, but when they reached the grave, wept in shame. But I've also seen a novice stumble across her hero by mere chance. If you find Kalagatha Anwar, you will know who you are, or are not. He gestures to the hilltop toward which you've been hiking. Just over that rise in the monument. As for this tomb, you said that the cenotaph would lead the way. I can't see how. But for sure famous puzzle breaker of Sagas Cliffs, I'm sure it will be simple. Your mind might still be clouded, but at least now the form of things has become clearer. Let's not snort a worm. I don't know what it does. Let's go. I want to see the cenotaph. As you follow the memorialist up the crumbling path, he carries on about a time when all the roads in the valley were as well paved as the streets of Sagas Cliffs. Then, reaching the hill crest, he falls into reverential silence. When you catch up, you see the sight that awed him even for the 1000th time, a clutch of exquisite monuments ranging from vast to miniature, from abstract to eerily lifelike. The memorialist points at one of them, a many-sided slab of black stone, and gestures for you to follow. This must be the cenotaph of Kalagatha Anwar, Tabat general and would-be world conqueror. Up close, the cenotaph is not so remarkable. Its faces are adorned with gruesome stylized reliefs depicting the Tabat and their Dragolith mounts, trampling the corpses of their foes. Neat geometric glyphs encircle the panels. Like the images themselves, they are embossed rather than engraved. The memorialist clears his throat. Of course Kalagatha Anwar isn't here. Like the other heroes, his body is in one of the cells in the catacombs beneath us. He nods at the monument. This is its own sort of shadow. All memorials are. As your guide mumbles something about the difference between expression, impression, and reality, your attention returns to the cenotaph itself. Examine the images. No doubt some historian could tell the tale behind each panel, what doomed race the Tabat annihilated here, what grand battle was waged here, but to you they are just an ugly blur that tugs at shameful memories without ever quite dragging them to the surface. This is not the knowledge you came for. On one side of the cenotaph there is something else, an obscene picture, crudely etched rather than raised, its edges scorched black. The memorialist clears his throat awkwardly. A graffito from just after the Tabat were beaten, carved with a plasma torch by a bitter nano. He coughs again. The visual pun on Black 3 must be obvious. Sadly, we can't possibly fix the damage. Study the glyphs. What seemed at first individual glyphs are far more complex, smaller symbols assembled into larger patterns, linked into chains, twined and twisted into knots. Never a tangle or ramble, it is more mathematical or scientific notation than language. Running your fingers across the glyphs, you see that they shine briefly under your touch, then fade. Perhaps there's a formula here to be solved, a structure, a higher, hidden order to be found. Perhaps here you could catch glimmers of the Tabat's military mastery, but the sieve of your mind holds nothing. and any secrets slip right through. As you struggle to decipher the symbols, the memorial story is over. This one means war, he says, illuminating a cluster repeated endlessly on the zenithal. This one, death. He picks out others and shows how the ideogram for soldier weaves in the warband, which can in turn mesh into column and army. The excitement grows in his voice as he leads you to another panel and shows you the unique markings that compose the pattern for Underspine. The High Council, we think, or God. He knows what seems to be a structure to the writing, a pattern within a pattern. Could it be a puzzle to open the way to Kalagath Anwar? He asks expectantly. You have no answer for his hopes. Study the basin. Carved into the zenith's plinth is a wide, shallow bowl, perfectly smooth, perfectly void. In the center is a small drain that runs into the monument. Around its rim is a geometric pattern, simple and composed of a single recurrent shape. You recognize the symbol, blood. Of course, it could be nothing else. Your guide keeps back from the basin as you examine it and shares your thoughts. Spill some of your blood in the basin. Beneath your guide's worried gaze, you nick your wrist and drizzle some blood into the bowl. Nothing comes of it. Whatever flows through your veins will not slake the stone stars. Snort a worm. Gripping a grub between two fingers, you slip it into your nostril and breathe as deeply as you can. The worm works with you, eager to eat its meal. You feel it squirm the last stretch, and then pain like a knife stabs your brain, and you know the worm is feeding, eating grey matter and pissing neurostimulants, letting your mind reconquer the vast territories it has lost. Nematodes, that's why they are called. Not worms, and cerulean, that's the sky's color, not blue. The rush of understanding overwhelms you. You read the world's written words, devise stratagems, unravel mysteries. Your brain races with the speed brought on by the worm's piss, and through your thoughts run the Tabat symbol, spinning, twisting, combining, dividing. There's a meaning here, tangle amid the knotted glyphs, and your mind is unraveling it, surely. But not fast enough. Your thoughts become painfully, shamefully slow. Puzzle you felt so close to breaking now seems impregnable. Another worm, just one more, and your mind, honed like a sword, will slice through the skeins. You're sure of it. So sure of it you find yourself sniffling in anticipation, a predator on the scent. Oh, ads are coming. Should I snort another worm? I don't know. I guess we'll pause right here. We are going to run the ads, get rid of those pesky ads. They always come at the worst moment possible. Always in the middle of something. But yeah, I'll run the ads. We'll continue right after 3 minutes or so. I shall see you very soon.
Starving_drummer just boosted Witcher 2. Starving_drummer just boosted Daggerfall. Starving_drummer just boosted Scald.
Thanks for the boosts, drummer. We may have to snort another worm.
Procyon
Hey,
Lauder
Proc.
just boosted Die. Procyon Lauder just boosted Saga. Procyon Lauder just boosted Saga 2.
How are you, Proc? You're surprised Witcher 2 isn't more popular? I mean, it gets plenty of boosts every day. Let's see. Two or three boosts, 3 or 4 boosts every day. It's pretty popular compared to any other game. Do you think Witcher 2 is the best of the series, Brock? It only has 16 seniority. It just hasn't been on the list at all for very long. Yeah. Only 8 months. Compared to Fallout 3, for example, 24 months. I'm sure there are higher ones. Grim Dawn, 58. So that's, what, 29 months. Titan Quest, 29 months. Which is the oldest one? Grim Dawn, Silver Titan Quests with 29 months. Lands of Lore with 28 months. Ultima 7 with 27. Jagged Alliance 2 with 27. They have been in the list for over 2 years. Now that your succession was sold, your heir took the throne and won't stop having daughters. That's karma for you. Welcome back, everybody. Try to find the correct sequence. Let's try. You trick yourself into thinking that you can crack whatever code the stone holds, but neither logic nor luck makes any headway. The glyphs shine and fade, but nothing happens. Given the endless combinations, not even the persistence you had of old could break through this lock. You don't think Witcher 2 is the best? You guess you thought it would be even higher up in the ranks. It's raising the ranks slowly. It's very difficult for any game to, rise up the ranks. Let alone rise up the ranks quickly. In this system. Snort another worm. Another worm, and the Xanath's puzzle crumbles before you. It seems so simple now, so obvious. A prayer woven within the story, a prayer of submission to the truth of war and blood and death. You need but touch the glyphs, and the way will open before you. Try to find the correct sequence of glyphs. Your fingers race across the glyphs, which now do not fade as you progress. Rather, with each touch they grow brighter and brighter. You can hear the excited gasp from your guide as you reach the last side of the Xanath app. With a flourish, you press the final symbols. The skein ends in war, of course. Blue light pours forth from the Xanath app, forming a kind of shimmering portal. Through it, you see hints of a room. This tomb, whispers the memorialist. A smile sneaks onto your face as you see the way before you. Examine the portal. Some sort of room, bathed in blue light, lies beyond the portal. Tomb of Kalagath Anwar, it would seem. Knowledge you seek awaits within. Step through the portal. You step toward the wavering energy field and stare at the blue-tinged tomb beyond, the resting place of Kalagath Anwar. The memorialist remains at a respectful distance. I will pray that your hero awaits within, pilgrim, and that you find enlightenment at his side. Tarrying no longer, you plunge through. The tomb's walls are bare stone, as is its floor. In fact, the room is empty except for the sarcophagus that sits at its center, a crystalline Numenera that hums with ancient, indefatigable. What is indefatigable? Defatigable. Is it like not able to be defeated? Energy. Bathed in the portal's light, the room feels almost underwater, a sensation heightened by the air's unnatural weight. Indefatigable. Indefatigable? Indefatigable. Indefatigable. I don't know. Something like that. I'll check out later. The gable. It's a gable? Okay. Study the sarcophagus. Sarcophagus is divided into 3 parts, a wide bier, an elongated pentagonal coffin, and a curved lance-like lid. It means like having a great deal of fortitude and endurance, functionally undefeatable. Okay. The bier is decorated with familiar glyphs. You recognize war and death and purity among them, but these designs hold little interest. They are just catchwords, and they will teach you nothing of the Tabat's genius. Indefatigable. Indefatigable. Oh, can't be fatigued. Ah, I see. Okay. Indefatigable. Something like that. I don't know if I'm saying it correctly. I probably am not. The coffin, for its part, is a single hunk of milky aquamarine. Its lid is less opaque, and through it you can see the corpse's silhouette. Most importantly, you notice a simple locking mechanism holding the two together. Opening the sarcophagus would be a straightforward matter. Open the sarcophagus. A few twists of the coffin's cylindrical locks and the lid rises up with a hiss of icy age-old air. As the mist clears, you see at last the face of Kalagath Anmor. You feel nothing at the sight of him, never having known the terror of his triumvirate. His inhuman features are slightly mummified but well preserved. His ebon tabard is faded with time that even the sarcophagus could not keep at bay. But it is his head that matters, not his clothes. His head and his brain, and the inside sheeted within, an edge keen enough to cut through the tangle of your own failures. Use the mind link on the Tabat corpse. Word actually from the Monty Python movie watch. They rhyme article with that's a round table. I think they mispronounce it force a rhyme. Ah, okay. Rhymes with reasonable. Gable. So indefatigable. Weird, it's funny to say. Gable. Use the mind link on the Tabat corpse. Once you slip the helmet over your face, you can't see and can barely breathe. Trapped in the mask's damp darkness, you fumble for the socket at the base of the corpse's skull. At last you find it, and, still struggling, try to bring the conduit tube into contact. Suddenly, the darkness explodes with light, the nebulous patchwork glow of your own mind, and beyond it, the glorious mandala formed by the thoughts of Kalagath Anwar. A mouth emerges from that pattern, and confused voice whispers, "You are not the underspine." Almost instantly, the geometry of his mind transforms into a star fortress from whose bastions dagger-like shapes stream forth. He also rhymed it formidable, which you know is wrong, so yeah, your pronunciation makes more sense. Formidable. So it's like Indefatigable and the Formidable Knights of the Round Table. I don't remember the scene. I don't remember how they said it. Why not just say Knights of the Round Table? Formidable, Indefatigable, Knights of the Round Table. That is, at least you break one word. You screw up one word only. It's when they went to Camelot, had a musical number before leaving and declaring it's a silly place. Yeah, of course it is. You will not taint my thoughts, the Thabat voice rumbles as his fleet soars towards you. There is no time to try and reason with him, if that would even be possible. It seems madness that he fears you could pollute his mind, when merely fending of his force shall be at the limits of your warm, wasted will. Fend him off. You came here to rebuild your mind, not to offer it up for Thabat pillaging. Mount your own attack. Should I mount my own attack or fend him off? Fend him off. Your knits shut the ragged fringes of your mind, focusing and contracting yourself into a tight, hard core bound by its will to live. The cutting thoughts of Kalagath Anwar flash at the perimeter of your defenses, probing, testing, seeking entry, but to no avail. At length they withdraw to the Thabat's own pattern. For now you are safe. The texture of the general's mind ripples as he arranges his thoughts, absorbs what his scouts has scraped from your mind. At last, like a messenger, a sphere splits off from the pattern and floats before you. Pilgrim, the word is spat out. I have seen the secrets you keep for yourself, the endless battle you meant to end, and the red wreckage of your solution left behind. I am unmoved. I killed more, lost more, and fell farther without surrendering the truth. The sphere shimmers and flattens into a kind of mirror. You have come because you would prove yourself again, through me, by me. The thoughts float slowly backwards, but I am not your underspine. Study his mind. You see a white crescent of Urael rivers, ready to sweep down on an outnumbered but unfazed band of Tabat scouts. You know they will fight free because Anwar knew it then, and before the battle even began. You see the city of Sagas cliffs rising above the plains like a beacon, a treasure, a false icon to be smashed to pieces. In the depths of the general's mind, jagged, violent thoughts seem to be mustering as if for war. At the moment, they are scattered and in some disarray. I want you to feel the emptiness of my mind. The general's mind darkens, its defenses harden. Conquest holds its own doom, the risk is too great. What did you see in me? His mind ripples with amusement, fear, vanity, weakness, deceit. Here's a long silence. It's your duty to know yourself and to be yourself. A thin silver sliver of thought shoots out from his mind and stabs into your own. It's an image, a battlefield strewn with countless corpses and shattered war machines. A regal woman stands beside you, rigid with rage. Puzzle breaker, indeed, she sneers. The image, be it memory or Tabat deception, fades away, and Kalagath Anwar offers no more. I want to learn the trick of the Tabat warfare. A purple ripple runs across the mind of Kalagath Anwar, and you feel the harsh rasp of Tabat laughter. The weak-willed and degenerate always dream that the great prevail by tricks or cheats or chance. These thoughts array themselves in interlinked chains of blue and black. But war disabuses tricksters of their vanity. Failure falls upon those proved false by battle, and victory is the stamp of truth. The chains stretch and run throughout the patterns of his mind. We did not master deceit or even war. We mastered our own authentic selves. We triumph by philosophy, not strategy. Your kind has been wiped out. As you tell the Tabat general of his kind's demise, the geometric perfection of his toes fractures for a moment, not quite into chaos or organic shapes, but into sharp shards that cannot quite reform. Some of these needles jab into your own mind, probing, confirming that you tell the truth. I see, Anwar answers. Eventually the fragments of his mind reform, though the ranks of his guardians seem thinned. At least they are safe from the corruption of the change. To be frozen forever in cold death is a better fate than the seamy, teeming welter of your city. Tell me more about your philosophy. A small cube of ideas detaches from the pattern of the general's mind and unfolds before you. In all systems, the variable is subordinate to the constant. The measure of things must be fixed. Lines of thought stab out from the unfolded eidolon, probing your mind like outriders. You do not comprehend. The eidolon rearranges itself into a pyramid. When one stands at the utmost peak of the highest mountain, and advance is no better than a retreat, all changes decline. Again he probes, and again you are found wanting. Do not fall, one must say. There is no more ascent. Here I stay. Many have so spoken, but the Tabat alone spoke truly, resisting the vanity of purpose. I'll ask you again, join me. No. What is the underspine? Kalagath Anwar's mind grows still with faint flashes and contemplation flickering across its surface. The guardian of the Tabat soul, his mind darkens and storms. To use your words befouls the meaning of my thoughts. It's obscene that you call this tongue truth. Silence. Then, the underspine is a filter through which our minds flow, cleansing us of distraction, subversion, novelty, and doubt. The darkness dances to the edge of his will. You cannot comprehend. Study his mind again. Tell me more about your philosophy. Given the sudden jagged configuration of his mind, Anwar seems affronted by your question. At last he sends forth a sphere in answer. The conqueror's sword flexes but always straightens to its proper form. The sphere shimmers and turns golden. All great peoples have found mighty truths, but always they let their truths mingle with falsehood and frivolity, until their folkways become fractious, friable. We alone held to our truth with unflinching conviction. The sphere stretches into a toroid. Words, faith, art, all was held pure and unchanging within the underspine. A perfect, eternal purpose spanning all generations. What can stand before such united trust? Tell me more about your philosophy. Dark wedges wheeled themselves into a wall shielding the inner citadel of the general's mind. You are not fit to know more of our thoughts. You would warp them into your twisted vessel, or else your mind would burst in trying to contain them. There is no way to pierce the barrier he has raised. It's clear his mind will not be changed. Study his mind again. Your ranks are growing. I'll ask you again, join me. Bright flashes race through the pathways of his mind as it forms and reforms in myriad shapes and patterns. At last, a single word, yes. Why did he agree? The pattern breaks, and its fragments, jagged and disjointed, ricochet across the darkness, crashing into your mind. You feel the terror that has gripped him, the fierce imperative to stand against the outright obliteration of his race, whatever the price. You sense the contempt in which he holds you, mingled with a grudging knowledge that there will come no better chance. And then there is no more you and no more Anwar, only a madcap image assembled from two puzzles jumbled together. Only that and the darkness beyond. There is one who slips off the Mind Link's mask and staggers out of the Taba's tomb. You are not that one, but you are in it, not as some fraction or separate self, but as an indivisible part of a plural whole. The newborn one looks with newly opened eyes at the sky and limns it with newfound words, words exquisite in their precision, blues beyond blue. This was the most cryptic of them all. I don't think I understood what happened at all. Some pilgrim went to plunder the thoughts of a dead Tabat general, and the minds merged. So it's two people in one, a puzzle breaker and the Tabat general. Who was that person? What came out? Who knows? Who knows these things? Do you even question these things in this game? Or do you just read and enjoy the story? I feel like it's sometimes futile to try and understand. Maybe all you need to do is just enjoy. Or maybe it's my coping mechanism that I don't understand. The larger size of this Murden and the greyed down that tinges his beak and eyes give him a more stately and menacing look than his compatriots. His clothes are less tattered, and he protects an aura of command. As you approach, he hisses at the other Murdens and the annoying mental static dies down considerably, leaving only his singular field as a sharper source. The noise whines and scratches in your head as the chief speaks, and the human woman at his side speaks in dull monotone. You do most just enjoy, but also try to understand and enjoy the process of understanding. You're completely fine with not understanding everything. You appreciate the mystery as well. Just move on, yeah. I tend to do the same, Parrot, or try. You tend to not fully understand most quality RPGs until the second or third playthrough. You also tend to zoom too quickly because you want to see how the main quest resolves. Yeah, I sometimes do that when I'm playing off stream as well. Never on stream though. My on stream experience is completely different. I mean, my own experience from playing a game on stream is completely different from doing it off stream. I spend so much more time trying to digest and read properly. But even then, you know, in a lot of the games, you may learn some information, and in your second playthrough, that information learned from the previous playthrough will help you understand things even better from the start. Things that you would otherwise not understand in your first playthrough. But in this game specifically, there are just some so disconnected, so much disconnected stuff, like especially these marecasters. But maybe I think they are disconnected. Maybe they will all make sense later. Digestion time. Yes. Squalling blast of static, and then she says, "No, pray the cloth from drinking man belong here. Right or theft, right of theft. If drinking man wants it, he steal it back. If you return it, you'll gain much respect, possibly the friendship of Artaglia, more freedom to roam the bloom." You want cloth? Replace it, but not with coin, not with things. Replace it with experience. Her monotone breaks slightly here, the emphasis on the Murden's thought pushing more strongly over her. Flight. I want to hunt in the sky. Give me the experience of hunting, flight, and dive on prey. Then I return cloth to drinking man. As the other Murdens hiss and clack, she adds, ah, chief funny, haha, impossible. Who is this woman who speaks your words? The woman stands impassively at the Murden's bus, static through several irritating frequencies back and forth. At last the chief's mental buzz cuts through them all. She recites the words without feeling or awareness. This is not woman. Shell is empty. Woman is gone. Why you speak of it as human? It's machine. When it expires, we will find new machine. We not speak human language. We buy slave. We fix slave's brain. Slave becomes machine. Machine speak human. She pauses while the chief clacks and hisses. Slave not need whole brain anymore. Excess brain was tasty. These are terrible creatures. Tell me about your people. The young woman waits for a moment while the chief and his underlings hiss and click back and forth to each other. What to say? We are Murdens. We hunt. We find. We take. Humans hate us. In world outside, we flee from here. Here, we rule. Her shoulders roll, an obscene imitation of an avian shrug. Here, humans fear us. Tell me about your people again. No. What is that static in the air? Upon hearing your question, all the Murdens in the room begin cackling and shrieking. Ha ha ha, says the translator in a monotone voice, barely audible over the noise. When the Murdens have settled down, the harsh static of the chief fills your head, and then the translator speaks. That is our thoughts. That is how we speak. No need for clumsy words like you, stupid human. Okay, let's buy some experience of flying from the memory seller. From the memory seller. I need your strongest memories. No, adventurer, you cannot handle my strongest memories. My strongest memories will kill you. We can sell this now. I'm a rascal. Memory seller, I'm telling you, I'm going to Murdens. I need your strongest memories. Do you happen to have an essence that would provide someone the feeling of being an aerial predator? The gaunt skull on her face transforms for a moment, and then you can see the beauty shine through as joy. The essence of a hauntry, a fresh creation, newly born. A feather and a beak came to my door, the small machines within still riding and trying to rebuild. She reaches into her cavernous space and pulls out a milky flask, then places it alongside the other essences on her shelf. Look amongst the bottles for your needs. Come on, which one is it? Hauntry's essence? Oh, did I buy it? I bought it. Well, I was going to buy it anyway, but I accidentally bought it this time. Oh! The larger size of this Martin and the grey down that covers his head gives him a more stately and menacing look than his compatriots. He hisses at the other Murdens and the annoying mental static fades, until only his own harsh static remains. The noise whines and scratches in your head as the chief speaks. The human woman at his side translates in a dull monotone. You free our slave, we pay for slave, you owe for loss. Potion seller. Really? Lanza throw the potion to the ground, saying, "This civil isn't fit for a beast, let alone another man." You drink it and gain a buff. There's a 1% chance you just... Really? Wow, that's so funny. You didn't buy that slave legally, did you? Parson Flint wouldn't have sold him to a murder. The chief hisses angrily. No, says the translator. Little fat slaver would not sell to Murdens, so we steal slave from merchant, that is truth. You so smart, we give better deal. You pay us 200 shields or we kill you. Alright, here you go. The Murden chief, so primed for violence, is completely taken aback by your acceptance of his deal. He says nothing as he weighs the pile of shins. Wait, what? No, why are we paying 350? 200, it said 200, we pay 350. What? This is theft. I think this is a bug. Oh well. I'm not going to fight them, so. I have a Hauntry essence. I will give you the sensation of hunting prey from the air, just as you ask. It's not. Taxes. Damn you! The chief blinks. Eternity! The chief blinks at you for a long, slow moment, as if trying to absorb what you have just said. He obviously can't believe that a human would keep his word. He snatches the proffered essence from your hand, uncorks it, and tilts a healthy swallow into his mouth. His avian eyes widen as the drug hits his system, and his beak opens and closes involuntarily. The other Murdens grasp their weapons, looking at each other, unsure of what to do. Her voice changes pitch again, rising and falling through pitch, though never dropping the monotone delivery. Is human poison, chief? Chief alive? Near dead? Kill human? Kill, kill? A burst of static from the chief clears the air. The rest of them seizes their restless, aggressive movement. The chief looks at you with respect and bobs his head. He presses the standard of Artaglia's irregulars into your hands. Take dirty cloth to drink, man. You complete bargain. Peace. Okay, I spent too much money, more than I wanted to. 200 equals 350. I bet, yeah. I bet. We'd better ask Veru what he thinks about the issue. There's still so much to do, so little time. We are approaching the end of the stream. There's stuff that I want to do before we do it. Even if I don't go to the third slums, there's still a bunch of things I need to do. Let's see if we can do them all. Maybe we'll go a little late today as well. I think you are missing something, giving back the company's standard. The conversations around the slump die down. Artaglia soldiers look at you, at each other, at their commander, and at the standard that Artaglia takes from you and unfurls. He unfolds it reverently, momentarily taking his eyes from them all. The standard is stained from the Murden's trash heap, bloody and torn, but he holds it as if it were an infant. His face and voice lose their ironic cynical edge. I mean, you're that cast off. Truly I am. Name your price. I'll think about it. He looks around again, his eyes lingering on the mall behind them, and he takes a long drink. Fine, I owe you a favor. Let me know when you want to call it in. So, he owes 2 favors. Repayment, we can take coin. For winning the drinking challenge, we can get the Numenera. Let me say, I'm going for it. I'm committing to a decision. First we take the Numenera here, see what it is. Shield of 2 skies, artifacts, 5 armor, 5 resistance. By the moment, he rummages in his footlocker and he produces a piece of machine metal. I was told this thing could be useful, but I never got around to testing it out. Repayment for returning the standards. If you are truly in my debt, then I ask you to face them all. He stiffens noticeably, and good cheer drains from his face. His eyes sharpen, no sign of drink in them now, and he studies you carefully to see if you jest with him. He looks around at the soldiers, who have fallen silent, and he sighs. He stands. My soldiers! Time to see how a man faces his fears. He turns to the Mao, muttering something under his breath. I knew a cast-off would be the death of me. He walks towards the Mao, and his tongues tremble at his approach. Resolution etches its way into Artaglio's face, as if he knows he is walking to his death. But there is no falter to his step, and he carries himself erect and strong. Drawing on whatever well of bravery led him right into the face of the enemy fire serves him well now. As he walks, you see his chest expanding as he puffs himself up. Bloom tongues reach out and stroke his head almost lovingly. They fasten more firmly to his skull. Strange, he says. This doesn't hurt at all. It's like the bloom is just shuffling through my memories. Ah, I remember leaping from the Wailing Cliffs. Bernard, do you recall our battle with those slimy things in... Oh, and the Sky Riders of the Five Cliffs. I'd forgotten so many of these moments. Why was I so afraid of this? Suddenly the maw gapes open and a tongue lashes out. It wraps itself tightly around Artaglio. He has just enough time for a shouted imprecation before the bloom tongue hurls him into the maw. He's gone, and no sign of him remains. Nom 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 nom. Sated at last, the maw opens wide. A transdimensional rift appears within. Alright, we have done it. I saved it. So you shame our commander into destroying himself. He spits. A typical cast-off trick that. Play on pride, play on duty, and use that to destroy a normal mortal. You're just like the rest of your kin. He had the choice to refuse. I didn't force him or trick him into anything. Aye, but the end result is the same. He is gone and we are leaderless, and it's because of you. Leaderless? Aren't you his second? You are the one who stepped up to defend him. You are the one who is ready to discuss the future of the troop. The irregulars already have a leader. Me? You kill one captain and think to install another? I haven't even talked to you, Renard, but I have seen how the others react to you. Provide them with a center. Even now their eyes turn to you for leadership. He considers your words, and you can see tension easing from his shoulders. Aye, that they do. And there's no point in throwing away our lives on other cast-off whims. He breathes deeply. Fine, you have the right. And Artaglio did his duty, and you had the right to ask that of him. He pauses. We have no quarrel with you, cast-off. He turns and begins barking orders at the assembled soldiers. They fall in quickly, cleaning and organizing their encampment. Of course, we are not going in there just now, because that is the main quest. We have many other things to do first. Let's try to wrap that stuff up. Obviously, I probably won't be able to go here. It may take... that place might be big, I don't know. But let's turn in the missing patrols quests. Let's die and talk to Eridus. Let's fill our bottle too. A bunch of stuff to do. Collect some of the fluid. Let's go to Braska. I rescued 2 of your men in the old slave block. Braska raised an eyebrow. So you're the one. Yes, you matched the description Akin gave me. He stumbled back here a while ago, Zabak nearly unconscious on his shoulder. She nods. Thank you. Here, take this. It's not much, but I owe you something. Very well. Oh, the quest isn't over yet, so we cannot sleep just yet. Probably the rest are in the mutant slums. But now we need to die. You did? Perfect. I'm going to take a look at it when I can, as soon as possible.
I'm faltering. I'm hurt.
Now the pools are pretty low. Eretis, this timid, realer version of your companion, flinches as you approach, and yet there's a slight flicker of color in his eyes. The creature tormenting him are watching you and laughing. Eretis, I want to talk to the Paragons and the Cathartics. Eretis' head snaps back with a crack, his arms shake, trapped at his sides. A dry rattling comes from deep in his throat. Slowly, he looks back down at you. One pupil is a vast flaming red, the other is a muted indigo. You are speaking with the audience, says countless booming, curious voices from Eretis' mouth. We are not sure why. You should be watching the hero with the rest of us. I care about him. Then you should let him fulfill the purpose we have given him. His voice is softer, slyer, almost hissing. Before he was nothing, a herder of useless animals. Now he suffers, and his suffering inspires. He was insignificant, and now he is wonderful, the first voice says. Stop interrupting the performance. Let him find his destiny. We will move on after he's done. That isn't good enough. Eretis' multicolored eyes gleam, then he folds his arms. We do not mean to offend, but there's nothing you can do about it, so leave us alone, or we will make him cut his own throat. No, we won't. This is why you aren't in charge. The eyes blink out of sync. Know that we are not many, not anymore, but we have claimed every particle in his body. We hold them in our claws. To remove us is to tear him apart. There is a pause. That is actually true, admits the other voice. We want to make you an offer, bargain. Stop interfering with the performance and we will increase the excitement, drama, and suspense. We will make the hero more powerful. The audience stretches Eretis' neck from side to side. What do you say? Can't you just leave him alone? Impossible. There is no him anymore. If we leave, he will collapse into a pile of fleshy bits. A pause. Actually, we would like to see that. Yes, we know you would, but we are running a performance here. Red eye gleams. Will you accept our bargain or not? I don't understand why you're asking me. You don't need my permission. No, of course not, but we are interested to see what you choose, if you will betray the hero. The indigo sparkles slyly. We never have the opportunity to engineer our own twist or speak with the audience, outside audience. This is a new experience for us. We hope you say yes. And if I say no? He will be the same hero you know now, and we will still be here. You gain nothing. He loses nothing. You should not say no. Making him more powerful will burn him out quicker, won't it? Of course, the Paragon says, sounding puzzled, though Eretis' face is completely blank. We weren't trying to hide that. It was obvious to us. The indigo eye flickers. Instead of living for years, the hero will die in months, but he will be more useful to you. Red eye flares. Do we have a deal? This makes no sense. He's your host, your hero. You gain no benefit by ending his performance early. The audience falls silent for a long moment. But you are trying to end this performance, Pain, as well, aren't you? Yes, I want him back to normal. You are not listening. He will never be normal, boring. Again, he will die without us. Another moment of long silence follows. We offer you a new bargain, the Paragon said at last. We will recede, but not reduce. We will avoid shouting. We never shout. We were talking about we, us, not you, us. Our apologies. Eretis folds his arms. We will see what the hero makes of himself when we do not guide his every step. Is this agreeable to you? Yes, that's acceptable. Done, the audience says together, and the light in Eretis' eyes sinks beneath the man's pale blue, growing cooler. Unbidden, a sigh of weeping relief escapes Eretis' mouth. Now, the Paragons say, what else do you want from us? It's a big decision. I'm curious to see why you seem bent on returning Eretis to a boring shepherd. Because that's him. These are interlopers. They have stolen Eretis. And the way it's going, it's headed to disaster. It's headed to death. He is dangerous to himself, most of all. What are you? Eretis blows laughter and chuckles softly at the same time. You called us, named us. We are the audience, the voyeurs. No, that's the wrong word. The perfect word. Stop it. You are wrong and we are speaking now. The creatures in Earth stretch his mouth into a merry grin. We are the Paragons. We control the body. Our heroes make the world a hopeful place. The smile slowly fades. We are the Cathartics. We lie beneath the mind and guide his thoughts. We do not believe in hope. There is no hope. There are only those that suffer and those that are pleased to watch. Ertis straightens. This vessel came to us damaged, boring, useless, afraid. We are saving him from cowardice, fear. Because we are healers, we yours. No, we aren't. Stop saying that. Who created you and for what purpose? We don't know care. We were created and unleashed to be entertained, to watch and to punish. That is what we do. Why are the Paragons dominant over the Cathartics? You argue, imbued with heroic spirit, Ertis has the potential to save many more people, at the small cost of the loss of his normal self. I guess I'm more of a utilitarian in thinking that's a fair trade. But also biased in wanting Ertis to stay Ertis. Nah, I understand, yeah. It does make sense to keep Ertis as he is, maybe make him even stronger. He will serve a better purpose, and... But the thing is, I don't think that Ertis has the good of anyone else in his mind. All he cares about is his antics and the heroics. Like, he may do something that actually hurts others. He doesn't care. He is not working... If it was a situation like he burns himself up to help others, for the sake of helping others, then you might be more correct. Imbued with heroic spirits, Ertis has the potential to save many more people, but also hurt many more people, depending on what he does. So helping others is never a concern for the audience. Gold glow, you think, is the point here? Well, yeah, I know, but from what we have seen, I'm not convinced. I'm not really convinced. I haven't really seen Ertis become very trying to understand others, which empathy is part of gold, right? I've never seen Ertis apply any empathy. Also, it diminishes his ability to think greatly, and he also doesn't sleep, so he is getting hurt. It's hurting him too. There are lots of parameters at play here. Yeah, of course. I'm glad we got to talk about it. I don't know, I just don't like intruders like that. Even if it was driving him up to be stronger and lead a better ideal and even help more, I don't think this is the way. I think if he actually gave Ertis the chance, possibly, if he remembers what he went through, and with people like us next to him, he may still be very useful and helpful, and do it out of the goodness of his own heart. Decide to do it, you know? Now he doesn't decide to do it. Why are the Paragons dominant over the Cathartics? Because when the Cathartics get a hero, they throw it off a cliff or into spinning blades or a volcano just to hear it scream. Lies. You have done all those things and you know it. How did you meet Ertis? The theoretical best option is to give Ertis a chance to make the choice himself. Yeah, that's the real heroism, right? If he doesn't have the actual choice, how is it heroism? Interesting, infuriating question. Do you want the long or the short version? We prefer the short version. We aren't asking you the long version. A long time ago, we were part of a greater swarm, the Paragon says over a multitude of minor groans. We were not limited to single heroes. We blessed armies with our voices and sent them against each other to entertain and inspire the world. The Cathartics grumbled to themselves. We filled the world with hope and excitement, but all people talked about were the dead bodies everywhere. We aren't sure why. The Paragon sigh. Our heroes were hunted down and destroyed. Our swarm was tampered with until we could no longer reproduce. Then we were sealed in a dark place until your hero, found us. Paragon's beam with Ertis' face. It was his destiny. I want to talk to Ertis again. Be our guest. Ertis flinches and the light of the audience fades from his pale blue eyes. Ertis's opinion of you has improved. I couldn't hear anything, Ertis says, shivering. It was like I was dead. He chews his lip, but I feel... He takes a breath. He feels calmer out there. I'm not in control, but he is. Ertis trails off in confusion. I'm not making sense. But I feel better, safer. Whatever you did, it helped. Thank you. He even manages a slight smile. What else do you need from me? Farewell. Nice, nice. We sold... I think we sold our first companion challenge. Like, actually sold it, finished it, possibly. There may be more. Okay,
what's
my
on your
dude.
mind?
I spoke with the nano spirits inside you. Do you feel any different? My ideas don't feel as shouty as they used to, he says, thinking hard. But other than that, no. Are you sure you don't feel any different since I spoke with the nano spirits inside you? I think I'm still me, and that me hasn't changed. How are things between us? You don't even need to ask, he says, his eyes glisten and with the barest hint of tears. I think we were twins if we didn't have different parents. I have some questions about you. I'm not surprised, he says, pleased. I'm incredibly interesting. What do you want to know? So either Ertis didn't really change too much after the voices pulled away. Ertis didn't really change too much. Either that or they didn't update the lines, which would be the sadder option. Because he said the same thing. And there isn't really anything new to talk about. That's a little bit disappointing, I will say. A little disappointing. Okay, find the thugs who have been harassing Kane. Probably in the mutant area. Learn more about the tides. We still couldn't learn more about the tides. I don't know if I missed this or not. I saw a vision of the person I should speak to, a being from beyond this reality, open through a gate in a man's body. I wonder if I missed this. I don't know. I mean, yeah. I sold my companions. What? Just the scan thoughts are gone. What do you mean? Oh, you mean yeah, hearing the things, right? Hearing the audience. Yeah, that is gone. What do you mean I sold the companions? What did I say? Oh, solved. Oh, yeah, we solved. Yes, we solved. So can one of you tell me if I actually missed my opportunity to do this, or if it is yet to come? I'm getting a little worried. I saw a vision of the person I should speak to, a being from beyond this reality, open through a gate in a man's body. This is still yet to come, right? I haven't missed my chance, because this is pretty important, I think. Find the missing patrol is probably the... No, I haven't... That's the only place I haven't been to yet. In this area. Okay, well, thanks, Thor. It's coming up. So, find the missing patrol is probably in the Little Neelish. This I don't know how to do. Maybe we'll figure it out later. This I don't know what to do. We may... Oh, this is also another thing in Little Neelish. So there are 4 things. Probably twice the trouble, Servant of the Tides, Rumbling of the Discontent, and Broken Hearts. 4 of them are probably in Little Neelish. So the mode that leads to Lost Anchorage, we don't know. Hilt without a blade, we may actually be locked out of this. And this, we have opened the mall, but we haven't gone there yet. So the next thing to do is going to the Little Niliash, but I'm not going to go there today. We are going to go there tomorrow. And we still cannot sleep. But if it's really necessary, we have a cipher which will refill all our stat pools and our health, so I'm not too worried. I might use it. I'm gonna call it here today. We will enter the Little Niliash and call it there. Take a little fast look around and continue tomorrow. As you enter the slum, you nearly crash into a small confrontation. 5 mutants surround 3 guards dressed in the distinctive garb of Memorira's enforcers. This must be one of Bruska's lost patrols. Before you hear them say a word, you already know the mood here is ugly, and it's like to turn to violence soon. I've definitely enjoyed it, yeah. A mutant who looks like his face is full of spores or insect eggs leans toward a disgusted, terrified human and says, "You are leaving a trail of fear piss. Who'd pay you for protection?" We are done with the Memorira, she's out. One of the other guards, less phased, pushes the mutant back. "It ain't fear piss, it's the spit you are spraying when you talk. Why don't you go hatch your eggs by burying your face in a pillow? Real people are conducting business here." A second mutant, one who'd been observing the fracas, noticeably bristles, thorns literally emerging from his arms, shoulders, and face, and he pushes forward. "Every damned one of you looks the same. 2 arms, 2 legs, no surprises. You want to collect our money? I'll make you eat it and your friends can collect it from your rotting shits." The mutant punctuates each sentence with an increasingly vicious stab of its finger. You can feel a bloody tide rising, and if you wish to intervene, the clock is winding down. No, I was going to end. Why did I even go in here? Why did I even go in here? Okay, I'm going to reload. We are going to do this tomorrow. Practice like a hubbub or a hullabaloo. It's because you think they will be unhelpful. Yeah, I understand what it means, I think. Basically, stuff happening around, you know, all the drama going around, something like that. Let's stop the timer. We are going to enter there again. It starts with a crisis. Alright. Let's find some trade. Alright, let's go say hi to Big D. He is having his 3-year anniversary. 3-year, not 3-stream. 3-year stream anniversary. So let's go there and say hi. And yeah, enjoy his stream, share the love. I'll be back tomorrow to continue this. And we'll see what we can do tomorrow. We'll explore the lusts of the slums, see what quests we can complete, maybe get to starting the main quest proper as well. But yeah, thanks for being here today, thanks for the couple of follows, thank you Andanova for the raid, thank you everyone for being here, chatting and lurking and doing all that good stuff. I appreciate your presence, I hope you had a good time. I shall see you hopefully tomorrow or whenever you can make it back. Until then, take care of yourselves and be well, and goodbye for now.